I was specking some. I think it does make you tankier. What gloves are you using?
Yes, Lily. Hi. I know. I'm terrible, aren't I? Mute my mic. Oops. Yeah. Uh-huh. That's true, Lily. Hi, everybody. All right, there we go. Hi, everybody. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Oh, right. It was angled a little lower for reasons that are entirely explainable that I don't need to go into. Hi, how y'all doing? It's good to see you. I know I'm a little late today. Had a doctor's appointment that let's turn my sound gate down a bit like that. Had a doctor's appointment at 2 and I didn't end up getting the call. It was a phone appointment, so it's not like I had to like go in and wait, but I didn't end up getting my call until like 2:40. And I was afraid to go and like start getting ready because I thought that maybe I'd missed the call, and it was a whole problem. It was a whole thing. It was a whole ordeal. How y'all doing? What you up to? Been a minute. It's been a whole day since I've seen you. I'm gonna throw this on here. Nope. See, you're supposed to go over my ear, strand of hair. Behave yourself. Is that how I want? Is that really how I want my hair? Is that? I think that? There. Like this? Better. 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 Okay. Cool. That's more like what we're looking for. Gasp, Merc, late? I know, it never happens. I've never been late in the history of my entire streaming career. I'm always on time. I'm always perfectly prepared. I always have a plan. That's me. I'm a planner. I'm wondering if I need to find out if is the bisexual lighting helping or hurting? I can't really tell. Maybe we leave it off for now? I don't know. I can't tell if it's like diluting the vibe or making it better. Who knows? Late? Amork is never late. Sure, that's precisely what she means to. So true, bestie. Stunkhead? Why would I stunkhead? 11 out of 10 stream title, no notes. Thank you, Julia. I'm glad. For a second, I was like, is this too mean? Is it too mean? But it's not. It's actually just hilarious. I know what I am. I am a girl who has coffee grounds floating in her coffee. Alright, there we go. I fucked up. Fucked up applying my French press. I'm still not happy with my hair. How do I do it? How do I... I'm very well put together today. I don't know if you've noticed, but like, everything's going perfectly for me. I'm thriving. I don't know what we're gonna do today. There's a solid chance I play more Fida Pudi Samurai because we're on a tear and I think I can finish it. I think I can beat all the bosses. And if I can beat all the bosses once on stream, then I can just start playing the game in my off time and we can move on to something else. But I have to destroy it. You can set your watch by this one, yeah. Yeah. Mark, Crimson Desert has consumed my life. The story is shit, but everything else is so good. That sounds about right. Sounds like exactly that kind of RPG. I have seen very little about Crimson Desert, and I was like, oh, so it's like Black Desert, but like not an MMO or something? I don't know. I don't know. It seems like just sort of, I don't know. Flashy. A lot of flash. Not as much substance. I like some good writing. I need that narrative meat to really just wriggle my hands around in, you know? Puppy Lady looks very pretty today. Gonna lurk while I work. Aw, thanks, Kristen. Hi. Welcome everyone to Mark on a Monday. Our first guest is Sassy. She's spunky and splendiferous. Say a big hello to Lily, aka Queen Lilith, aka Stormageddon, Dark Lord of All. Kneel, mortals. Kneel before your master. Wait, who wrote that last bit? Yeah, it's more akin to Red Dead Redemption 2 or Breath of the Wild, where there's a lot to do. Very sandbox. Difference is shit story. Okay, interesting. Okay. Interesting. I probably won't pick it up, but maybe I'll look into it a little bit more. I tried watching a few Crimson Desert streams. You pretty much nailed it. Shit writing, but a lot of stuff. All right. Okay. I'm too busy getting sucked into my little indie games still. I'm playing Symphony of War again, which is a okay, so Symphony of War is a, like, somebody was like, I really like Advanced Wars and Fire Emblem, but all I have is RPG Maker and a really good sprite artist. And so they made an entire game that's like those two things smashed together. And it's really good. And I've played it once through before. I played it when I was like in my like first year of transition, so a couple years back. And I've been playing through it again in my off time because they released a like an expansion, a DLC, a while back that I haven't touched, and it's one of those ones where it like adds a whole bunch of content onto like the base game instead of being like its own like side branching thing. So I'm just playing through a new run of the game. And I love it. It's a ton of fun. It's really cool. The tactical and strategic elements are great. There's a little bit of like meta progression, you know, like building up your faction and getting like resources for like unit upgrades and stuff. It's neat. I like it a lot. It's really good. The story, fine. Totally fine. Gets you where you need to go, has a couple of cool moments. I like it overall. Something that I'm noticing, however, on my second playthrough, like I do with most things, the second time that I go through and play a game or watch a show or read a book, I get really analytical. You know, I start pulling all the pieces apart with like little tweezers and stuff to see how it works. I really, really like dissecting things that I enjoy, which is a very sane thing to say. But it specifically, I've noticed, kind of like a low-key conservative plot in this game. Like, not intentionally, I don't think. Just in the way of, like, it's not trying too hard to, like, break any new ground on the story it's telling. And in doing so, it's like, it is telling this story where, like, wait, which game are we talking about? Symphony of War, the Nephilim Saga. It's a strategy, like Fire Emblem kind of strategy game. made on RPG Maker. It's really good. It's a really good game. You should play it if you're into that genre. But Milo, my fellow queers and queer allies, hi Kat, what's up? To all of my culturally queer individuals out there, hello. Yeah, hey, Tank. Yeah, Symphony of War rules. I'll have to not give any specific spoilers because Tank is playing through it for the first time right now. But like, playing through this game, and yeah, any game that tries to play it too safe ends up sounding conservative coded. Not all, but a lot. Yeah. So it's like you are you're a like a war orphan. The main character, the like commander character, is a war orphan who's raised in a military barracks because she like, well, you can choose your gender, but I'm going to be using she/her pronouns because I don't play as a boy in that game. Your main character, she ends up being taken in by this old like cavalryman in a barracks because she like wanders in and is like, you know, hiding out from the rain, and he just starts like giving her some of like the food from the mess hall in exchange for like polishing armor and stuff. And she grows up in the military, like raised by a bunch of soldiers, ends up being like an academy graduate, like prodigy officer candidate kind of thing. And the Empress gets kidnapped by like some upstart general. And your first mission is to go and like crush the rebels and return the Empress. Turns out it was all a scheme from the Prime Minister who kills the Empress and like frames you for it, and you end up getting picked up by the church. Because it's a fantasy setting, the Church of Light kind of people who are like, the Prime Minister's actually an agent of the evil dark god, and him and his new like anti-monarchist, or not anti-monarchist, but like federal empire are burning down all of the temples, and you have to be the chosen one who will save us from all of that. And like, you know, it's nothing new, like it's nothing like out of the way, but I keep noticing like all of the like like generally like the more educated a character is, or like the more like non-involved with the church they are, the more sympathetic they are to the evil bad guy, literally Satan worshipping empire. And it's like, I kind of want to like, when I finish it, I want to play through it again on like the New Game Plus when I get to do all the crazy fun stuff and just like take notes. I want to take I'm adding it to the list of things that I want to like make a video about someday, because it's never trying to be that. It's your faction are the ones who are like helping everybody, and we accept people from all of the different nations and like the different groups being oppressed by the empire. But there's always the looming thing of like, you are working for a conservative church organization that specifically is known for being like really traditional, like does things really fundamental by the books, and that's what sets them apart from all of the other things that fold under the pressure of this like new changing regime. And it's just always sitting there over your shoulder, you know? Like the rest of it is just this like, let's go fight the evil empire and like be scrappy rebels. But right over here, there's the gigantic like MILF half giant war priestess who's telling you that like you're the reincarnation of God and like are the only one with the special blood able to like stop the apocalypse. And I can't, it just scratches right in the back of my little cranium there. Imagine being an orphan of war who gets raised in a barracks. Like, that's your backstory. There's no anti-war critique. Yeah, like it's one of those things where, like, it talks about how bad war is all the time, and it does do a little bit of the anti-war critique, but not, like, in any really, like, fervent way, you know? Like, ultimately, like, you're like, the solution is blow the enemy up harder, but this time, like, with God on your side. It's like being saved from an evil empire by the Catholic Church and being told that you're the second coming or something. Not gonna lie, I've been a little charmed by the Chicago Pope. It really is. It's a fascinating like cross section of like different themes, and it's not like it's what is it? It's not like it's an incongruent story or anything. Like, it works pretty well. Like, it works well enough. It's, like I said, it's not doing anything fancy, but it's just fascinating to me. Like, your character does some hand-wringing about how bad war is, but is still, like, a warfighter. And I usually like those characters. But when you add on, like, I think the problem that I have with it is the game turns it into a, like, everything that you do is justified because you're fighting for, like, the incarnation of good and light, and the prime minister of the empire you're rebelling against is literally worshipping definitely not Satan, and wants to plunge the world into, like, a millennia of, like, evil, like, darkness TM. And, like, that really detracts from every little bit, because, like, everything you do is cosmically justified, and it like, there are these moments where I have to, like, sit back and be like, I feel like this game doesn't know what it wants to say, you know? Did you know I've got a different account for my phone? I didn't. That's exciting. Why? Is there a reason? Is it like, do you have, like, problems being logged on in two different places, or is it like a setting issue? It's so perfectly a mirror of conservative propaganda, kind of. Well, that's the thing. It's like, it hits all of the same bullet points as, like, something that's intentionally trying to push a conservative agenda, but without, like, knowing what it's doing, you know? It's just kind of like, what if Lord of the Rings, but, like, we had guns, and it was like, you know, the steward of Gondor was Sauron, you know? Like, that's it. Like, that's the plot. And there's nothing, like, wrong with that, but when you're really like Lord of the Rings really goes into, like, a lot of, like, how much everything is being destroyed by this conflict and how terrible it is. And Symphony of War kind of, like, says that and then moves on, you know? I don't know, it's neat. Hi, I just went to the LGBT meetup? Hell yeah, good to see you again. How did it go, Real Talk? Hi, Jill. How you doing? Symphony of War. Oh no. Anyway, yeah, literally. And again, I want it to be made clear. I love this game. I think this game is stellar. I think it's a really fun game. I can't shake. Like, every time I think that I'm over it, like, something else happens, and I'm like, man, this kind of feels like a Republican might have wrote this. Not maybe like a Republican who says they're a centrist, you know? What game are we talking about? Symphony of War, Nephilim Saga. It's a like Fire Emblem Advanced Wars mashup game on built on RPG Maker. It's quite good. It's a very fun game. I'm just talking about the probably unintentional conservative undertones or even overtones in the game's plot. I like Minecraft. Hell yeah. How are you doing? I'm doing great. How are you? It's good to see you. Is it Lynn? Lynn Harris? Or is it Lynn Harris? I'm gonna go with Lynn. I'm gonna go with Lynn until corrected. But yeah, that's that. It's no, it's a fun game. It's a fun game if you like those sort of strategy things. It's just very, very, very silly on the plot writing sometimes. Call me Lynn? Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Perfect. Is easier? Valid. Let's see, what else have I been doing? Has anybody been watching Invincible? We don't have to talk about specifics, but I just got caught up. You know, like, I'm up. I've seen all of the current aired episodes. Don't call her late for Ritual. I've been watching clips on YouTube from Invincible. Fair enough, I guess. I've been getting ads for Invincible, which make people want to watch it more. It's really good. I really like season 4. It's been awesome so far. So like there hasn't been a stinker episode yet. I was a little 50-50 on the most recent episode because it does like a plot TM that I don't generally like in my like superhero shows. But they ended up like bringing it around and doing something interesting with it. So I got there. I got around to it by the end. By the end, I was like, all right, I see why we did this. Saw the first 3 of the season, waiting for my girlfriend to visit again to continue. Valid. Oh, but you canceled your Prime subscription. That's fair. Unfortunate. Oh, and I would never advocate watching things illegally. I would never do that. I'm busy watching the other stuff. I just finished all of the Predator series. I need to go watch Predator Badlands. I heard it's so good. You stopped in the first season? Not a show for you then? That's fair. It's I'm not gonna say aggressively not for everyone, but there's definitely like you definitely have to have like a certain kind of outlook on comic books in general to like really get into it, I feel like. Or rather, you have to maybe there's a certain kind of like viewer that Invincible is really hostile towards, I guess would be a better way to put it. The evil bad guy is always ushering in a reign of darkness for 1,000 years or forever. Should write one where the bad guys just want to usher in darkness for like 5 years. That's all. Just 5 years. Maybe 5 more. Okay, well now we just can't change. It would hurt people. Just another 5 more. Well, then you've got cyberpunk, you know? Like, then you're firmly in the realm of like, more like, left-wing storytelling. I never watch stuff at my friend Roger's house, but he's so jolly, but I totally never watch stuff at their house. Never, nope. No, never. Of course not. Why would I? Honestly, Jolly's kind of an asshole, you know? Or Roger, sorry. My problem is that I can't get HBO in Canada, and I refuse to get it now that they're doing Turf Wizard bullshit, but I love the Night of the Seven Kingdoms show. I really want to watch it in HD. I really want to watch Night of the Seven Kingdoms too. It looks so good. Fortunately, I think I can steal HBO from somebody else. And by steal, I mean be given a password. I am that person. I hate media. Honestly, valid. Crash out, Quinn. You deserve it. I have a universal streaming service that has every show on it. It's called NordVPN. Damn. I've been thinking about getting a VPN lately. The more like online my presence becomes, the more I'm like, maybe it should be harder to find my IP address or something. No. I guess actually, you know, when I was talking about like the conservative themes in media and in plot lines, like I compared the way that Symphony of War does its plot line to Lord of the Rings kind of like as an offhand thing, but that actually does kind of track, because I like Tolkien definitely like more on the conservative side, not in like the American like capital C conservative party, but like conservative as like the broader ideology, you know, like pretty staunchly religious. You know, I was more environmentalist than industrialist during that time, which was like not exclusively like that was not like outside of like conservative politics for the time. But you know, not necessarily somebody who's like got like really overt like social conservative stuff going on. Like I think that really is like the way to compare it, is like it has a more conservative bend to it. It is more on the conservative interpretation of the world, but it's not like actively malicious, like a lot of the capital C, like American conservative propaganda slop that we get in that kind of conservative writing. I use a VPN, very good thing to do, but it doesn't cover everything. Yeah, well, you know, just kind of like narrowing the vectors that I can get harassed through, you know. I have a VPN, very pretty nerd, he is my husband. Incredible. Season 3 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds was disappointingly centrist. I feel like a lot of the Star Trek content that I have seen that has like come out since they started making Star Trek content again, like, I don't know, in like 2016 or whatever, 2017, 2018? I don't know. I don't remember when like Discovery came out. But like basically since Discovery, I feel like a lot of the Star Trek content that has been coming out has been pretty aggressively unopinionated almost. Like despite people being like, Trek is woke now and it never has been, it kind of feels like very middle of the road. Like it doesn't seem willing to take any really strong stances on anything. I'm gonna be honest, I like the Fellowship of the Rings, but I'm not a huge fan of Tolkien. That's fair. I like Lord of the Rings a lot. I have, like, I don't have a ton of opinions on Tolkien, because I was a lot more of a C.S. Lewis kid. And I've got opinions on C.S. Lewis. I have a complicated relationship with C.S. Lewis. Because he is both, like, a very clearly, like, a pretty conservative Christian figure, but one who within like conservative Christian spaces is kind of a lib, you know? Like he was partial like his book The Last Battle was a not insignificant part of why I ended up breaking with like evangelical doctrine, like that sort of like really hardcore like extremist Christianity that I was raised in. Because he presented a like version of Christianity that was a lot kinder and like more empathetic, and I really vibed with that. And then I got told that was like basically straight up heresy and lying to people when I brought it up in church, and got kicked out of working in the youth group. So, you know, but also, you know, something, I don't know, like the Screw Tape letters are really fun to read, but they're also kind of fucked up, you know? Like, I don't know, like I don't really like a lot of his theology, but it was a gateway for me to get out of a way worse theology. I don't know, he's a complicated person. I think I overall like him, even if I disagree with a lot of his takes. Starfleet Academy was way better, it actually had stuff to say. Okay, interesting. I read that the producer of the new Star Trek thought that the major problem with Star Trek in the past was that it was too woke. Oh yeah, of course. I'm back, please give me attention. Hey, Ashley. What's up? The theme is I have to say, I saw the intro of Star Trek Academy, the theme is the worst thing I've ever heard. Wow, damning. Not in those words, but he wanted to focus on the space fighting bullshit. That makes sense. You're allowed to have wrong positions. This is like a commercial video about a cruise ship. YouTube dunks. That warms my heart. Not your evil church group, but that you were introduced to a kind of Christianity. Yeah, no, I mean, it like genuinely, C.S. Lewis was a big part of the reason why I didn't like I still swung pretty hard into like anti-theist atheist for a little while, but I think if I hadn't read what I had read of C.S. Lewis while I was like really deep into being a Christian, I think I probably would have had a lot worse opinions about Christianity for a lot longer, because he really did provide like a window into a version of the religion that wasn't just like unambiguously ass, which is what I grew up in, you know? Did you ever read a sci-fi trilogy? I did not. I was like, I thought about it for a little while, but by the time I actually like got around to finding it, I was kind of, it was in the list. I was interested in it. I think I might even have it I might have the first one in my Audible. I might have picked it up with a credit and then just never listened to it. I don't remember. If they ain't bots, they should be embarrassed for looking and sounding like bots. Yeah. My counselor is very much that type, the much more empathetic and understanding Christian, where it's all about the one-on-one relationship with Christ and not necessarily the rituals and the nuances. Yeah, and you know, I'm glad that that has manifested in a more like positive way in that person, because I know the like evangelical Christianity takes that idea of like having a one-on-one personal relationship with a deity and then like makes it everybody else's problem, which is wild, because like evangelical Christianity doesn't have a lot of ritualism. Like there's not a lot of overt ritual in evangelical Christianity, and it's part of why it's so like why it spreads so easily is like you don't have to do a lot except like have a sense of superiority about the fact that you get to like personally know God and everybody else is a big stinky idiot. Like that's a simplification. That's an oversimplification. Maybe even a slightly offensive one. But I grew up in that particular religious group. I can make those assessments. It's it really is like a it is a particular branch of Christianity that is based around like fetishizing the self-superiority that comes with believing that you are enlightened, you know? Yeah, the retelling of 1984 I'm reading just got real queer and I'm so invested. When did you said that that's recent? Is that like a new book that somebody else wrote? Pretty much always seen Christianity as potentially good lessons. Majority of people are just your average person, but the crazy sect is the loudest and overall makes me hate the religion. That's generally how I feel about a lot of religious groups, you know? I have to remind myself constantly that like the vast majority of any people who are adherents of a religion are totally normal people who are having totally normal days and just think that their particular spirituality is really neat, you know? It's just that I keep running into, especially with like evangelical Christianity, like the worst people to run into because they're the ones who go out and make it everybody else's problem, you know? So like that's why I'm a lot more moderate on how I try to engage with religion now, even if I do have a lot of really personal beef with it. Hi Mark, hope you're doing okay. I am. Hey K9, how you doing? Came out in 2024, I think. It's a fully authorized novel by the Orwell estate. That rules. That would be supreme toxic yaoi. Fucking agree. Found a mad nun on TikTok. She goes off on people who hate other people, racist, fascist, homophobes, and transphobes. Every time I see her, it makes me smile. Just this very old white woman in a habit talking at the camera like an angry grandma. I love that. I don't know. In the same way that like, you know, you can't have like a really effective working class movement without allies in like the bourgeois and upper classes. Like, I feel like a social movement that completely decries and demonizes religion is self-defeating because it's something that is pretty like tied in, it's kind of like intrinsic to humanity, not to every person, but humanity as a whole. Like you leave a big group of people, like enough people to like maintain like a society, and they're gonna make a god, you know? Even if they've never heard of one before. Hey, how you doing, King? What's up? Thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. So I'd rather just like have people engage with that impulse in a healthy way than try to be like, yes, we must make it illegal. It is terrible. It is the worst thing. Like weed. Just make religion a Schedule 1 substance. They're more than you think, but there are a bunch of loud, aggressively shit Christians out there too. I hate them, but it's the truth. Yeah, absolutely. No, I get you. Only most of the Christian world was like that. So here's the thing, Kristen. Like, American conservative evangelicalism is a specific kind of Christianity. And it's not even like there are like so many different branches of it, and genuinely, like, most people that you meet that identify as Christian are probably totally normal. Like, they're totally fine, you know? It's just that we do live currently in a sociopolitical landscape where the most, like, politically active and, like, aggressive demographic, which is a large one, don't get me wrong, is, like, really, really toxic. And that does cause some, like, knock-on effects to a lot of other people that adhere to any kind of Christian faith in America or in areas affected by it. But it's not like, you know, it real like not like it's not like every Christian out there is like a prosperity gospel preacher, you know. Evil like the devil's dandruff, yes. Weeds are the worst thing, so annoying having to pull them. And oh, you said weed. I did, yes, yeah. Also, a good friend of mine wrote a book she just got published about what can be done to promote and spread that kind of version of Christianity and how it can welcome queer folk. No, yeah, like, I've run into a lot of, like, again, it's like, I think the issue that, like, perceptively, what we run into is most of the, like, for those of us who are not religious, most of the religion we encounter is religion that is integrated into structural power, right? Like, it's things like evangelical senators pushing, like, anti-abortion or anti-queer or, like, even immigration laws based on some, like, really, toxic interpretation of their religion. So that's what we see. That is most of what we experience as people who aren't religious. But, like, there's tons, like, almost as many, maybe even, I think evangelical Christianity might just be a plurality, like the largest plurality in America religion-wise. I don't think they're even a majority. So, like, it is really easy to let yourself fall into that thing. Like, if somebody believes in God, they must be, like, aligned with these people who are doing terrible things to me. But, like, it isn't actually that way, you know. Like, religion does help a lot of people. Doesn't help me. I don't like it. It's not my vibe. And it also hurts a lot of people. It is a social construct and tool, like everything else that you know, we engage with in these big systemic levels, you know. There's a history of how the evangelical movement is tied to co-opting religion for political power. No, yeah, exactly. Like, evangelical Christianity is a political movement. It's not like, it actually doesn't really have any theological points. Like, it is almost, like, I think that it's well founded enough for me to say, like, for the most part, evangelical Christianity is kind of an appropriation of the Christian religion. Christianity as a whole, you know, like any other religion, has its ups and downs and weaves and wefts of whether it's, like, helping out or being a problem, you know. Like, we've had periods where, you know, pretty much all of our scientists in, like, Europe were, like, Christians, or in the Middle East, like, were, like, a lot of them were Muslim scholars, you know, because, like, the educated people were religious, and there was more of a culture during, like, different eras of those cultures and societies where, like, theological like, flexibility and like what would you call it, like an investigative nature, like questioning the fundamental nature of the universe and of God and spirituality was, like, really core to those religions in those periods, in those times. And that is, like, a big part of what pushed science forward for a long time. Like, things change based on, like, the way that the politics and social dynamics of the time work. Like they bend and twist and you know go through different like they're like composed of different elements at different times, you know? I believe in Q. Yeah, okay, great. I try not to instantly align the current Christo-fascists running amok with everyday Christians. Yeah, it's something that you really should like put some focus on, because you know, a lot of Christians I know are just as annoyed at evangelicals as I am, you know? There are three aspects to Christianity: the political movement, the cultural movement, and the religion itself. I make a mental distinction between the church and the religion, the organization and the beliefs. Yeah, that's a fair way to look at it, I think. I'm no longer on my phone. Welcome back, Hux. Anyway, yeah, y'all want some nice heavy religious talk right at the beginning of stream. And then there are the sexy nuns, right, which is, you know, a good chunk of how I interact with religion these days, but, you know, I've got trauma. You gotta sublimate all that existential religious angst sexually. You know, that's really what I'm getting at. This has all been an elaborate argument for why sexy nuns are a cool thing. I just like working with Artemis and Hermes. I do silly little offerings sometimes. I do little tarot readings, and that's enough for me. Me and my version of God just don't vibe. Me and any version of God just don't vibe. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, do spirituality however you want to do it. You know, like it's like I said. I think it's a very like fundamental, not universal, but very, very, very common human experience to really want to, or to strive to connect with something greater than us, you know? I think even a lot of atheists, like, are less atheists because they're devoid of that, and more because, at least in my experience and a decent amount of people I've talked to, more that we have run up against the fact that, like, we can't make a clear distinction about what that greater thing could be if it exists, or we just acknowledge the impulse in ourselves and try to find different ways to channel it, you know? I hear religion talks most times, regardless of the chat, I tend to be in the minority and I bristle. That said, in your chat, mostly it's a pleasant discussion. Thanks. I try. It's, you know, obviously I have very complicated opinions on religion, but you know, that is maybe why I am a little bit better at not excluding an entire like broad swath of the population from talking about it. And then there's Daredevil that uses his faith to fight a billionaire. Yeah, you know, everybody's got their style. Everybody's got their thing they do. Not all of us are frothing imperialist accelerationists. I am, obviously, yes. I think that we should invade everyone all at once. The faster we overextend ourselves, the faster things will collapse. That's not a good idea. Don't do that. Most religious people won't mention their religion because it doesn't define them as people, even though it's part of who they are. It's the ones that believe their religion is the only correct religion that ruin it for the rest. Yeah, well, yeah, if you're aggressively militant, like if you're militant about it, like really aggressively like evangelizing and proselytizing, that usually is the point where I start to take issue with it, you know? If anyone is seeking a target for their human inclination to praise God, I do accept worship. It's true. It's true. Like I said, I channel a lot of my existential and religious angst through sexuality. I just get really freaky with it, and that's how I grapple with it. Are you gonna throw up? She's gonna throw up.
Oh, baby. Yeah, you feeling sicky?
Oh, poor cat.
Honey.
I call them sexy mountains, Kif.
Oh, I know.
Something didn't sit well with the kitty.
Sorry.
I deserve that last comment going untouched. I didn't see it. What was it? Sexy nuns can be habit forming is great. I mean, what have you done to bring about Rocco's Basilisk lately? I just, you know, nothing, actually. I'm spiting Rocco's Basilisk specifically because I think it's a punk ass, and, It has a bad ideology. So go ahead. Print off a version of my consciousness that could be construed as a soul and lock it into eternal purgatory. I already came into, I was born believing that I was going to hell forever. Rocco's basilisk can't scare me. What is clicking at me? Hello, affirm this chatter, give me a kiss, RR, okay. Give me just a moment, one sec. I don't like talking about my spirituality much because it tends to confuse people. Yeah, sometimes spirituality can be confusing. Lily demands treats. Yeah. She's. I think right now she probably doesn't want much of anything going in her stomach. She's all sicky.
Yeah.
She feeling bad. Okay. All right. So we have King. I really appreciate you being around and spending time with me, both on and off stream. I really like hanging out with you. I also appreciate you continually nudging me to get the Project Zomboid server back online because it's almost ready and I just have to take the time to do it. And I will forget if I'm not regularly reminded. So good on you for that. And here's just a little... There you go. That's for you. You can put that wherever you like. I won't judge you. It's yours now. And Hook, you want Project Zomboid server, please? Yes, I'll join. I don't think we have enough. I don't have enough space to open it up to everybody. I'm sorry. I'm only paying for a couple of gigabytes. It's a small server. I've been praying really, really hard for a few days, and I've come to the conclusion that I require energy drinks to get rid of migraines. Fair. I sometimes wonder if some of the tech guys are dumb enough to genuinely believe in the basilisk. A lot of them are. Are you kidding me? Are you gonna look me dead in the eye and tell me that Elon Musk does not believe that Rocco's basilisk is a real thing? Like big players in the tech space are all like, not all, largely like ketamine fueled, like delusional wannabe playboys with too much money and a very loose grasp on what they're actually producing. You know, they're all hype men, right? Like that's their deal. Like they're just there to get people excited to invest in something that may or may not pan out into an actual idea based on how many actually competent engineers they hire and how realistic their original goal was.
No, you can go back over there. I'm sorry.
Hi, Lily.
Has to be alone right now.
Psycho Die, yeah, that's what Project Zombie is about. Yeah, Project Zombie. What is that? Like, what basilisk? Rocco's basilisk is, I guess, for the next, like, 3 minutes, cognito hazard warning for people who are, prone to, bouts of existential dread. Rocco's basilisk is a thought experiment, one that I have come up against and pushed down the stairs because I think it's kind of a, you know, it's nerd shit. But it's basically the idea, a hypothetical posed that at some point humanity will create a sentient machine, like a sentient machine intelligence, in order to like improve, like to bring about like paradise, to make human life perfect or something along those lines. And that once it is created, it logically will punish everybody who didn't in some way contribute to it being brought about, to like incentivize its own creation like retroactively, and also to like ensure that it continues being able to like run a perfect society. So it's just going to like steal like imprints of people's consciousness and throw them into the eternal hell dimension, like an AI torment nexus for all of eternity, and just create hell. It's like it's like I'm 14 and this is deep, like Reddit philosophy, you know? So Ultron, kind of like Ultron. So I Have No Mouth, kind of like I have, yeah. I feel like if you've read I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, you're probably already immune to being freaked out by Roko's Basilisk because you've already like encountered it, you know? I enjoy it for the absurdist humor of it. Yeah, I get that. Except not voiced by James Spader. This is, what's the word? I hate that it's stupid. Yeah, it's one of those things that like, if you are engaged in a lot of like heady sci-fi already, like these kinds of things of like if you've played Soma or something, like Roko's Basilisk isn't that like spooky anymore. Like that will totally probably supplant your existential dread on human consciousness. But Roko's Basilisk came about in or at least was popularized in an era of the internet where that kind of discourse had not become like widespread, and so it really freaked a lot of people out. Not, you know, it's kind of like when you hear about like the original War of the Worlds radio broadcast, you know, where they broadcasted War of the Worlds as a radio play, acting like it was a news story, and like a select portion of the population like genuinely thought that Earth was being invaded because like nothing like that had been done before. Like, so it's kind of like that. It's one of those like first or early like collective just like mainstream encounters with like an idea that is like kind of novel but not particularly like unique and just like freaking a bunch of people out. That's what Roko's Basilisk is. It's more interesting from like an internet history standpoint, in my opinion, than like the actual hypothetical itself. Roko's Basilisk is nothing compared to Soma. Yeah, Soma is a lot, like, again, like if you've played Soma, Roko's Basilisk probably does not even scratch the surface of your, like, capacity for existential dread. War of the Worlds mentioned, hyperfocus triggered? Hell yeah. Have you ever seen the anime, the anime movie for War of the Worlds, where like it's like a sequel to War of the Worlds, where the Martians come back and the humans are on the verge of doing a World War I, but with alien tripod technology they've modified, and Teddy Roosevelt like flies a Zeppelin into an alien mothership. It's fucking rad. Like it's just as insane as that like tiny snippet would lead you to believe. Goliath, yes, yeah, it fucking rips. I love it. It's so good. Like the like Ellis Island being like a fortress city, or something like a gigantic like AA fortress. Fucking wild, insane, like just crazy shit. I love it. Self-confessed dollar store Thor Kyle Hill did a video of it that was really good. Try and find the vid and link it on the Discord. Yeah, go for it. I might have seen that. It's familiar to anyone brought up in the church. It's directly paralleled to the way they teach Revelations. You talking about Roko's Basilisk? Yeah, and that's probably why it didn't like skeeve me out too much. Like I was already familiar with that. It really is just like evangelical fire and brimstone philosophy, but applied to like a theoretical future God computer. You know, and that's kind of what I mean when I talk about like humans will find a way to make God or something akin to God, like. Whether one of them is right or not, like we'll keep iterating on that. Like we're trying to fill something that like consciousness itself seems to like generate, you know? Hey Jojo, how you doing? It's going well. I'm enjoying myself. We're having some chats. We're doing a little hello, a little talk about this and that. Found the footage of the War of the Worlds. The found footage War of the Worlds is the worst movie. Is that the one with the one they made during the pandemic with Ice Cube or whatever? Hello, hi Squinty, what's up? A black trans girl who's a Baptist Christian living in America who was born into the AIDS era of America. My life has been existential dread. Roko's Basilisk holds far less credence than Cthulhu or even the giant spaghetti monster in the sky. Yeah. It genuinely is like like I said, most of the interest I have in Roko's Basilisk comes from its existence as like a social phenomenon that happened more than like the media itself. Julie, you said you could link the book. Were you talking about the 1984 book or something about Roko's Basilisk? That was from a while ago, but I remember I saw it. I have literally every bit of War of the Worlds media, the radio play, the musical, went to see it live twice. The movies from the yeesh ones, legitimately my favorite piece of media of all time. That fucking rules, actually. That is such a cool canine fact. I like that a lot. Fly me closer so I can whack them with my sword. Yeah, literally. I don't know what you are talking about. The War of the Worlds anime? The War of the Worlds anime is awesome. War of the Worlds Goliath is genuinely like it's batshit insane, but it's a lot of fun. I really like it. Great uwu in the sky, yeah. A little yap. We do a little yapping. Yeah, the one with Ice Cube, okay. I just played SMT. The depiction of gods and demons in that game interests me a lot. What is SMT? What's that? What's the acronym? What does it mean? Oh, also Hook. I'm so sorry. I owe you a little. A little bit of a discussing existential dread, but you can just look at my collarbones if you get too scared. I have to wait. Hold on. I went into the uwu description voice in between the R's, so it's. We're just doing a little bit of a discussion on the nature of consciousness. How's that? I think that was better. That was a little bit better. I need to work on the ara. I haven't done it too much. You know what's way, way worse than Roko's Basilisk? The game. You just lost it. Joke's on you. I was given immunity to losing the game by a Tumblr user in 2018. Get decked, loser. Give your balls a tag, you fucking loser. War of the Worlds Goliath is on YouTube. The production company got screwed up, so you literally can't get it anywhere else except secondhand DVDs. What? Oh, that's nuts. Okay, I'm gonna have to like download it. I do like to look at your collarbones when I'm scared. It's an effective. It's very calming, very therapeutic. You know, here I'll bring that out so that we have a little bit more real estate to work with. Shin Megami Tensei. Also, Dante from Devil May Cry was in the third one. Shin Megami Tensei. Oh, I've heard about this, but I've never played it. Hold on, let me do a quick little search up here. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. I've never played this. Yawn. All right. Bring that back up over here. Sorry for being a Marine, but can I get your 1 minute recap of Misfits in Magic? Hey! Thank you for following, Violet. Welcome to the company. You're one of us. Now, report to the arsenal for your standard issue. Equipment and morale officer will be with you shortly. Also, you definitely said meanie, not Marine, but I'm dyslexic, so I read Marine. I was like, what does being a Marine have to do with Misfits and Magic? My 1 minute recap of Misfits and Magic, if you haven't done so already, I don't know. Misfits and Magic is pretty cool. I like it a lot. The cat, for anybody who doesn't know, Misfits and Magic is a Dimension 20 show from Dropout, so they're like, live play tabletop role-playing games. I don't know what the system for Misfits and Magic is. It's a weird one, with like different, I don't know, I don't recognize it, but, it's neat. Kids on Brooms, yeah. Oh, is that actually the name of the system? Wild. What is it? Yeah, it's basically like, they make jokes about this a lot. It's basically like, definitely not Harry Potter, the RPG, like the TTRPG that they're playing. I've only seen the first episode, so I don't really know where it goes beyond that. But the main characters are all basically they call them what is it, nomps, non-magical non-magical persons or something like that. Very funny. Very good. It's Brennan Lee Mulligan, Lou, I don't remember his last name, Erika Ishii, and still having trouble remembering the names of the GM and the fourth player, but I love them both. They're both really, really good. Lou Wilson, that's the one, yes. Namps, yeah. My muggles, yeah. It's really funny. They basically all, as adults, get their, like, definitely not Hogwarts letters from owls, and they're like, okay, sure, like, let's get in there. Or if they're not adults, then they're like older teenagers, not like they're like a couple years older than you're supposed to be. I don't remember what it is specifically. The details, they elude me. So they all show up and they realize really quickly, they learn that they're part of basically like a cultural outreach program. Like, they're the first, like, non-wizards to be brought into this completely cut off from the outside world wizard school. And it's like a whole thing. Like, everybody knows who they are. They're like the representatives of, like, the outside world. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like it a lot. Brennan Lee Mulligan plays a homeless kid from the Midwest who is way too relatable to me. And it every now and then it makes me uncomfortable how hard I laugh at some of the jokes about, like, you know, I bring it up a lot because it hits so hard, but he has a little aside where he's just like, oh yeah, by the way, you know, when you're looking at the value menu on a McDonald's, the desserts are actually a lot more calorie dense for the dollar value. And Lou just goes, I feel like you know that for the wrong reasons. And it's like, yeah, I've been there. It's oof. It's good. It's really funny. You mess with the goat, you get the horns. I need a drink? Why do I need a drink? I didn't get a water redeem, did I? No. Kids on Brooms, that's the system. Kids on Brooms. I Need Wet was originally Kids on Bikes, but someone hacked the system for running games with magic. Oh, that rules. Okay, that's very funny. There's also a system called Kids on... Okay, literally just TTRPG Stranger Things. That was a show I watched a few years ago that was very fun. Okay, there's that hydrate. Abria Iyengar is the GM. Okay, I'm gonna have to lock that in. I've seen somebody play a 90s boy band themed tabletop game once. I'd believe it. I'd play that. Are you kidding me? That sounds great. Where did I leave my water? It's downstairs. I'll go get it when I catch up on chat. We talking Wizard at Waverly Place? No, we're talking about Misfits and Magic. Brennan has some A-grade rants in Misfits. It's so good. I love his rants in Misfits and Magic. For Smuggles, it's okay. We can use it. It's our word. Has anyone played the Steam game Secret Agent Wizard Boy and the International Crime Syndicate? I have not, but I love a game with an overly long name. I love a game with an overly long name. I love an anime with an overly long name. What's the name of the show? Misfits and Magic on D20. So the Little Rock 9, but hopefully less racism and more magic. I think it is a pretty direct. I think they might even reference that on the show. Or maybe that was just, maybe Misty brought it up. Abria Iyengar. Abria Iyengar. Okay, cool. K-pop Demon Hunters DTRPG when? You could probably run it in a lot of different systems. I wonder if in the future there will be role-playing games about modern life prior to the invention of the internet. I think there already is. Like, I feel like that's kind of what Kids on Bikes is, right? I mean, like, that has the Stranger Things element, but, like, a lot of TTRPGs have some sort of hi! Disney Queen, welcome in. Thank you for following. Welcome to the company. You're one of us. Now, report to the arsenal for your standard issue equipment and morale officer. We'll be with you shortly. It's a pleasure to have you. I'm going to go grab my water. I'll be right back. I have to drink. I have to drink water. Oh. Go. Yes, Lily, you did throw up on the floor, didn't you? Uh-huh. It was very upsetting. Thanks for that recap. Yeah, of course. It's really good. I really like Misfits and Magic. It's a fun one. I like every bit of Dimension 20 that I've seen, but getting to see Brennan Lee Mulligan as a player is like such a treat. Because Brennan Lee Mulligan, kind of in similar ways to like when I watch like ContraPoints content or something, Brennan Lee Mulligan is one of those people where it's like, feels like sort of like one of the like aspects, like end game aspects that I'm going for as a person, just generally, you know? I there's a lot of overlap. Not like one-to-one, but a lot of overlap. Brendan is great on Critical Role. I'm already so far behind though. I do want to go and watch that. That might be enough to get me into Critical Role. Inspector Waffles is a fun point-click investigation Steam game. You play as a cat, and the whole game is full of cat puns. Adorable. We had our own bike train here where I live. What is a bike train? What do you mean? BRB, Lurk, we'll see you later, Jill. Yeah, Lily cry. Yeah, she scream. You screaming? You screaming, Lily? Yeah. Isn't ContraPoints a transmedicalist or whatever the term is? No? No. ContraPoints specifically, like, had a whole thing dunking on transmedicalists. I don't know. I don't engage with ContraPoints, like, Twitter side, because I just don't engage with Twitter in general. But most of the, like, wild shit that I hear about Contra comes from, like, the Twitter engagement, or, like, just stuff on the Reddit. And I'm just not terribly interested in it. Also, Erica's character meltdown, when she's just telling herself I'm dark, I'm spooky, while other characters are like, you okay there, bud? Yeah, I really liked that. Erika Ishii's character is phenomenal. But Rowling copied Wizard School from Ursula Le Guin. Yeah, but like it's, you know, it's the more in the common conception, I guess, you know. My hope is that in the future, Wizard School will be to J.K. Rowling as Cthulhu is to H.P. Lovecraft, a breadth of wonderful creative works completely divorced from the author to the point that most people don't even know who who H.P. Lovecraft is. Sorry, I was filling in the wrong things. No, yeah, and so like the thing is like that kind of is part of the movement behind like separating from Rowling, like culturally, is there already were a bunch of Magic School like books, like Nicholas said, before Harry Potter. Harry Potter was just like the one that really hit it big, you know? Like, so like, yeah, it's and like, I don't even think, like, I have a lot of detachment from Harry Potter being the only magical school myself, because I never read Harry Potter, and I watch a lot of anime. So a lot of my like magical school, like what I think of when especially if I'm thinking about trashy magical school stuff, is all anime bullshit, you know? And some of them definitely skew closer to like that, like very stereotypically British, like Magic Academy kind of thing, but there is a lot of magical school content out there if that's something that you're into. Bike trains are just where people bike and everyone who participates comes in droves. Interesting, okay. Very cool. Bike train sounds like a bunch of carts pulled by a single bike. Yeah. It's like a bunch of side carts. I haven't watched ContraPoints in years, but I admire her fortitude in being able to consume vast amounts of brain rot to critique. ContraPoints is both aspirational and a cautionary tale for myself. Because, like, I love so much of what Contra does, and I think a lot of, like, I really, really, really like the content Contra produces. Or Natalie, I guess. And then there's the side of her that is like a terminally online Twitter dunker. And it gets her into so much trouble, and she says stupid shit pretty, like, not like insanely frequently, but like frequently enough that like I you know, every time I talk about being like a fan of ContraPoints, I have somebody who comes up with something that's like, oh, well, what about this thing? Or what about that thing? And it's like, every time I've looked into it, it has been like a wildly spun out of context like Twitter thing, or a valid critique that like, fair point, yeah, no, that is a pretty bad look, don't love that, but like not enough for me to like excise all of the other positive things that have come out of you know, her content and my like parasocial relationship with her. I love Brennan and Lou. They're great. The bromance is so great. Yes. Oh my god. Brennan and Lou on Game Changer during the Survivor game. Fucking fantastic. Stella. I love Lou Wilson. Lou Wilson, I think, has become like probably like I have like my like 3 or 4 favorite like Dropout performers, creators, individuals, personalities, I guess, and like Lou and Brennan occupy like 2 of those slots, you know? And then it's like, I don't know, Erika Ishii and it's tough. It's tough. I really like keep forgetting the names. I keep forgetting the name at the moment that I have to bring up names. It's all gone. Vic is great. Yeah, Vic is great. Yeah, Vic Michaelis. Vic Michaelis is excellent. Jacob Wysocki. I love Jacob Wysocki. The fucking god. Why can't I remember the name? Abby? Whatever. I don't need to go through my like Dropout tier list. No, not Ashley. Ashley? No, not Ashley. As a litmus test, can I ask how many people know the Brothers Grimm fairy stories? I read some Brothers Grimm when I was a kid. Harry Potter is an unstoppable force at this point, but hopefully Rowling will be forgotten like other bigots. Maybe like Lovecraft. Rowling will be somewhat less terrible later in life as well. So I think the problem with Rowling, right? The problem with engaging with J.K. Rowling's content as like an even mildly like socially aware individual is if any money you spend on anything Harry Potter branded is currently actively and proudly being used by J.K. Rowling. Like, she's said that she uses the proceeds, like she uses her money that she gets from the Harry Potter franchise to actively attack trans rights. Like, that is, so like, it's not even just like, hey, the creator of the thing you like is kind of problematic. It's like, hey, the creator of the thing you like is genuinely using the money that she gets from you to make a minority group's life worse on like a legislative level. And so as much as it may kind of self-perpetuate just off of like the average person's like hype and attachment to the property, I do take a little bit more like, I was about to say umbrage, which would have been a funny pun, but I had to stop myself because I need it to be known. I do not know what that character is like other than the fact she's a bitch, and I like the word umbrage. It bugs me a little bit more when it's somebody who is alive and very rich and profiting off of these things that she is then turning around and using to fund like government legislation against a minority group like that. It's like they're separating the author from the work, which like if you like the material and you're, I don't know, stealing it, like good for you, rad. Honestly, based. But like once you start paying for like anything branded that is connected to her like estate at all, that's something that I kind of have beef with. Did I miss anything? Not really. We're just talking about Dropout, and I'm beefing with phenomenally wealthy turf that I have no power to actually affect. Jacob and Vic together are incredible. Yes, every time Vic and Jacob are on Very Important People, stellar episode. Actively involved in legislation. Yeah, exactly. Like it's easy to separate like or to like critique Lovecraft as like a historical figure because like by the time his work got really popular, he was dead. And it kind of seemed like he was coming out of his little freak zone anyway. Like you can it's like arguable. Like you can have a discussion on whether you think H.P. Lovecraft was like coming around or if it was just like, you know, nearing the end of life and trying to like make good with God or something. There's plenty of like wiggle room there, but like that's the thing. It's a historical discussion. This is not a living person we're dealing with anymore. And so like he exists purely in the space of like historical and literary critique. Whereas Rowling is a living person doing terrible things to people who don't deserve it. And that makes it a lot more complicated, you know? I don't spend any money on anything that gives money to her. I don't engage with Harry Potter at all. Rowling's evil and I'd never give her a cent. Yeah, that's fair. We need to rewrite Harry Potter, changing just enough to make it legally distinct with a trans protagonist. Yeah. In comes Harriet Porber, trans wizard Harriet Porber, and the what was it, the something Parasaurolophus or whatever it is. The Chuck Tingle books. The 2 copies of Harry Potter I own were from the library after I got water damaged on 1, and 5 was old and worn, so they just gave it to me. Nice. Again, I genuinely, like, I don't have a problem with anybody, like, enjoying the media itself. Like, I like stuff written by terrible people. I'm a big fan of Ender's Game, and Orson Scott Card is an awful man. Is he still alive? Is? I don't know. Either way, bad dude. Made something that genuinely, like, stellar. Kind of contradicts his real world politics in a lot of shocking ways once you know what he's like. And, you know, I'm not even saying that it has to be that way. Like, I also like problematic media. I like reading things where I can come away from it going, I don't really agree with what this was saying, but I like parts of it. I like peeling it apart. I like finding out why I didn't like the message that it was saying. You know, you expand your perspective by reading stuff or consuming media that is separate from your perception of the world, you know? Pretty sure Orson's dead? All right, noted. What about the films? Forget the merch, etc. The films, I think, are different because so many people were involved in those. A lot of massive supporters of the communities. So, but the thing is like, if you're paying for the movies now, like everybody who was involved, for the most part, with the way movies work, everybody or most of the people who were involved, unless they had unless they were like main cast or something and ended up getting like residuals worked into their contracts on subsequent movies, they don't earn any money from the actual like money spent on the films. Most of it goes to Rowling and like the production houses, right? So I would still say pirate it. Like don't buy it. Like the lion's share of the money going to like the movies would go to Rowling still. And I would say that I would rather not like engage with that. I'm not the arbiter of morality, the final like say on what is right and wrong, but that is something that I would personally like not do. Oh shit, he's still alive? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I keep thinking that Orson Scott Card's dead, and he's not. I like the movie The Other Guys, but I do not like Mark Wahlberg. Yeah, fair. This is a joke. Yeah, I like written text where I like written texts that were made by highly problematic people, like the Constitution. Yeah, exactly. Watch it at Roger's house. He's always jolly to see you, no matter your gender, unlike Joanne. Precisely. But yeah, no, I mean, like my favorite book that I have ever read, although we'll have to see once I finish Ancillary Justice, because I really, really like Ancillary Justice. It might, by the end of it, might be competing with Dune for my favorite book. I have to see where it goes, but I'm like locked in. It speaks very specifically to me in ways that are really, really cool. But my favorite book as of recording is Dune. And Frank Herbert's got some weird fucking takes. And I kind of like that. Like, I like reading this book written by like just a freaky guy with a lot of like over the top ruminations on why he thinks the way he thinks. I think that's fascinating and really, really interesting. And it gives me a little bit more insight into how like humanity as a whole operates, you know? Dune fucking slaps. It does. Dune rules. Dune's awesome. You know, Dune also has a lot of really weird takes in it, and sometimes I really love them. Like, I don't agree with them, but it's really interesting to see them, like, folded into an entire, like, sci-fi world, just, like, completely, like, with his whole ass, you know? Dune, not your favorite? Not your favorite? Oh my god, Spirals. By the way, you need to finish reading the sexology. I do, yeah. I think after I read Ancillary Justice, I might go and do, is it Heretics and then Chapter House? I have to look it up again. I always forget. Dune. Yeah, we got Dunes right here. Dune got best sound, a lot of sand apparently blowing around left and right. I will say that Joanne Rowling did one good thing. She helped raise 3 staunch transgender advocates, bless their hearts. Yeah, that's true. The whole main cast like completely breaking with her after the fact is pretty rad, actually. Oh. Do I go and play a game or do I keep on chatting here? I don't know if I have that much else to say. I seriously, for a split second, had a thought the other day that I killed James Tolkien. I showed my nephew the first 2 Back to the Future films, and when I headed upstairs afterwards, saw some post on Facebook that James Tolkien had died. Like, what are the odds? Those seem like very unconnected things to me, but like, who knows? I don't know. My least favorite part about the Dune movies is in the part there's a high-pitched fuzzy buzzing that made my tinnitus not happy. That's fair. Understandable. Reasonable. I get that. Yeah, Dune, Messiah, Children, God Emperor of Dune, Heretics, then Chapter House. Okay, I was right. Fuck yeah. He played Strickland? Oh. I still don't understand how watching the movie killed him, but, you know. We like to connect. We like to make patterns. The monkey brain enjoys that. Jill, you want a little... Art! There. How's that? You good? Oh shit. I need to go turn off the noisemaker. Whoops. What game would you be playing? Probably Fido Pooty Samurai again. And then I might start on Nier Automata on Thursday. I don't know. Let me go turn off that noisemaker real quick. Chat, game, how about Bark? Fair. Understandable. I'll be right back. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were just waiting for me to stand up, huh? You are such a menace. What? You want more treats? You threw up after I gave you treats last time. And you want more? You say your belly's empty now? You need more treats? Good lord. You're incorrigible, Lily. You were shredding your chair just then? Yeah, she does that. I vote for Merc to read the entire Dune series to chat. I think I would get, like... I think I'd get in trouble from, like, the Frank Herbert estate. I'm pretty sure, like, a full, complete story time. Yeah. Yeah, Lily, is this what you want? This is how I'm gonna have to sit now, thanks. Is she settling in? Oh my god. I think I'd probably get copyright claimed. I was just reading the entirety of Dune. On Discord, yeah, I might. I am reading through them, but they're like super unprofessional like recordings. So I don't know how many people I want to hear them because they're goofy. But yeah, maybe. Sitting like that is fine by us. Yeah, okay, noted. Let's see. I'm ready to read the entire Dune series to chat. Read a legally distinct version of Dune with all trans characters. Paul's already trans. You can't change my fucking mind on that. I mean, I'm not saying that I love Nier as a game. I totally haven't bought it for streamers to play it to completion, nor am I saying that I may be partially responsible for getting cosplay for multiple streamers or pushing exceptionally hard for a certain gender fluid Finster, it's Finster, to do the cosplay as well. Not saying any of that, of course not. Janky Merc is fine by me. Alright, good to know. Good to know. Glad that I'm holding my position here. You know? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll end up posting the Dune recordings that I do, which I have to do the second chapter tomorrow on my day off. I have not been waking up early enough to do it because I need like 45 minutes to an hour of like complete silence to record it. So I have to get up before Faith is up and around because like making her be quiet completely for like an hour on a day off is just kind of impolite, you know? Raw and unedited. Raw, uncut Dune. Cruel? I know, it is. Also, we've had a couple of the we've had the just chatting like this without any background music, and we've had the just chatting with like the quiet lo-fi. What do we prefer? Do we prefer the lo-fi in the background, or do we like it just being silent so that you can insert your own music while you're listening? You like the lo-fi? Yeah? Lo-fi? We like the lo-fi? We like the lo-fi? Okay. Wasn't sure. Yes, Lily, that's right. Whale sounds. Classic. Oh, that's not lo-fi. That's a song that'll get me copyright claimed. Gives a little bit of something. A little bit of something to hold the attention. Oh, that might be too loud. I was like, that. Is that... I guess I could like bring it up on my phone, take a look. Can I ask where the bunny stream went? So it didn't get published. Like my auto publishing got turned off on that stream, and I had to go back and like retroactively publish like the next 2 streams after that. The bunny stream itself, I am currently leaving unpublished because it technically is a TOS violation because I didn't have enough of my hips covered. Can barely hear it? Okay, I'll turn it up a little bit more then. I think we can barely hear it, but I want it to still be like audible. Fingernail tapping ASMR, yeah. Lo-fi death metal. No, yeah. So that VOD, I'm gonna try downloading it and putting it up in like I have to get a Google. Oh, God. I have to get a Google Drive, like an actual professional Google Drive subscription, so that I can start uploading VODs directly to that for when I get when I finally assemble the editing crew. This music would be great for Fury Buri. How dare you be too fuckable in Twitch's eyes? Yeah, I know, right? Unfortunately, you could see like the lower, the lower like 4 centimeters of the area colloquially assigned to be my hips. So, not allowed. crime. Banished for 1,000 years. I need to stop that redeem? Why? Wait, which stop? Which one? Because, like, there was a confusing little moment where people didn't know if they were telling me to stop doing something or if I was supposed to say stop that to them in a demeaning way, you know? Computer says no. What do you mean? What do you mean? You just have to sound. Computer says no. Got to go to Helsinki. What is that? Was that Little Britain? I think is the show, right? God. Watched a bunch of Little Britain when I was working at the Renaissance Fair. The band Hatebeak. It's a metal band with a parrot as a singer. That's fucking wild. I love that. What the fuck? You got Little Britain in the US? Yeah, if you're cool. It was on Netflix for a while. I don't think it's not anymore, but back in like when Netflix was first getting into streaming, like a solid like 80% of its like what it could afford to have was like foreign shows of some sort in America, you know? So it was like a lot of anime, like not like the really big anime, but like a lot of anime that didn't really have another home because Crunchyroll wasn't a thing yet. It was basically just like Funimation and Netflix. And I think Funimation was even like pretty late to the party overall. So Netflix was just a lot of like Spanish movies, a lot of French films, a lot of UK based media, a lot of Japanese stuff. Mostly anime from Japan, but there were other things as well. So I actually watched a lot of like foreign film and TV when I was a teenager because I had a Netflix subscription and wanted to watch cool stuff and didn't care about like subtitles. Which, like, you know, usually you can, the subtitles aren't too bad. It is particularly rough when you're watching British television because that's just entirely unintelligible, but Tom Baker's my favorite sci-fi monster. Yes. Wow. These fuck-ass companies have just reinvented cable. Yeah. Netflix used to be so good, now it's trash. Well, that's the thing. Once a company, like... So, like that's just, like, the capitalist, like, corporate cycle, right? Like, when you're starting out, you have to be novel and interesting and at least sort of customer-focused because, like, your competition are the big, like, economy of scale slot machines. So you start by making something that's really valuable and like genuinely kind of innovative in some way, in one way or another, that like fills a gap in the market. And then as you get bigger and you join the big corporation club and the original founders either change their priorities or move out, and like staff expands and operating costs like bloat, they move to producing the cheapest possible product for the lowest cost possible to as many people as possible. And so you end up, it's in shitification, just like with like social media companies and things like that. Same thing with like fast food does it too. Like a lot of fast food places when they start out are like pretty cool. They're pretty good. Like they're bringing something unique to the table. And then as they get more popular and they standardize everything and want to appeal to like broader and broader and broader audiences, they make things intentionally worse because it's cheaper and easier to produce. And they also, it's easier to replace labor on something that is cheap to produce than it is on something that is really like artisanal crafted, you know? So it also means that you aren't as beholden to your workers and they have less like collective bargaining power because you can just replace them because you automated enough of the systems and simplified the rest of them down to a point where it's easier to train new people than like pay the people you have a decent wage to keep your experienced workers. Dude, don't get me started on fast food. Fucking Taco Bell 4 years ago, $20 would get my whole family meals. We had Taco Bell the other day, $60 for all of us to eat. It's insane. Yeah, and part of that is inflation. which has been pretty bad. But it also, yeah, no, it is just like just cranking up the costs, because if like they all do it kind of at the same time, like, what are you gonna do? Go somewhere else? It's $60 everywhere else too. You were my favorite streamer. Who am I kidding? You still are. Yeah, that's right. I can make fun of the UK all I want, and you'll keep coming back. Populaire was a fun French rom-com about speed typewriting after World War II. That sounds really cool, actually. It's a tech version of an old economic strategy. You join a space and price out the competition at a huge loss until you have a soft monopoly and user dependency, and then you jack the profits. Yeah, it's like how Walmart and other big like department stores, or like I guess like would department store be the right way to say it? Like places like Walmart, big chains will enter like small communities, run at a loss for a couple of years to kill all of the local competition, and then jack their prices up once there's nobody left to compete with, and start extracting all of the economic value from those communities and exporting it elsewhere. It's a huge part of why poor areas stay poor, is instead of that money getting recirculated into the local economy and like building up an area, it all gets mined by these like corporate chains that then just redistribute it and invest it somewhere else, and you know focus it in some other location, you know. Also lots of union busting. Well, yeah, union busting too. That's been a really long process. Like the American workers' rights are in a really dire place. You don't really have many. Like, in some states it's a little bit better. Like there are states that have kind of better workers' rights or better expectations, but you really are, for the most part, beholden to whatever the companies are willing to give you. And the main levers we have is like social pressure on those companies, which comes down mostly to like local populations in specific areas, because there isn't like a national will to pressure corporate interests to treating us better, because so many of us are indoctrinated into thinking that we're all like temporarily inconvenienced billionaires, and once we have the boot on somebody else's neck, it'll actually be super based and cool, and that's the way that everything should work. I'd like to know what other British comedies you got over there, such as Only Fools and Horses. I didn't have Only Fools and Horses. I did have Red Dwarf, but I didn't end up watching it when I was a kid. I watched some of the UK version of The Office, but I was a little bit young for it, so it didn't like click with me. I like it more as an adult, but still haven't watched that much of it. The In-Betweeners. I really liked The In-Betweeners. I thought that was a really fun show. Misfits, I think, is British. I watched the first season or two of Misfits, and I liked that a lot. Skins? Did I watch Skins? I think I might have watched the first episode of Skins. It was on Netflix. I think I watched the first episode of it, and it didn't click with me at the time. Oh yeah, IT Crowd. I watched some IT Crowd. IT Crowd's really good. I've only seen a couple episodes, but I really liked what I saw. I just never really settled in to watch more of it. But very solid. Kind of in the same way I only just started watching It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like, last year. Despite the fact that it's, like, exactly up my alley and something that I would, like, really enjoy. It's just sort of like, you know, one of those things that I just haven't quite... God, it is so hard to sit comfortably with you back here, Lily. Water? What's that? It's a mixer, Patsy. We have it sometimes with vodka. Oh, hey, they've got screwdrivers. No, that's just orange. That's just orange juice, Charlie. What, like the mixer? People are just out here drinking straight mixer? Just matters that Lily is comfy. Yeah, exactly. Misfits was brilliant. I really liked Misfits. Holds out coffee mug. No, this is for me. I need my entire, like, liter of coffee or I'll lose my mind. I wish there was more Mighty Boosh episodes. I liked what I've seen of Mighty Boosh. Have you seen Frisky Dingo? Frisky Dingo, I think, is made by the same people as Mighty Boosh, if I remember correctly. I really liked it. I liked Frisky Dingo a lot. It was kind of like Archer before Archer, you know, but with a bit more of that like classic James Bond camp than Archer has. I think you'd love Red Dwarf. I probably would. Everybody I know who's watched Red Dwarf says it's really good. Also, I guess I should make it known that I watched Frisky Dingo when I was like 17, so I don't know if it holds up, but I remembered liking it a lot when I was a kid, when I was a teenager. Just wishing and hoping that they make a new series of RD. Which one's RD? Wait, what's... Oh, Red Dwarf. Gotcha. Okay. Yep, that makes sense. Makes sense that you would abbreviate the thing that you've said the name of 4 times. Did you check out Lex yet? I have not. It's been in my list, and I keep meaning to, and I haven't. I should watch Lex. What am I watching? Right now I'm watching Invincible. I haven't watched more Gachakuda, but it's really good, and I'm looking forward to watching more of it. And I'm watching through Mobile Suit Gundam Witch from Mercury with my partners at the moment, because one of them hasn't seen it yet. We're in the last couple episodes there, so we're almost done with that. I don't know what... We have a show slated for after Witch from Mercury, but I don't remember what it is anymore. I'm also rewatching Psych, because I really like... God, I love Psych. I always forget how much of my like early personality was patterned after Sean Spencer, which is both a compliment and condemnation. Psych was so good. I fucking love Psych. Fallout, that's right. We're also watching Fallout. We're not caught up. We haven't seen it all yet, but we are a couple episodes deeper than we were before. Psych is so dumb, but it's such a fun show. Yeah, no, Psych is like genuinely a good like detective story, but also pretty absurdist in a way that I find really charming. Is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. on the list? It is not. I watched a couple episodes of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and it seemed pretty cool, but I'm kind of like, I have a lot of stuff to watch and I don't know if I have the like willpower to get into the Marvelverse at this point. There's just so much. Just noticed the stream title. Hey, how you doing? I've been wanting to watch the new Scrubs show. I don't know how it is. I watched a pretty good chunk of Scrubs. Not really because I was super interested in Scrubs, but because both my brother and one of my like childhood and teenage year best friends was super into Scrubs. So I ended up watching Scrubs incidentally, a lot. Have you seen Justified with Timothy Olyphant and Walter Goggins? It's Walter Goggins, right? It's not Walton Goggins. Is it Walton Goggins? No, it's Walter Goggins, right? Am I crazy? Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is pretty standalone because the movie studio didn't really mess with it as much. It's Walton? It's Walton Goggins? No way. Oh my god, it is. I've been saying his name wrong this whole time. Walton Goggins. That is a tongue twister. I'm gonna get fucked up on that real bad. That's like somebody hits me with the first name Walton, and I'm going to expect them to be like some old money like corporate like heir or something. And then the Goggins comes in, and I'm like, okay, never mind. This is somebody who must have gotten an art degree. Like, I feel like you don't make it out of high school with a last name like Goggins without being a little disillusioned with the system, you know? He's in the Righteous Gemstones, which I absolutely have to watch because the Righteous Gemstones is about the culture I grew up in, and it's probably going to stress me out a lot. Can't believe it's Walton. I can't believe it's Walton. I feel like a fool. I feel like I've played myself. All right. I think it's time. I think we've been going for a minute. I can't believe it's not butter. What is it? What's the it's I have to double check something. It's like the when I can't believe it's not butter when I get hit with that. It's my brain goes to maybe she's born with it, maybe it's margarine, which is a metaphor of the, you know, maybe she's born with it, maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know why that just tickles me so much, but it does, because I'm easily entertained, like an infant with the keys being jangled. You know, I like fucking up quotes a lot. It's not okay, but that's thanks, Crackle. But yeah, you could watch AOS and enjoy it without needing a degree in MCU. That's good. Maybe I'll give it a try. Their middle name is Halton. Walton Halton Goggins the third. Whoa! He's Walton Halton Goggins the third? Wait, for anybody who's in chat right now, I was almost, I'm not gonna dox my dad's name, even if I really can't stand him, but I almost had a Walton Halton Goggins the third ass name, but I would have been the fourth. Like, it was fully like aristocrat first name, aristocrat second name, like bog standard, like Scottish last name, like all the way through, and I would have been the fourth. And my mom was like, we're not doing that to our child. We're not naming our child the fourth of anything. I am not going to have my kid go through school being a fourth. Oh, you're shit talking with the middle name bit? Motherfucker! I can't, alright, whatever. I can't believe you would do this to me, Squinty. I can't believe I just got pranked like that. I can. This is why, I see, this is how these bits go, right? Like, I was totally incredulous about Walton. I was completely like, there's no way, like, you're fucking with me. There's no way his first name is Walton. And then, like, the, my cynicism was cracked when I realized that his first name is Walton, and then Squinty comes in and hits me with a fake middle name when I'm already, like, susceptible, when I'm suggestible already. How dare you, Squinty? How dare you? I like putting my name in its old forms. It's funny to me. Fair. Reasonable. I've been to the Lakewood in Houston. My family was thrilled by it. I was disgusted by it. We fought about it the whole way home. What's the Lakewood? Is that a plantation? Is that what it is? That sounds like a plantation trip. That was good trolling. If anyone can guess my full name, I would marry them on the spot. Chris, you're just trying to goof people into marrying you. Well, I feel like you benefit much more from this scheme. Hey Emma, how you doing? Lakewood Baptist, the Joel megachurch. Oh, okay, also bad. Also bad. Megachurches have always fucking freaked me out. And, like, getting to watch my parents go from, like, genuine, like, still, like, conservative Christian, like, kind of rural folk with some bad ideas about other demographics, but, like, deeply, like moonshiner redneck culture where, like, you don't trust the cops or the government or, like, the church because they're trying to tell you how to live your life, and, you know, that's not what we do. Watching them go from that and falling down, like, the prosperity gospel, like, megachurch, like bootlicker pipeline was really weird for me as a kid, because, like, for the whole, like, first half of my developmental phase of my childhood, it was like them instilling in me that you just never trust authority. You just don't do it. It's bad, and they always have your, like, they never have your best interests at heart. Which itself is, like, it's got its own problematic aspects, you know? Like, I don't obviously fully embrace that anymore, even if I do lean towards it still. And then watching them become, like, institutional bootlickers as the evangelical bloc got more and more powerful in American politics. Wild. Really strange thing to see. Because, like, they were never progressive, you know? But they were, like, kind of like the like platonic idea of, like, a conservative leaning libertarian. And then they just became, like, full-on authoritarians that still say that they're, like, about personal freedom, which is just, like, a wild ride. I'm a good dog? Good dog, Emily. The mega cults, yeah. If anyone can guess my full name, I'll cook them a huge free meal. Not a joke. Even people who I've told my name to can't remember how crazy my name is. Valid. If you have a middle name, I give up. They had a Starbucks inside the lobby? That is next level. That is crazy. Hey, hold on. Can you say that again, Merc? Wow. You have to redeem it if you want me to say it again. The first one's free. You know, I operate like a drug dealer from a 90s anti-crime movie. Emma, you want a little... Hello? You want a little talking about the pipeline of disaffected rural anti-authoritarians to evangelical government bootlicker? Ew. A little bit. Hey, listen to the politics, but look at my collarbones. There we go. Pay attention. The politics are right down here. Ew. I can get like, we can do a little bit of that, you know? For religious reasons, my grandfather wanted to name me Obadiah. I could have been Obi for short. Damn. I had a religiously chosen first name as my dead name, and if you know enough about, like, Christian religious names or Jewish religious names, honestly, because there's a lot of overlap, you can probably guess my dead name if you know my chosen name and know that they're kind of similar. Merc, you got to put your thighs away. Chat can't think. I like it when they can't think. It makes them more suggestible, and then I can imprint my ideas on them and create a loyal army of followers. That's the goal. That's the end game. Nice politics. Thank you. I'm looking grammatically. Cult of thighs? Yeah. I practice thigh-ideology. Talking about politics, it's crazy that Trump has become so bad that Fuentes misses Obama. Nick Fuentes, okay. I'm gonna go on a bit of a tear for a second here. Nick Fuentes is such a fascinating brand of loser. And, like, I'm not even saying this just because he's a fascist, which, like, is enough to get that, like, branding automatically. But, like, He is like... He's like a human crystallization of like 4chan incel rage. You know? Like, he doesn't actually have like clear politics or like an objective that is any kind of coherent. He's just like this roiling mess of like Christo-fascist like angst, you know? With a not insignificant amount of, and you know, I'm not just like a every homophobe is gay kind of person, but like Nick Fuentes, you know, talks about how scary he thinks vaginas are, and then like gets really excited every time he sees a hot dude in a propaganda piece or something. Like, that is the most closeted 4chan doomer I have ever seen. That guy is fucking nuts. I just watched the, I had kind of been like tangentially aware of Nick Fuentes just because of like the circles that I've traveled in. But I've never really felt the need to go and look into his content or anything. And then Big Joel released a, who's a YouTuber that I really like. A decent chunk of you have probably seen videos by Big Joel, or even a lot of them. It's kind of like me bringing up like ContraPoints or Abigail Thorne. Like, it's one of the big, you know, leftist creators. Yeah, Big Joel just did a Nick Fuentes like deep dive, and learning more about that was I'm glad I didn't have to do it firsthand, because holy shit, it is a bizarre ride. Nick Fuentes would literally provide free HRT and abortions him fucking self if it was considered edgy. No, yeah, that's exactly it. Like, he has no ideology. Like he espouses ideology, but only insofar as it upsets other people. Like, he does the same thing to like established conservative like politicians or talk show hosts that he does to like liberals, leftists, or even centrists. Like, he's just there to like farm angst and to like content farm. You know, he's like a shock jock. He's just there to upset people. Like, that's his whole ideology. My parents made my first name after a good place to kill a turkey, and they act like they put so much care and thought into it, and it's just a synonym for field. Wild. That's nuts. Nick Fuentes is so oddly magnetic in the least charismatic way I can put into words, but it's like watching a train crash, but in human form. No, I think that's fair. It's kind of like the same, it's similar to like the whole Asmongold thing, right? Like, it's a lot of people who have no other community and nothing but like ambient, like they're angry, but they don't care to actually analyze why their life sucks and they're angry, so they just like blame it on the first, like, everything. It's not even just like one thing, it's like everything. It's women, it's minorities, it's the government, except for the 3 guys they like, and they're obviously fixing everything. It's like it like, you know, it's like a shotgun blast of just like you know, my problems aren't my fault. Like, they have to be literally everything else. And there are things beyond themselves that are causing them to have, like, that are contributing them having shit lives and like bad times. But it gets scooped up into this like us versus them, like, fascist pipeline, instead of actually like learning about these systems and like social pressures and forces that are genuinely like making their lives worse. It's a lot of rage that often, not always, but often comes from a real place, like a real problem, like it's legitimate, but wildly misdirected. You think he lets Catboy Gaming sheath it? I don't know who that is. Definitely an interesting study subject. I agree. Yeah. Somebody donate $3 to have her write politics on her thigh. Oh my god. Wait, so during the subathon, I had it's pretty much all gone now, but when I do my body writing, I do it with a tattoo pen because it's pretty easy to get off with just like some alcohol and water, like rubbing alcohol and water and some soap after a stream, but it stays pretty well. I forgot to wash it off after the 24-hour stream because it had been so long. And so I just, I had Chris was here written on my inner thigh, and I like went out in these shorts to like a restaurant and didn't realize until like halfway through the line that I still had like writing on my thigh. And I was like, geez. Uh-oh. Like, Nick Fuentes is literally nothing but a LARPer and a grifter. Like, he's so exclusively a LARPer and a grifter that he has no opinions. It's literally only what is considered edgy at any moment. Right, and I think the problem, I think why he's so effective as an influencer, but not as any kind of meaningful political figure, is that he is just socially conscious enough, he's just socially aware enough to guide and ride those currents. Like, he's good at identifying what the people he's interested in drawing in are mad at, and then just like stoking the fires, you know? Like, he is not like completely incompetent, which is part of what's frustrating. Like, he's halfway between a grifter and exactly the kind of person that he is appealing to, you know? Like, he rides those tides of collective, like, social anger and unrest, and like, I think he does buy into them, you know? Like, he's pretty genuine about being a terrible person. I think he like falls halfway between like a full-on grifter and like really buying his own bullshit, you know? Let's see, what did I miss? Literally, he's a self-hating queer person. What flavor of queer is up for debate, obviously, but he's clearly not exactly a straight cis dude. There's something there that's at least a bit off. Yeah, absolutely. He's just there to be annoying. He's there to profit off of being annoying, but yeah. He is passionate about upsetting people, and like, I think that makes him worse, you know? Like, it does seem like he takes a lot of joy, or gets a lot of joy from like being the biggest pain in the ass possible. And like, that's not like a glaze. Like, him being genuine about being a bad person is not like, it's not good. It's Mark's fault specifically that I don't have a puppy girl harem. I'll be seeing you at court, Missy. Yeah, fair enough. Good luck getting me to show up. Remember when Nick Fuentes was at a nightclub with Andrew Tate and some coked up assholes, and he said, and he's bringing over some bitch. I just saw this. Yeah, I just saw that clip for the first time because I, again, watched another thing on, Clavicular. That's him. That's the mogging guy. The, like, looks maxer, incel Jesus that they've got right now. Who's in bed with Fuentes. Probably not literally, but maybe literally. And yeah, he said they were bringing over some bitches, and Nick Fuentes looked viscerally uncomfortable and said, please don't. Yeah, no, yeah. What was written? I had Chris was here written on my inner thigh. Did anyone ask who Chris was? No. No, so here's the fun thing about being outside. Most people do not give a shit about whatever you're doing. Like, I could be dressed up in like a full like drag fit with like platform heels and like a glittering cape and like nipple pasties, and like people would look at me kind of funny, but like nobody would engage with it, or very, very rarely would people actually engage with it. Like, most of the time in my experience, unless you look uncomfortable, unless you like are giving off a vibe of like, you know, I feel like I'm out of place here, people won't they won't bring anything up. Like, they'll just be like, shit, that person clearly does this all the time. Like I'm not gonna go try and like break the tension on that. I'm not gonna be the one that says that it's weird. What if everybody's used to this and I'm the one who's being odd? Ambient social pressure is a wild thing, and you can do a lot if you're willing to play around with it. If I'd have known that would happen, I would have gotten a few other things put on her. He's like werewolf in that sense. Yeah, kind of. Estrogen can save her. Oh God, no. If Nick Fuentes transitioned, it would just be Blair White, but like worse. I think estrogen would actually make Nick Fuentes worse. I don't think estrogen can save Nick Fuentes. Have you ever played Werewolf, the Lying Party game? Yeah, I love it. I used to play Werewolf at my book club in high school all the time, which is a thing that I did every Wednesday. I went to the library across the street and I did book clubs. The reason Force Femme is so compelling as a trope is because a lot of these closeted right-wing trolls would clearly benefit from it. No, absolutely. Like, there is a universe, there is a terrible, hateful universe where I don't have, like, the 3 influences I needed to, like, break out of being an evangelical, like, douche bro. And I just become, like, a self-hating, like, militant, closeted trans woman who's being awful to everybody on the internet, you know? Like, there is a multiverse out there. Like, there's a universe where those 3 or 4 people that, like, really helped pull me out of the mud just never talked to me. And there's like a 50-50 that I go down the entirely opposite path that I have here, you know? So it's the we can fix them idea? What is? The, kind of. I think it's less we can fix them and more like, it overlaps with a corruption fetish in a lot of cases. You know, like Force Femme, for a lot of closeted trans people, begins as a fetish because there is so much oppressive ambient and directed social shame towards being trans. So in a similar way to how like consensual non-consent, like CNC fetishes and things like that, where your control is taken from you, like bodice ripper stories and things like that. The fact that there is so much social shame around wanting to indulge in something means that there is a very cathartic experience in fictionally engaging in, or even as in Force Femme, definitely, that in that case it does bleed into real life sometimes, being forced into doing the thing you want to do so that you have plausible deniability to like say like, oh well, it wasn't really my fault, I didn't do it. Like you have that like layer of social defense when confronted by social like repercussions or ostracization, you know? So it becomes sort of like a form of comfort media or a comforting fantasy, despite the fact that like if it was applied uncritically, like a thing done to you in the real world, it would be a horror show. Like it genuinely was some of the most horrible things that like can happen to you, you know? Like having your identity completely stripped. But when it's done in a fantasy, bringing out like a repressed desire, it's a way of safely engaging with something that you're deeply ashamed about. And like that's kind of how a lot of it develops. That's not universally why it happens, but that is a really, really common version of it, you know? There's a universe where I'm an annoying right libertarian workaholic tech bro. Yeah, we all have those paths. Or when Fuentes and Destiny were blowing each other, allegedly. Yeah, I can't find any, like, I've never been able to confirm if that was true, but it would not surprise me at all, you know? Those two spend way too much time together and are way too buddy-buddy for how much they theoretically disagree for me to, like, not see that as, like, a completely viable option. Nick on estrogen, he'd have to start working for Mr. Beast. Oof, oof. Can we just force femme everyone? Where's the transgenderism agenda when you need it? No. Only force femme the people who will like it afterwards. Let's see. Let's see. I can't believe the first real time a trans woman was in the eyes of the wider public was Ava Mr. Beast Tyson. Like, couldn't it at least have been credit card fraud or tax evasion instead of that? So, fun fact, Emily, that's not the first time that we have had like other way bigger representation in mainstream media that people have talked about a lot. But as soon as because the Ava Tyson situation happened in the middle of a hate campaign trying to frame all transgender people as like pedophilic sex pests, it got a ton of press because they finally had a single person who did the thing they're accusing the entire community of. I mean, like, Laverne Cox was like an insanely popular like actor. We have Hunter Schafer. We have a lot of like really prominent like trans people in mainstream spaces, but the media engine only picks up on the ones that they can really use to try and twist a knife into us, you know? Who Cox? Who Schaefer? These are like Hollywood actors in like major films. And like Laverne Cox was in like Orange is the New Black is the thing that I saw her in first, but she's been in a whole bunch of stuff since. Sorry, I was born yesterday. Hunter Schafer is the woman. There was a big like fan push for her to play Zelda from Legend of Zelda. She's in like a bunch of horror movies and stuff. Like really big. I don't know. Vivian Wilson. The estranged self-distanced daughter of Elon Musk. Also pretty big, like popular figure, like on Vogue magazine, like Teen Vogue magazine kind of shit. Like there are a lot of really prominent positive figures. Elliot Page. You know, like we have like tons of people in the mainstream, very well known, but like the media machine doesn't really care about them. You know, like they're out there doing their art and like being prominent figures in the community, but they're not, they aren't useful to the campaign against us. And so they don't like get as much of that kind of like media attention because they're not interested in us existing in any positive, normal, like, or productive way. I mean, normal's a loaded word anyway, but like, you know, operating within the bounds of broader cultural norms, you know? They only care about when it can be weaponized against us. When something bad happens that they can hold the entire group accountable for. It's like the trans shooter thing, where there's been like 3 in the last like 7 years or something, to the like thousands of like mass shootings carried out by cis people, but like trans people are being pushed as the reason that mass shootings happen, you know? It is willful, intentional, like bigoted propaganda. Ava's probably the first trans woman for most of Gen Z. I mean, like, I mean this really genuinely, like, I'm not, this is not an insult, but, like, if your only experience with trans people is, like, a Mr. Beast crew member, you're kind of stuck in the slop economy so deep that I feel like there are other problems to address, you know? Like, that does suck, but, like, I don't think we need, like, more trans representation in the slop cycle. You know, like, I think we can divorce ourselves from that, you know? Like, I think I'm okay with not having, like, really, like, strong representation in the Mr. Beast verse. Elliot Page is now making a TV series on a movie he starred in. Nice. A zombie movie where a conversion therapy lab develops a virus that goes rogue and leaks into the water and starts turning every transgender. The T-virus. Had to vomit that idea out, sorry. Yeah, it's all good. I understand. I feel you. I can't believe Merck herself committed 37 mass shootings just yesterday. Yeah, I've been busy, you know. Trans people are making the gas prices go up. Yeah, no, they're putting estrogen in the water that makes the gasoline gay. I don't know. I think Laverne Cox and Hassan have the hots for each other. Would not shock me. Laverne Cox is a fucking smoke show. I was watching a Let's Play from 7 years ago, and someone dead-named Elliot Page because he wasn't out as trans 7 years ago, but had to check the date to make sure the creator wasn't being transphobic, right? That was what it was like. Like that. I've run into a whole bunch of that kind of stuff. It was more talking about the average person, but yeah, we're not really ever going to get good rep in anything major for another 100 years. Well, that's the thing. We have major representation. It's just not in internet YouTube slop, you know? Like, the Umbrella Academy has been airing and very popular, even if you don't think it's been very good, consistently for the last, like, what, 7 years, 5 years, 6 years, something like that. Like, that is a major average representation to like a norm, like to the regular normie person, you know. But if you're talking about like a social economy where the primary input is like, I don't know, like YouTube content. Trans people are the reason blimps don't exist anymore. Yeah, like trans people are very visible in a lot of places. I mean, we've got only a couple, but like if you're into political spaces, we've got a couple of prominent trans people in politics. If you're into sports, we've got a couple like trans people in sports. Usually those are getting negative like representations. If you're into watching TV shows or movies, we are in enough of those right now that we are at least like semi-regularly showing up. Like Ava Tyson coming out and then having all of the accusations thrown down is like such a tiny blip in like mainstream trans coverage. And like that doesn't mean that it's not the only trans representation that a lot of people have got, but I feel like it does require sort of having blinders on for that to be the only trans person you know about, you know? Never heard of Umbrella Academy? Honey, we're talking worldwide. Mr. Beast is worldwide. Umbrella Academy, whatever, is popular in the USA and some diaspora of chronically online speaking viewer. Oh, what? Umbrella Academy is like a major Netflix production. Like, extremely popular. Wait a second. Are we really being like Mr. Beast is like, I'm sorry, I'm kind of shorting out. Like I'm talking about like major Hollywood films. Like they're also worldwide. Like, what do you mean not worldwide? What's similar in popularity to it? I don't know, like it's like it was like a major like it was like not quite Game of Thrones, but like you know like that kind of like it was prestige TV for a pretty good period. I'm sorry, I'm shorting out at the idea of Mr. Beast having completely eclipsed like Hollywood and like major streaming productions. Like, Umbrella Academy is everywhere. Like, you've seen, even if you've not watched Umbrella Academy, like, you've seen stuff from Umbrella Academy. We're talking world, what do you, what? I'm gonna fucking crash out. No, like, I'm sorry, no, this is a fascinating perspective, Emily. I'm not like mad, I am genuinely baffled by this. This is not like this is a perspective I have not run into. And I guess like I feel like maybe Gen Alpha, if you're talking about Gen Alpha, I could see more of that, but like Gen Z is like a lot older than people think. I don't know, I'm losing my mind. If you showed someone a still of them driving by each other in a car or a photo of Mr. Beast, 1000% people will recognize Umbrella Academy over Mr. Beast. I think I think this is just like an instance of like two very like disparate like culture groups, like as far as like media culture goes, like running into each other. Like I grew up, I guess, being a lot, I don't know, like I'm fascinated. I'm Gen Z here, can confirm Umbrella Academy was major. Right, like Umbrella Academy, like it's less popular in its last like season and a half maybe, but like really popular show. Orange is the New Black is older, so I get that, but Hunter Schafer is like regularly in headlines and in internet discourse. All I know about Umbrella is the goldfish tank person. Yeah, and that's not even from like the seasons that I care about. You know, like I guess they show up in the second season, so maybe that is a little bit more true. Is Mr. Beast big in India and China? Yeah, are they? Yeah, real talk. That's a little bit of that's an uncharitable take on that. I am genuinely really interested in this because like I guess because my audience skews more like yeah, the goldfish dude was a minor character too, right? Looked it up on Wikipedia. It says the first season, 45 million people watched it in the first month. Like that's a lot. I don't know. I mean, like, oh man, it's just fascinating. It is really interesting to me. I guess I'm just not that into that side of YouTube culture. Like, I don't hear about Mr. Beast really, and I know he's like really, really popular and stuff. But that is fascinating. Hey. Wow, wild. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, it's just like hard to reset my brain. I'm good now. I'm set. Yeah, I'm not here to shit on this perspective. I am just genuinely, like, really interested that there is, like, a world where to, like, people and, like, everybody that they know, Mr. Beast is, like, significantly more influential than Hollywood. Like, that makes sense. I get, like, it tracks in retrospect, like, looking back on it, but it is really interesting. I've got to run to the bathroom, but I'll be right back. Anyway, can I ask my affirm? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Ashley. Ashley, I'm really proud of you for keeping up with your work and with the efforts that you've been putting into your transition and meeting the goals you set for yourself. I really appreciate having you around in chat, and I hope that things continue to improve over time, you know? I will be right back. Also, hi Scott. Sorry, I have to pee, and then I'll just like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. I don't understand how one film could possibly be more influential than a platform-defining conglomerate. It's... Hi, I'm back. So I think the thing is like... YouTube is influential, I guess. And I may be underestimating the level to which Mr. Beast is influential on YouTube to specifically like Gen Alpha. Maybe the younger side of Gen Z, but I don't think it's as much as is being pointed out at here. I just don't live in the USA, so we don't get the same ad targeting. That's fair. And, you know, I can't speak to what it's like in other countries. I really don't think it's an age thing. I do. I absolutely do. I live in America where Mr. Beast is like, you know, primarily active, and like most adults that I talk to don't know anything about Mr. Beast or the way that he works because they're not like super invested in YouTube. You know, like people who are really into YouTube are going to like YouTube as like their primary like distribution platform, I guess, for media, are going to know who Mr. Beast is, and a lot of them are probably going to end up watching Mr. Beast content. But like most IRL people I know Mr. Beast. Okay, but real talk, do they know anything about him other than like he's a guy who like makes videos where he gives things to people? Like if I asked, like again, most people that I know, if I said like, oh, Mr. Beast, they'd be like, the YouTube guy? I don't know, like he doesn't come up that often. Mr. Beast is more influential than most news media. Philip DeFranco did a showing of how many viewers / eyes he had versus other media sources, and he didn't just beat them, he dwarfed them. Really? This is interesting. This is fascinating to me because this is genuinely like an entire aspect of the world that I don't run into. Like the extent of my knowledge of I know about Mr. Beast because of like, hi, thank you so much for following, Dando. Welcome to the, is it Dando? Dan, Dada? Hi. Welcome to the company. You're one of us. Now, report to the arsenal for your standard issue equipment. A morale officer will be with you shortly. And this is kind of what I mean. I can't either. I'm too dyslexic for that name. So it is truly fascinating to, I guess, run into the, like, how monolithic this dude is, because it's like, I have never seen a Mr. Beast video. I've never even been, I don't think I've ever even been recommended a Mr. Beast video. So I'm probably underestimating how powerful the algorithm is for like people who are coming onto YouTube for the first time without having like a history already of what you watch from before Mr. Beast was a thing, you know? I avoid his videos like the plague when they show up. He still shows up. That is wild to me. That is so interesting. I hate to say it, but because I tried to emulate Mr. Beast, more hyper stuff, because I got hate for speaking too monotone, and my commentary improved pretty massively. That is wild. That is wild. I don't know. This is genuinely, this is a learning moment for me. This is a growth moment. I never in a million years would I have assumed before this conversation right now that we are having, I would have never assumed that the first instance of a trans person that people could have run into just organically being Ava Tyson from the Mr. Beast channel. Like, that's genuinely like a me being out of touch moment, I guess. That's me being like a redneck scavenger who's been like, you know, picking through garbage for the last like 10 years. I guess I have actually been living under a rock. That is fascinating. As of 2026, his current viewer count of something like 300 million viewers. Some of his most popular videos from 2025 have reached up to 915 million views. I'm more likely to see people critiquing Mr. Beast than his content itself. Yeah, I guess that's where I'm at. Like, everything I've ever seen about Mr. Beast has just been about how Mr. Beast is, like, not great. So I guess we know where my content, like, algorithm aligns. There's always a second trans person to run into. Right, but like, no, but that doesn't take away, like, the what Emily is bringing up as, like, a good point. You know, I had not even considered this. And that's like a blind spot on my part, right? You know? That is fascinating. That is so wild. I'm like rewriting some neural pathways here right now. I'm like completely reconstructing how I approach, like, how I need to talk to, like, certain demographics of people on the internet. Yeah, they didn't allow queers where we grew up, which hindsight call was coming from inside the compound. Yeah. Yeah. Especially because, like, every trans person immediately distanced themselves from Ava Tyson. Right, but, like, okay, so here's the thing about, like, media optics on the internet, and even just, like, in the news, right? A lie can get, there's a saying, a lie can get around the world before the truth has put on its shoes. Like, it doesn't matter that every trans person in every space, like, that wasn't already in the Griftonomics circle immediately distanced themselves from Ava Tyson. If Ava Tyson is the most visible and the first big story to break, because like the amount of eyes you get on the initial story is like vastly more than you get from like the secondary like descendant things of like people talking about it, you know? I'm 20. Ava was definitely the first explicitly trans woman, not a femboy, not a man in a wig, not a gay joke for laughs, an explicitly trans woman I saw as a teen. Something initially not played as a joke and being serious. That is fascinating to me. Like, I feel like this is like something that I'm gonna have to actually go and like do a little bit more digging on, like read up on this like situation more closely, because I heard about that and I was like, oh great, like somebody from a big YouTube channel that I don't like came out as trans. Cool, I guess. And then, like, later on, when the allegations came out, I was like, oh, great, a trans person in the public eye did the bad thing. Now we're gonna have to deal with the consequences of that. Like, that's the extent of my interaction with the Beastverse. That and the fact that he fucking infected an episode of Love, Death, and Robots, like the fucking like a stomach worm, like a tapeworm, just like.
Hey, Beast fans, welcome back.
I fucking hate it. Was so bad. He's such a bad voice actor. I guess that's maybe another thing that I have beef with him about is he is actually just a terrible voice actor. He's not good at it. He sounds terrible. And the way he speaks is probably great for his YouTube content, but as like a performer doing a character in an animated show, abysmal performance. It's not good, yeah. You need to tell the trust about something. You need to tell the truth something like 1,000 times to undo a single lie. Yeah. One of the first trans people I watched in the Danganronpa community came out as a creep. Still didn't change my opinion on trans people. Okay, but we're not talking about individuals. We're talking about like big like groups. Like individual humans are a different consideration than groups of people. Like we even have like really robust like social science evidence that people behave differently if the people around them are behaving a certain way, you know? Like that's like, it's even just like intuitive on a baseline. Like mob mentality is a thing, and the movements of big groups and how groups of people see something, particularly if they're not directly invested, like even a closeted trans person has usually pretty different opinions on trans issues or different feelings towards the way trans issues are presented than a cis person just at baseline, even if they don't know they're trans yet. Because it impacts you in a different emotional way, you know? So when you're talking about like groups of impressionable people that have no connection to the community in any way and have no like predisposition towards a certain reaction, you are going to have people who are much more likely to uncritically accept the information they are given if everybody around them is saying the same thing. Like, that's how social pressure works. Keep in mind, I live in Greece, which is infamously religious, and nothing queer is mainstream, at least not when I was a kid. And even the stuff we have now is problematic at best and trans exclusive. Something, keyword international, was the only thing I could pierce that super religious bubble. Interesting. That is fascinating. I guess I underestimated the, like, penetration of, like, the kind of internationality that a channel like Mr. Beast would have, you know? Because I guess now, like it does kind of like make some sense, like looking back on it, where like everybody who has an internet connection, for the most part, has access to YouTube. Like, you don't need to be involved in film culture, or you don't need to pay for a streaming service or something. Like, everybody has access to YouTube, and if you turn on YouTube for the first time, you're gonna see Mr. Beast content. And I hadn't considered that. I hadn't considered that perspective. I hadn't considered that angle. That wasn't something that I had really, like, understood. So I actually genuinely, penetration used unironically. Yeah. That is fascinating. Hey, how you doing, Song? It's good to see you. I'm having my my mind obliterated by the fact that for a lot of people worldwide, at least a lot of young people, Mr. Beast was their first interaction with trans people, which has been a bit of a tough pill for me to swallow, but I'm working on it. See, let's be clear, the numbers are very deceptive depending on who you are. If I asked you the most popular song, I wouldn't have guessed Baby Shark. That's fair. Right. And I guess that is the thing, is like, and I guess that's more what I'm like, what I'm dealing with here is it's a failing of perspective, right? Like, no matter who you, like, this just proves, like, how, no matter how big you think something is, or how important something is, like, like, culturally in the area that you live in, or with the people you engage with, like, there are potentially billions of people who would just look at you stone-faced with no idea what you're talking about, even though everybody that you know is able to pick up on, like, the reference that you're speaking. Like, it is a really interesting, like, scale, like, issue, right? Like, coming up face to face with how vast the human experience is, and how something that, to me and pretty much everyone I know, is written off as, like content farming aimed at, like, getting children to spend money with their parents' credit cards, is, like, genuinely that effective and that, like, widespread, to the point that it incidentally has a negative knock-on effect on the representation of trans people globally. Like, that is just such a wild Rube Goldberg machine of social interactions and cultural Venn diagrams that is got me reeling right now. Getting EP? Well, go sleep, Ashley. You gotta get your Z's in. Honestly, I get a lot of news and commentary from my algorithmically selected feeds, but driving to work and stuff, I listen to the local radio. It gives me whiplash, but in a good way. Yeah, this is kind of like, it's sort of like, when I talk about consuming media outside of like your comfort zone, or outside of what you think is, even what you think is like moral or like good, can really like change the way you look at the world in a positive way by just like incorporating a better understanding of how other people see things. Like this whole conversation has genuinely shifted the way that I have to like look at, I guess, like the ability for social media influencers to like command the kind of like the tempo and the tone of a conversation on something, even just completely accidentally. It's fascinating. It's interesting. It's terrifying, but it's also interesting. I hope your subconscious absorbs the idea that you're pretty while you sleep. Hell yeah. But puppy time? Hey, you know, I'm here. You can leave things on while we're yapping. Man, that is crazy. Genuinely, Emily, thank you. I know I came out the gate pretty like fucking wild on that, but that is still intriguing. I could still be dead wrong. I didn't check, just using anecdotal lived evidence data. Hey, that's how you build like a perspective though, right? Like I'm not, you know, I'm also not like I still find the entire thing fascinating and kind of like weird, but it is nonetheless a true real lived experience that you, in a country I know very little about aside from like historical trivia, have lived through, and like the people that you know about have lived through, and that like matters. You know, that is an aspect of the human experience that I didn't know about before that I do now, and I can now kind of like incorporate it into my view of the world. I didn't give anecdotal evidence. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We did have some backup, and that was the thing. You know, I was a little skeptical. We got the backup on the numbers. Guardian Angel saved the day. Yeah, it's fascinating. See, honestly, listening to my opponents is just like, I know why my opponents are who they are, and that makes their arguments even worse. So I'm not just talking about political opponents, though. You know. So I stopped listening to others again and became more chill again. See, that's, I don't personally, I don't subscribe to that. I don't think that's a great one. So I'm not just talking about opponents, you know, I'm talking about, because not every conversation is like, has two like diametrically opposed sides. Some do, plenty do. There are plenty. But like method and means are also important discussions. Like you can have two people that have the same broad goals, but entirely different approaches on how to get there. And neither of them are necessarily objectively wrong. It comes down to like dissecting specific arguments, including your own, and reconstructing them to like be more like sure of yourself in a more complete way. You know, or to change things if you found that a piece of your worldview or way of thinking is like flawed or has like a problem in it, you know? That ability to be malleable but still confident is like a really difficult to cultivate headspace, and it takes maintenance too. It is really easy to fall into rigidity with age and certainty. And then you can end up like being like a crystallized package of ideas from a time that are no longer like as relevant as they used to be, you know? My first introduction to trans people was TikTok, for better or worse. Hey, it's better than mine. My first introduction to trans people was trans sex workers being arrested on cops, and my mom telling me that you should look at a woman's throat to see if they have an Adam's apple, because that's how you know they're actually a man and are trying to trick you into sleeping with them. So it can always be worse. Your first run-in with trans people can be worse. You know, my first run-in with trans people being the allegations around Ava Tyson would probably do similar things to me, negatively. But you know, you know. Could I trouble you for my 2 redeems? Oh, I'm so sorry, Julia. I missed them. Are they self-affirmation and affirm? Are my like alerts not coming through, or did I just miss them because I was talking too loud? Probably the latter. Give me 1 sec. Hey Mark, out of the blue and off topic, but could I ask something about long distance relationships? Yeah, hit me with it. I don't know if I'm gonna have good advice, but I can give you my perspective. I love that Andrew Tate's whole shtick is escaping the Matrix, which is about being trans. I was gonna say you can write an entire essay on like right-wing shitlords misappropriating the Matrix, but like plenty of people have. It's like, it's everywhere. It is a fascinating thing. Like I wish 10-year-old me watching the Matrix movies knew it was written by 2 T-girls. Me too, me too. There's some cis women who have a prominent Adam's apple. Oh yeah, no, well that's the thing. It's like, it is bullshit. It was always a bullshit argument. It's just like, saying it to a closeted trans child is like, particularly bad, you know? I already listened to stuff from football to astronomy to trans content to politics and history. No, I'm just like, I don't care what you have as long as you like me and I like you, it's nice. Okay. Alright, sure. I don't... Okay. Today I was bullied for an opinion on the type of guy I like. I want this to come across as like empathizing with Julia. I'm on your redeem still. It's still in my brain. I want this to come across as empathy right here, okay? But that's just gonna keep happening. People in dating spaces, both straight and queer, super petty about taste. It is wild to me. Fascinating even. Legs McGee. Hey, how you doing, Scott? I can actually angle this down a little bit because I'm doing sort of a slouchy stand. Oh no, I can't because of my fucking monitor in the way. Here, we'll go back here. This is what we'll do. Yeah, that is unfortunate. That's rough. Fit check, will do. 1 second. Julia, your affirmation. I really appreciate all of the support that you've given me over. Pardon me, I burped. The support that you've shown to me and the channel over the course of like all the time that you've been here. Like, you are one of the like old guard like community members. You've been around for so long. And I don't know. This goes for like genuinely like I'm gonna cheat a little bit. This goes for all of you like who've been here since the beginning or close to it. Like, I cannot emphasize how crazy it is to me, like experiencing it from my angle, like that any of you, let alone so many of you, have like stuck around this long. Like, I keep thinking that I'm like, because I have like really bad imposter syndrome, every day I show up here and I'm like, oh, I'm washed up. Like, I've said all of the interesting things that I can possibly say. Like, I'm out of the juice. I don't got the sauce anymore. And like the fact that I have so many people that have been showing up for so long, and like everybody who's new too, love that you're here. Hopefully we can cultivate something similar over time. It's been great, but it's just like it is. It's hard to find words for how amazing that is and how grateful I am to all of you. I'm old guard now? Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think you've been following for like more than half the time I've been streaming, right? Maybe not, but feels like it. I would have joined sooner had I known. It's not my fault. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just, yeah, obviously not. I'm just thanking the people who did stumble across me in those earlier days and like stuck with it, you know? I still feel new, only 51 streams so far, but insert number of streams until you retire to go, right? Follow age. 2 years, 3 months, 17 days, and 21 hours. Yeah, that's crazy, right? A year, 10 months, 9 days. That is fucking nuts. So wild. So wild. Look at Shell go. I'm on my 75 stream streak, right? And I think that's like as long as it can be, because I think I fucked up the stream streaks initially. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't either. This is crazy. This is wild. Look at us go. Oh my God, so many people have been here for so long. I think something else that really gets me is like, there's a lot of people who have been just lurking. Like they just y'all just show up and you don't say anything. And Chris got name checked by the bot. And like there's like a whole probably like a whole core of people that I have like maybe spoken to once that are still just like watching regularly. It's nuts. It's so cool. Kind of a twofer. I'm sure there are times in relationships, especially in long distance ones, where oh, right, okay, hold on. This is the question. While everybody's doing follow age, I'm going to, I say stuff? You do, absolutely. Let's see. I'm sure there are times in relationships, especially in long distance ones, where the intimacy and spittenness starts to fade a bit. And is there anything to be said about asking for reassurance in relationships? I mean, I do it regularly. Are you kidding me? I'm hyper anxious. Yeah, like the new relationship energy doesn't stick around forever most of the time, you know? Like it comes and goes in waves often, but like, yeah, you know, when you first get into a relationship, it's like really intense and strong, and everybody has like, you know, you're both like talking to each other every day, and like you can't get enough of each other, and you want to be spending every moment together. And then it kind of evens out into like a more kind of like resting state, you know? And it's less like tumultuously passionate, I guess. In waves, it can. Not always, but it can. So I personally think that like it's better to communicate an insecurity that you have rather than like hide it because of a fear of like making your partner uncomfortable. Because otherwise it's just going to keep like festering, you know? Like you have to get it out. And you know, maybe you don't, if you're experiencing it really, really often, like establish kind of a cool down period where like if you've talked to your partner and you've got that reissue, you know, you bring it up as like authentically as you can, like, hey, you know, this is likely just me being really anxious, but I would just like some sort of like, you know, I know things have been like a little bit less intense lately, you know, we're getting into like the flow of our relationship, and you know, I would just like, you know, reassurance that we're like still, I don't know, that it's just still like me. I don't know, like I do that all the time. It can just be, it can be just that easy, you know, just let them know that you're not like placing blame on them or anything. Like you're not like, you know, don't go in and be like, you haven't been giving me as much attention as usual. Do you like not like me anymore? Are you fucking other people? Like that's toxic. Right? But like genuinely going to somebody and being like acknowledging that it's like an insecurity or an anxiety that you have, and then like discussing it with them openly, I think is the best way to cultivate a healthy relationship over a long period of time. And I personally, from my angle, if that kind of communication ends up resulting in things getting like strained or causing things to like fall apart, it might not have been that great in the first place. Like I have communication issues. Like there's like having like it's not like if they're not like super wordy about like answers and stuff all the time, like then they're bad or anything like that. Like I get that. But like if you can't have a conversation about like the things that you are insecure about in a relationship or that you're worried about, then it's probably not a relationship that's going to last terribly long anyway. So I think that you should just do it. Yeah, I'm going to communicate with my partner as soon as they're free. I just want to be upfront about it and not be like, hey, give me attention. No, yeah, I think that that's the best way. Look, if you establish a baseline of like healthy communication and like letting your partner in on how your mindset works, like what you're thinking about, it allows you to, you know, engage in a little bit of toxicity if you want to, you know, as a bit for fun. As long as everybody is like consenting and involved in it. You know, I like my women a little jealous. As long as we know that at the end of the day, we're not really doing the jealousy thing. Like, we have the conversations about how it's okay. We can have a little jealousy as a treat, you know, that kind of stuff. You can engage in the more impulsive aspects of like human emotion safer if you've had the conversations before. I basically just look at relationships as like extended BDSM contracts, you know. But that's me and my little trauma autistic brain. I tend to overthink the littlest details and become paranoid, so having a partner that has said before that she values communication, it makes me feel a bit less scared to actually be honest and open. Yeah, be honest and open, you know? Like, bring it all up. Like, if something is bothering your partner or you, like, you should talk about it, and you can try to work out a way to get over it from there. And if you run into something that's intractable, then like it's better to at least know that it's out in the open and find out if it's something that you can get over with each other or if it means that you have to part ways, you know? It's better to have the information than to like let it simmer in the back forever until you get sick, you know? It's better to say too much than too little, in my opinion. I agree, yeah. Mark, what's your Taco Bell order? Usually whatever Discovery Lux box is up because I like the weird shit. Next question. I love my parasocial relationship with Merc. Please pay parasocial child support, Merc. You'll never get me to pay anything, okay? You think... I fight the government to pay taxes. You think I'm going to be paying my parasocial child support? No. I'm emulating Virgil from Devil May Cry. I will run away to the demon realm and become like the ruler of the underworld just so I don't have to pay child support. Time to spice up a relationship, sacrifice a lamb to the old gods. I turned around to look at Faith and she's just looking at me with a horrified expression. No, it's okay. It's okay. That was chat. I won't let you. Okay? You're good. You're perfectly safe.
I'm gonna get bisected.
We have to find it. Hey. I think it's almost definitely going to be a Skitarii for the new class. Data mining showed some transonic weapons. Yeah. I'm gonna be so excited. If we get a Skitarii as the next fucking reject in Darktide, I will buy it immediately. Okay, did I miss anything else? I have to do my self-affirmation. I need to do a fit check for Emily. Merc, DLSS 5? What, you mean the AI beauty filter disguised as a lighting engine that just removes all shadows and makes everything really bright? Does that give my opinions on it? Honestly, I'll probably get with a partner that's more into BDSM than I am right now, but I'm like, I have some requirements for shared values, so I'm flexible in learning if I really like my future partner. I think that's just like, I think that's a pretty common way to approach a relationship. I do hope that you find someone, you know, I hope you find someone soon. Must protect the sheepy, yes. I've been getting sick and making myself anxious for a while. I do that same thing. You can ask any of my partners, even a good number of my friends. I get myself wrapped up into a ball of social anxiety really often and end up like I can convince myself that everybody hates me with absolutely no reason to. It's just, it is fucking wild. All right, my self-affirmation is, I am looking great today, honestly. I'm really feeling myself. And also, it's good to be doing just chatting streams again. I haven't done them in a while. I really enjoy them. I just, it's been like, I had to like go and build up more stuff to talk about. You know, I had to restructure my, my off time, the way that I consume media and engage with the world, because I felt like I was getting a little too online for a little while there, you know? I think a non-zero part of my brand is like, at least touching a little bit of grass, you know? I can't let myself get caught up in like infinite internet discourse, or I just stop being fun to talk to. Well, I like you. I think you're groovy. I like you too, Grackle. I really enjoy every time that we've got to like hang out. All right, let me do that fit check. No, I've done that all my life and still going strong. It's okay, Kristen. You can learn to manage it. It hasn't gone away for me, but I have learned to manage it. And now I'm trying out different meds, so... Oh, actually, that reminds me, I have to take these today. I think you're very awesome. I think I've said that a lot, and I appreciate that. Unfortunately, my brain is a treacherous little bastard, you know? I have a bad habit of slowly isolating and distancing myself when I feel insecure instead of talking. Yeah, I do the same thing, Squinty. I have to fight really hard to not do it. What is it activated on OG Doom? The DL SS5? That's so funny. The second I was gonna bite the bullet and ask my partner, she had to leave for something. No, that's so sad. I've been thinking about getting back on a dating app, but the thought of taking pictures for it gives me horrible anxiety. Mood. Dating apps are wretched. I hate them. I still feel the call every now and then. But, you know, being the kind of person I am, I usually just go on FetLife and post a couple new pictures and then have, you know, I can get the attention that I so dearly crave from just a couple people falling over my kink photos. If I was Mr. Beast, I could afford RAM, maybe a set of DDR3, but that might be out of the budget. Valid. Oh, I need to get a new, I realized, I've been like looking into the things that I need to do for the, like for progressing my stream, like improving my, my content and like workflow and stuff. And I need a second hard drive. I need a second SSD, preferably like a 2 terabyte one, so that I don't have to keep uninstalling games every 3 days to install new ones. I need a new camera, and I think there was one other thing that I was supposed to get, and I keep forgetting what it is. But it's like those are like the big deals that I'm working on. Gotta admit, it's pretty deceptively scary to ask your partner, "Hey, do you still like love me?" Oh yeah. It's tough. It's also an extremely common like anxiety and impulse to have, you know? Like you're super not alone in that. I'm not, you know, confident enough to say that most people regularly feel that insecurity, but it's a lot. If it's not most, it's a lot. You know, it's a very common experience. Pushes Merc's brain into a locker. Yeah, you gotta dump my brain's books. Right, hey, aren't you worried? About what? I don't know. Oh my god, you're right. Yeah. Right? My brain's just as bad, if not worse. I constantly have to work hard to remind myself that people aren't hating me and don't want me around, but the me now, as broken as she is the improved version. No, right? Same. I gotta do this fit check. I'm so behind on my redeems here. Alright. 2 terabyte M.2 is like 200 to 300 bucks new. Yeah, it is. That's why I haven't got one yet. Shit's pricey. Meeting people in person is just better. It is. The dating apps are designed to make you miserable, and that's like not even hyperbole. Like they make more money off of dissatisfied people who aren't getting matches. Hey Bubby, I'm back from hockey. Welcome back. Were you playing hockey? Parker, were you playing hockey? Or were you watching hockey? I mean, like watching hockey is also cool. I can get into watching hockey, but if you were playing hockey though. Lovely pose, thank you. I gotta get rid of it. My crashed on the couch last night. All of my blankets are all fucked up. I wish my waist was as snatched as yours, Merc. Thanks. I'm really happy with how it came out, which is nice because I didn't have the bit too. This is fine. Angle it a little bit further down. One sec. My lighting's really weird today. I didn't take any time to tune it, but so it goes. This. Get it right. Hold on. Good. Good? Good. Yeah. This is the outfit. It's like it's probably like my second favorite shirt. I really like this shirt. This is a good shirt. And then just, you know, denim cutoffs. I like shorts. I want to be Merc. Still so weird to hear that. Not in like a bad way, like in a like I didn't think I was doing that well way, generally, you know, because the brainworms, they run deep. Rick's just very pretty, thank you. Living in a small town and being queer, it's not a great combo. Oh, believe me, I get you. What? I don't know. I'm really milking this fit check. Lily's back from the closet dimension. I need this girl tummy. Why is working out and toning hard? It does suck. It's, oh god, see, now my hair's all goofy. Hold on. How's that? Is that better? That's a little better. It's a little bit. We can like, like that. Better. Can we third impact? Hey, what if we turned into Orange Tang together at the end of the world? Cute date idea, woo. Let's see. What did I miss? Got distracted by my girlfriend running in here to plan a date night dessert. We're gonna do 2 layers of homemade chocolate cake with some, what powder? Espresso powder in it. Cover it in a whipped buttercream frosting and then make a raspberry compote to drizzle. God damn, that sounds amazing. Oh no, but you could fantasize about it. Damn. Okay, that's fine. I'll just imagine you were playing hockey, Parker. Mark, did you know that you are in fact very super extremely very pretty? Thanks. I see, my impulse is to say it's all movie magic and that it's like lighting and camera angles doing it, but you know, that's just my lack of internal self-image talking. I've been watching a bit of the Women's Hockey League. I just don't know that much about hockey. Honestly, I don't know that much either. I just like to see big, strong people like beating each other up in the name of some sort of nebulous goal. I just like violence. You know, and that's a safer way to indulge in it. More socially acceptable way to indulge in it. No complaints in milking a fit check. Milking fit checks? I wish someone would milk me. Do cats meow in reverse in the closet dimension like the back lodge? Let's see, what else we got? We've seen you in the dark, we know otherwise. You know. I know the trans femmes IRL and so many I know are very pretty. I know the trans femmes, all of them, every single one of them. No, I agree. You kidding? I was like, I completely incidentally, like, this has not been like an intentional effort on my part. It's just like the people I end up being around and who I feel most comfortable with. I have almost exclusively dated, actually I think it is. Pretty much, yeah, I think I've exclusively dated trans femmes since coming out, barring the one relationship I was in when I started transition. I don't think I've actually like I hooked up with a lot of cis guys, but I never dated any of them, and I don't know. I actually don't think I have had any kind of like romantic or sexual like interactions beyond like flirting with cis women since coming out. I don't know what it is. I usually just end up like being pals. Okay, but your lighting kind of sucks right now, and you still look great. So, thanks. Fair. Yeah. Let me get rid of this. I think this is causing conflicts, and we'll turn this up, and we'll just do like that. I feel like that's a little bit better. It's still not great because I'm like right under the overhead light. I have to get like a second ring light with a diffuser. I have to get diffusers for both of them. And that way I can just have like the diffused light coming from the front. I don't know. That's another thing I gotta do. I gotta get another ring light. Or I have to get a new ring light for Faith so that I can have my little one back. Because I like her being able to be seen when she wants to use her webcam. I did men mostly. One of them became a woman though, so I don't know if that counts or what. Yeah, that's pre-ordering. You know, that's fine. We all get to do a little bit of that here and there. Mork the Chaser, yeah. Yeah, confirmed trans femme chaser, mercenary _ girlfriend. I go to bed now. Good night, Ashley. We'll catch you later. Thank you so much for hanging out. Pre-ordering, yeah. I think I dated a couple of cis people, but one was pretty GNC. Other partners have been trans/NB. Yeah, right? Some football spaces I watch are like some of the only mainly cis guy spaces that are progressive and pro-minorities. Valid. My second relationship, we both ended up being T-boys. It just took me longer to realize. Fair. I would randomly chill in a pub watching football. Hell yeah. My first serious relationship was with a cis woman, though, when I was 17 to like 21. Yeah. I'm not like dogging on cis women. Like, it was just been like a, you know, what is it? A lack of like overlap, I guess, you know? Like, I think it's sort of like a self-selection thing for me. Like, because I lean a little bit more like trans femme non-binary into like tomboy space. Oh no, I know, I'm just sharing. No, they're totally fair. I'm just springboarding off of it because that's how my little noggin works. It's like the areas that I spend a lot of time in are usually like pretty heavily male dominated. Not like exclusively as a rule, but like often, you know, a lot of video gaming spaces, board game and like tabletop RPG or like wargaming, strategy games, military history communities. There are plenty of women in these communities, lots of them. Skews very heavily towards trans women when it is women though that are in those areas. Or alternatively, there are a lot of cis women who engage in those hobbies but don't generally feel comfortable being in spaces dedicated to those hobbies and interests because they're very heavily male dominated. Whereas a lot of trans femmes already have connections in those spaces from before they start transition, and so while they still deal with a lot of issues there, they have like a stronger support network for sticking around. Or they turn into like operator gun fetishist femboys with strange politics, and like that's also, you know, which way, modern trans femme. I've almost dated a trans man, but I made him realize he was homo-romantic, which was somewhat upsetting, but also affirming. Valid. It's the homing beacon. I don't even mean to attract other trans people, but it happens. And being with a trans person doesn't make me feel weird about my body. It's nice being seen as you are. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's kind of like one of the big like filter points for me is like, and it just kind of comes into like the conversation about like culturally queer people, right? Like I think the majority, like if I was going to end up like in a relationship with a cis person, they would probably have to be culturally queer. They would have to be in queer spaces. They would have to already kind of have an understanding of a lot of queer issues and experiences, because I just don't feel like explaining it all the time. you know? Like, I can do that in a hookup or like a casual thing, but if I'm going to be dating someone, I really don't want to have to run a lecture every single day. Speaking of, for any of you who are trying to get a date with a trans femme, probably trans people in general, but definitely with a trans femme, learn some queer history, like, spend time in queer spaces, like, get involved in that way, because if they don't have to explain everything to you, you're gonna your chances are gonna fucking skyrocket, you know? If they don't have to field like are you chopping it off questions in the first couple dates, like immediate like shooting right to the top of that like dating marketplace, you know? Aside from the pre-order, I did date another trans woman who ended up telling me that she was a post-Austrian anarcho-capitalist. We didn't last for obvious reasons. Wow, that is a lot of words. That's like red flag bingo. Hey, that's bingo. If this man hits me with, so I was rereading Whipping Girl and he's going home with me. Yeah, I'm probably in the same boat. I feel like you can filter that pretty darn quickly. It's the vibes. It's a lot of little things, you know? Like, as much as like microaggressions got held up as like SJWs being ridiculous thing in like the, you know, late 2010s, mid to late 2010s, like the actual like real effect of that is like constantly needing to put up with a bunch of things that you like roll your eyes at, do like an under your breath sigh, or like tense up a little bit and then like relax. That exhausts you eventually, you know? You put up with it enough, you know, it's fine. It's not like it's going to ruin your entire day most of the time, at least not once you're a little bit deeper into the experience and it's just happened enough. You build up scar tissue, but like, you don't want to be in an intimate relationship with somebody who's constantly picking at those scars, you know? So it does cause a lot of friction, in my experience. The bar is low. Yeah. Hi, Rigor Mortis, what's up? To be fair, if I got with someone trans, I would feel weird with someone that I don't have their preferred bottom stuff, because it feels weird having fun with someone while knowing that. How do you know they don't have their preferred bottom situation? Like, that's kind of that's a blanket generalization. I know a lot of trans people that don't have bottom dysphoria at all, or like, you know, people who are post-op that no longer deal with bottom dysphoria or deal with it in a much less like intense capacity, you know? I would ask, okay, but like, so I guess I don't really understand. So are those two separate things? I thought you were, the way that I read that was, if I'm getting with someone trans, I would assume they have problems with bottom dysphoria and that would bother me. But also, like, I'm somebody with bottom dysphoria and I can be comfortable and have fun with the equipment that I have. Like, it's kind of like, you know, it's like any other kind of self-conscious thing, you know? Like I can be confident about my, self-conscious about my, like, chest size or, like, the way that my hands look, but that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna be, like, comfortable and having fun in a sexual encounter. Like, that's a really, like, I don't know, it's like a specific, that's not like a universal rule, you know? Now, I'm not gonna use it in the ways that a cis person often would expect me to, but like, you know, I'm an adult who has gone through a lot of like self-discovery and like self-analysis. I know how to like engage with my body in a way that's comfortable. Some folks don't want to use their downstairs plumbing. It's not even a trans exclusive thing. That's true. It's not even trans exclusive. Like, there would be cis people. There are plenty of cis people who have issues with the way that their bodies interact. I would prefer someone either no or post-op. Pre-op is kind of weird because I would always be like, how can we use what now? See, that's just an education gap, though. Like, just ask them. You know? Like, that's... Like, it's making a lot of assumptions. And maybe it still ends up being incongruent, but, like, a lot of people who have bottom dysphoria and are, like, planning to get bottom surgery or who would like to get bottom surgery but can't at the moment, like, have answers to that question. You know? Like, they can just respond to it. My God, I was talking to a coworker earlier and I was explaining what conversion therapy was because we talked about Chick-fil-A. I explained how it can lead to suppression but can't change your orientation, and she said, the worst part about that is like the guys that pretend they're into girls, but they're actually gay and they waste years of a girl's life, and I told her that was a very straight take. Yeah, the worst part about conversion therapy is that it might end up with a straight person dating someone who's not into them. Is a wild statement. That is the kind of shit that would come from somebody who is not culturally queer or who does not have a strong connection to queer culture, because they just don't even think about the actual experience of the queer people going through conversion therapy, being tortured into suppressing like their sexuality, and like how awful that is for them. It's just like they just see like how the end result affects them, you know? For me, you're getting Fantastic Four lore and you'll be locked in because I'm cute and have pretty eyes. Honestly valid. No touchy. Oh shit, I have 2 redeems that I never did. Sorry, Hook, you wanted a little bit of a caught you staring at my thighs earlier. Hey, can you be a good boy for mommy? Like that? I think that's what we're doing. I think that's how we're going. And then Scott, you wanted him. Ew, well, a little 16-minute overdue. Ew, well. A little sitting here drinking coffee and talking about queer theory. Ew, well. I don't have bottom dysphoria, but I don't like using my downstairs. Yeah, see, it's different for like all kinds of people. Yeah, the worst part about transphobia is the deleterious effects on cis people. Nice take. Yeah. Yep. What's up, girl? Hey, Samara. How are you doing? It's so good to see you again. What's up? I assure you, eroticism is not penetration dependent. Yeah, also true, you know? To be fair, I'm also a switch, so the people I'm with are more likely to not be fully opposed to use stuff or a strap. I think that. I mean, that's... You know what? I'm just gonna leave that one. You can have that one. I don't need to be contrarian on everything. I don't need to make everything a lecture. In her defense, she's 17, but woof. Yeah, that's yeah, okay. That's more acceptable. I mean, like, if you asked me what my opinions on trans people were when I was 17, it would be like you'd want to push me down the stairs, you know? Give them some time to like grow up, and you know, you're a lot more likely to get education after saying a rancid take if you're like a teenager. From me at least, like teenager or like early, like late teens, early 20s. I'm a lot more like soft with the way that I approach things, because it's like kind of still a baby, you know? Like, even if you're an adult in that situation, like if you're like 18 to 22, sometimes 20 up to 23, like you're still building a lot of like life experience, you know? Until you're like, I don't really see your worldview as like fully your own until you're like 25. And then I can start being mean to you. Like just right out the gate. But I still try to lean more towards education than like social ostracization. Remember to talk with your partners. Yeah, exactly. I worked with that guy back in the war. It reminds me of that Twitter post from this lady who said the worst thing about this IOC rule is that cis women will be excluded also. Yep. Yeah. Yep. There's the, oh, hi! There you go. Fine. It's done. It's over. Give me my clip. If you could please, maybe if you would, I would be grateful if, but you don't have to, but it's okay. but French girl or write my name or whatever works. Sorry, which would you prefer, Misty? You let me know what you prefer, and I'll do that one. I haven't practiced the fucking Expedition 33 French girl accent at all since that stream, so it's going to be bad again. It's not very good. I have not workshopped that one. That's the essence of closet culture. People wind up traumatized years later when divorce happens, kids in the mix, and dad is boning a buddy from work, or worse, grinder tricks on the DL. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've been like, you know, I've done escort work, you know, like I did it for like a solid year and a half of like the beginning of my transition. I was like the DL, like some guy paying a bunch of money to explore his closet sexuality because he, you know, hasn't done any self-analysis or been honest with himself, and he just like, you know, calls me slurs the whole time. Like, I've been in that position, you know? Like, it sucks. It's not good. Like, be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself and the people around you. I don't have bottom dysphoria, and I actually like using it, but I totally understand those that do have dysphoria about it. Yeah, it's different for everyone, you know? My bottom dysphoria is manageable by just locking it away. Hell yeah. I more so have why is my face and wow, my chest is a flat board dysphoria. Yeah, hey, Samara, I don't know if you've been on, how long you've been on HRT, if you even are on HRT, but I'm like 4 years in, and I'm only just getting the kind of development in my chest where I'm like, hey, nice, I can see it now. Like, it's there. Like, so it can take a while, absolutely. Can you paint chat like one of your French girls? I'm actually terrible at painting. I don't want to choose, please. Okay, for the sake of my convenience, I'm going to write your name. Where do you want it? You want it like collarbone? You want arm? You want like here? You want leg? You don't want to choose that either. Good night, Parker. I've been on HRT for almost a year. Oh, okay, you're barely getting started. You've got plenty of time. Make sure you eat calories. Like, you don't have to like overfeed yourself or anything, but make sure that you're like, you know, eating food. Don't starve yourself. I did that because I was like, oh my god, I want to like be as thin as possible so that then I can start eating again and like I'll build up fat deposits in different places, and like just don't do that. Don't do that. It's not good. It's not good. I'm still suffering the effects of that. Eat food. Titties are made out of spaghetti, okay? Let them grow. Your body's gonna be doing a lot of shit. It needs fuel. I eat when I'm hungry. As long as you are getting enough food, that's good. If you're like me and you have a history of undereating, you're probably gonna keep undereating. I guess just like do a quick little double check against your like calorie intake, you know? Ooh. That's going to be different. That advice will be different for everyone. I don't know, like, you know, obviously, like, everybody's body works differently. We all need different levels of, like, resting calories. And then if you're working out or something, it's a totally different calculation. But just, like, don't starve yourself. Because once you get into that cycle, like, you'll start, like, I still have days where I'll eat, like, 1/2 meal a day and just like think that it's fine because I like drink a lot of coffee and have ADHD. Food journaling can help. It can also cause problem. Like on the reverse side, like it can exacerbate or make like your stress worse if you're over your calorie goals regularly or like what you need for like your resting weight. So like very, very contextual, very not universal advice. I'm just, you know, be sure. I've considered overeating because I have a wicked good metabolism, or some because I can't gain weight to save my life, even though I eat tons of pasta, tons of fatty shit, and I can only maintain body weight. Like it's a problem. We're in the same boat, Samara, I think. So like, you keep that in mind. You eat a bunch. All right, good. Then you're already on top of it. I just wanted to make sure that we had that base covered because I know that's a personal thing that I run into. You know. But good to know. Sadly, I've never had the opportunity of using stuff or being used. You'll get there. You know, it happens. It takes time. You gotta get outside into your communities. You're on that path. You know, you'll meet people. Meet people and interact with people, and eventually you'll get there. calling you slurs like sussy baka. Squinty, you're gonna get banned. What are you doing here? Honestly, touch is inherently therapeutic and is genuinely more romantic and erotic than nearly any other contact. It can be anything from mere intimacy to foreplay to the main event. I can't say enough in favor of it. I am in that camp as well. Absolutely. I fully agree. Also, eating little snacks over the day can help. Yeah, I can. Absolutely can. I like functional strength. I agree. I've been working on building up my muscles again because like I'm not like itty bitty, you know? Like I've got a little bit of something going on there, but it's not as much as I used to have, and I really want to like, now that I'm leaning more into like the tomboy thing, I really want to get stronger. So I need to up my like protein intake and stuff while I'm itty bitty. Yeah, I am. It's true. I'm teeny tiny. Okay, at $3 a word, you could write, sorry, Misty, sorry. On my collar? I absolutely can. That's very funny. I'm in. Okay. I do have the urge to be a twink sometimes, but that's probably not happening, and that's okay. Hey, you never know. Set your goals for what you'd like. That's a serve, right? Merc is fierce with those arms? Thanks. I can throw Faith around, so I have enough strength. I have what I need for the moment, but I can always do more. Sorry if it makes you feel better. My awesome metabolism also comes with a ton of other odd, sometimes rare medical problems. Been there. Everyone here now hates you. No! My Stardew characters lived off a Fisher's diet of Jojo Cola and algae. Oh my god, it's just like Tank for real. Cataract surgery at 3 years old? Oh my god. Up your intake, you say. Up your intake. I do need to up my intake. Okay. I have to try and... Oh, she's gone. Okay. Oh, nothing, you're good. I was gonna ask you to write something on me, but I can do it myself. I wish I could just shapeshift. Same. Mood. Alas, I cook too well to have a lack of food problems. I'm still trying to devour this week's leftovers in a responsible way instead of pigging out. Marinated tri-tip beef, just calling out to be made into soft tacos and more. Oh god, that sounds so good. Sometimes I have really different and contrasting / mutually exclusive desires for my appearance. Oh yeah, me too. Hold on, is this? Okay. Oh shit, I already fucked it up. Hold on. This is gonna look so fucked up. I'm doing this through my OBS monitor. I'm almost there. Okay, now I can do it. I finally got low enough that I can see what I'm writing. There. Nailed it. It's not great, but it exists. Eternal struggle to chop off tatas or get a boob job, right? I don't know, be a beefcake? Sometimes I want to be dainty and small. Agreed. I feel you. Been there. Did you misspell Misty? Did I? M-Y-S-T-I? No. Oh, I did. Nope, you're right. I did. My bad. I put a Y instead. I was so focused on trying to put them in the right place. I fucked it up. Yeah, there are tons of humanoid options with shapeshifting, but also so many other things. Water, animals, fantasy creatures, right? Now, in an ideal world, I'm you know, a transhuman shapeshifting creature, but you know, in the one that we have, I'll just straddle the line between like intimidating, tall, sort of supermodel adjacent, and like lady you have to squint at to find out if she's a man or a woman while she sits on a tractor, you know, like. I like that space, somewhere in between that. Very flexible with my arms, although I can't touch my toes. I'm foldable, but not flexible. Transform into a bucket of water. I'll be the most androgynous thing ever in existence. Fuck yeah, love that. Not big on the transhumanism thing. I never got the appeal, but then again, the first D&D campaign I did, I chose a male human warrior, so like, maybe I'm just boring. Possible. You know, I'm currently like writing my own sci-fi body horror story about like being subsumed by a like hive mind super weapon and utilized as like a conduit for it to interact with the physical world, and the like struggles of dealing with that versus being turned into a different kind of weapon by the evangelical like militant group that was created to fight against it. Nice room, thank you. I like my room. Pretty cool room. Sometimes your body can just help you skip some milestones. Yeah. I'll have interchangeable chest and genitals, if only. If only! I would like to spice it up though. Maybe next time I'll be a skinnier and shorter male human bard. Damn. You're really careful. You're really breaking new ground there, song. I won't further elaborate. Okay. Oh my god, yes. Okay. I have to go throw some more milk in my coffee because now it's almost black again. And while that's not like inherently a problem, I do like it to be a little softer. I will be right back. Flick your hair. What, like, you looking for this? Hold up. Let me get it out of here. Like a. Call me old-fashioned, but playing interesting characters is woke. You're so right. No one should be a wizard. No one should be non-human. Everyone should be a fighter, a rogue, or a ranger that never uses their magic. Liberal, la 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 la. These liberals and their woke agenda are putting tieflings into our D&D parties. Being a 4-inch tall fairy with a sword would be so awesome. Literally the best assassin, right? My face hurts from smiling, what the fuck? Hell yeah, good sign. Mercenary, I feel like you and I are the same kind of trans femme, being incredibly hot and slutty while also enjoying being somewhat intimidating and incomprehensible to cis people. Yeah, it fuels me, you know? Spite's been a motivator for me for a long time, and like, realizing that I'm trans has just stoked that fire. Lord save us from the grognards. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna top off my coffee and then I'll be back online. My first D&D character was a forest gnome. I just like the idea of having a genuinely cheerful and curious character that also has 300 nicknames. One of my best friends plays basically exclusively gnomes, and it is amazing. I love gnomes. Gnomes are great. Pathfinder gnomes are even cooler. The old chair supreme. Yeah, right? Love the chair. We got a good chair. We got a good chair going on. What were we? Would have put 10 gifties on what? On what? My chair? Can we bet on whether or not Cat will take over chair? Damn it. I see. No, I don't know where Lily is. She might be down snoozing with Faith right now. Let's see. I did enjoy playing a half-orc shaman with an all-vegetarian diet focused on beans to drive away evil spirits through body purity, but he had extreme gas and bloating, so I kept a whoopee cushion handy to insert random farts at appropriate ridiculous moments, followed by me saying, oops, sorry, in my orc voice. My DM hates and loves me equally. That's amazing. I played a Fallout game with my friends, a Fallout TTRPG, like a homebrew one from way back before Fallout was mainstream enough to get its own TTRPG adaptation. And if you know anything about Fallout like 3, you probably know about the Gary Vault. That's just a clone of the whole vault, which are like underground complexes that were bunker complexes built to survive nuclear war. That all had like weird social experiments built into them because the company that made them all was evil and also started the war. A lot of Fallout lore. Don't need to get into it all right now. This one was all clones of one guy named Gary, and they all went insane eventually, and they exclusively communicated by shouting Gary in different tones of voice and frequency. And one of our friends rolled up with a character who was just a Gary from the Gary Vault, and he had a soundboard, and anytime he talked in character, he would just press the soundboard, and it was all of the different recordings of Gary from the video game. So it's just like the DM would set up like a dramatic moment and be like, yeah, and as you crest over the hill after battling the bandits, you hear a howl in the distance, or it's like, you hear something crunching in the distance. You crest the hill and you see multiple figures, and then large shadowy figures looming over a corpse, and you just like punch thing and it went, Gary, and it just killed me every fucking time. Every time. If anybody ever addressed him, it's like, all right, Gary, what do you think that we should do here? Gary. That was it. That was his he just followed us around with the Gary soundboard. That was his whole character. It was amazing. We played this game for like 3 or 4 sessions. It's fucking wild. The commitment to the bit was next level. I'm the trans femme that will always code switch, but the code will not match the situation. Go into corporate meetings and share my love for jingles and Danish ballads. A fascinating move. I wish the best for you. A couple years ago, I went back and played the first 2 Fallout games. I really enjoyed them. I still need to go back and play them. I tried to play Fallout 1 a while back, and my computer exploded. Then I started playing Fallout 2 because it was like I didn't have the patch. I had the Steam version without the patch, so it just like didn't work. And then I went and played Fallout 2 for a little bit, and I was having a good time, but it's like the game is so crunchy, it's really hard to like get through the first act, when you actually like know things. I see an NBD&D player if it's based on the snail. No. The Gary, I explained what it was based on. It's based on the character Gary from Fallout 3. That's a clone of all the... Yeah, never mind. Moving on. Been lurking again, but I don't know if I said thank you, by the way, for answering earlier. It's relieving to hear that someone else experiences these kinds of anxieties. Of course, Kristen. Oh yeah, if you got anxiety problems, I've probably at least got a take on it. Whatever the specifics are. I am... God, so anxious all the time. I'm tired so regularly. I'm just exhausted because my body's always in crisis mode. Like, genuinely, part of the reason I'm like so glad that I can do just chatting streams where I'm just talking to people is like, as long as I'm reading what somebody else is saying and like reacting to it, I'm not thinking about other things. It's actually very therapeutic for me. It's soothing even. When it gets quiet, that's when my brain starts spinning, you know? I have to start moving on to other directions. Wait, I actually watched Fallout lore vids. I know Gary. Yeah, his friends were always so lively because their heart was stopped. Damn. I just played the GOG version. Better, yeah. Please tell me he pulled a Leroy Jenkins while screaming, Gary! He did, multiple times, yeah. He actually, he's big, like, he did that pretty regularly. He also played another game. I ran a Star Wars Edge of the Empire campaign for that same whole group of friends, where it was like, setting up a frontier, like, refugee colony during the galactic, civil war between, the Rebel Alliance and the Empire, and it was like a fleet of ships that were fleeing from, like, Imperial, like, oppression on their planets, or, like, wherever they've been. It was like a whole diaspora, like, cobbled together migrant fleet flying out beyond the edge of known space and settling on some random planet in the middle of like a hyperspace storm. So it was really hard to like get to. And the whole thing was like building this new society from like what they carried well back from them and trying to like set up a government and keep the people alive. And it was all very like mutual aid anarchist kind of shit before I knew I was really into that. And like the problems that come along with it, and dealing with like the threats of like the local like fauna and stuff. And this motherfucker shows up like 2 sessions in, and plays a character who's like a technician and refuses to meet the rest of the party. He just wanders off, joins a building company, sabotages all of the machines so they'll only work with his approval so they can't fire him, then automates the process so he can just sit in like the cab of the walkers that are doing like most of the renovations and maintenance on the like the building, like the city that they're building, and just did that for like 2 sessions. I'd check in with him and he'd just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep like milking this for all it's worth and keep collecting a paycheck while doing nothing. He was just like extorting like the entire like all of it was wild. The guy is great, very fun person to play with, very capable of derailing a campaign immediately. Like, also he named his character Bill Ding, so that's the kind of vibe we were working with. Was it one of the Fantasy Flight games? Yeah, I actually, hold on, wait a second, I'll be right back. I have like all of them. I have the I have like 13 splat books for this this system. I really like Edge of the Empire. It is a it embraces a lot of like the expanded universe stuff from before the Disneyfication, and it has transitioned pretty well into that era as well. Like they have a source book, like the Dawn of the Rebellion source book now, that's a time period source book so that you can play during like the it was released as part of a promo for Rogue One. So it gives you like all of the like stat lines and setting pieces for like what was going on there, like kind of in the Andor time period, like all that. And they have a good dice system. Yeah, no, it's really good. I really, really, really like this game. It's very fun. I really like Edge of the Empire. It's focused on like a lot more focused on narrative than like Crunch. So it's got kind of a looser system, but it also puts a lot of effort into giving people stuff to do, like running encounters that are both social and combat based. Like you could play an entire Edge of the Empire game that has almost no combat and is exclusively just like managing a homestead or like being politicians or something. And there are like mechanics in here for how to run like conversations as encounters as if they were like combat, because of the way that the system is structured. It's really cool. I love Edge of the Empire. I think it's great. This is the first rule book that I ever personally owned. My first tabletop rule book, I got it when I was like 18, 19. I think it was probably, must have been 19. My buddies got it for me as a Christmas present, not a Christmas present, a birthday present, so that I could run games for them, because I kept smashing D&D into sci-fi settings, and they were finally like, please just run. You're a Star Wars nerd, just run a Star Wars game. Here's this. Just run this instead. Stop making D&D in space. And I did, and it became like my first tabletop game that I really liked that wasn't D&D. Does it feature like Andor-like stuff, like Corpo Systems, not the Empire, but affiliated with the Empire? Yeah, there's entire like splat books that focus on like Hut Space. The Corporate Sector Authority is like a faction that is pointed out as probably the kind of people that you're going to run into more than the Empire themselves. It specifically is like, hey, we have stats for stormtroopers, but they're probably not what your party's going to be dealing with. Like Edge of the Empire is like you're criminals for the most part. Like you are like fringers on the edge of society. There's also Age of Rebellion that I have, which focuses more heavily on combat and is about being a member of the Rebel Alliance. And then there's Force and Destiny, which is an expansion of the Force sensitivity system and being more like Force-sensitive people in exile on the run from the Empire. And they're all interchangeable, so you can have different characters from the different like subsystems all working together in a single game, but you usually want to pick one that's like the core theme that you're going with, you know? Like you can have like a don't the stormtrooper stats improve drastically with the number of troopers there are? Yeah, it has a really cool squad system where minion grade enemies have like a really shit base stat line with like, or they have like some stable things, and then everything else scales up based on how many there are. So every other instance of a minion in a squad group makes it a bigger and bigger enemy. And as you deal like enough damage to them, it chips away at their numbers and they become weaker. It's a really cool system. And like explosives do like way more damage, like anything with blast or like AoE attacks do like way more to squads. So it's really neat. The system is super cool. I really, really love Edge of the Empire. It is, I genuinely am really excited to play this again. I've got some people that I've got lined up to do a little couple one-offs and teach them how the system works. It's really good. Fucking loved that the beginning of Andor was sort of didn't directly get the Empire involved until a little bit in. Starts with a Corpo bad guy, leads into Empire shit later. I haven't seen it yet. It's on my list. I actually should probably start watching it in the next couple days because I adore Rogue One. It's my favorite Star Wars movie, hands down. Like, no context. Okay, sorry. No, you're good. I've already heard a decent amount about it, and like I know enough about Star Wars and enough about like what I've heard from Andor to have a general idea of what's going on. I'm not going to be able to talk about it in detail. Maybe minor spoilers. You're fine. Don't worry. I am not like, I don't care about spoilers really. A lot of times getting a spoiler that seems interesting will be what gets me interested in watching or consuming something. I know I'll like Andor. Everybody that I know who has seen Andor has told me that it's like exactly my joint, and I just haven't got around to watching it. I keep forgetting to get the Disney Plus from Faith's family, so I got to do that, and then I can watch Andor. So I'll try and do that tomorrow. I love the Star Wars universe if you don't include the Jedi. I like the Jedi and the Sith as concepts that exist, but I like when they are rare and strange. I don't like Jedi or Sith being the central like point of view or even the central antagonist. I also like when they kiss song. That's a good point. So it's I really that's why like Rogue One or like The Mandalorian, at least the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian, I haven't watched more than that, why those things are like way more interesting to me. Sometimes I like, don't get me wrong, I do like stories that focus on Jedi. I grew up thinking Luke Skywalker was super cool, as you should, but I also liked the Han Solo and Kyle Katarn and even Mara Jade at first. Like she ends up being like Jedi Sith Alliance, like she gets into that, but like at first she was kind of just like an Imperial officer, you know. Thrawn fucking rules. Tiber Zan of the Zan Consortium. I'm a big Star Wars nerd. I don't talk about Star Wars that much because I have like capital O opinions on a lot of it, and like, unfortunately, like if you're critical of Star Wars in like the modern internet, you end up running into a lot of people who don't like Star Wars because they're chuds, rather than don't like current Star Wars for like specific writing choices. Like, I love that a lot of people get a lot of value out of modern Star Wars, but like, I'm 50-50 on it. Sometimes I really like it and sometimes I just don't care for it, you know? So I don't talk about it a lot because it's just like, it's one of those things that it's just kind of not worth engaging with for me. A lot is like internet Star Wars discourse. I'm busy over here like hyper autistically rewriting the entirety of like the post-Empire period for my own like Edge of the Empire settings. Like, I'm that kind of Star Wars nerd, you know? Well, it has been hit or miss. Yeah. Hondo Ohnaka is king. I do like Hondo from what I've seen of him. Clone Wars was pretty fun. Star Trek is better. Whatever. I'm not here to get into sci-fi property wars, okay? Like, Stargate and Farscape are my favorite, like, at TV sci-fi, just basically as a rule. So I get to show up to the Star Trek Star Wars fights and be like, listen. You're both being children. Dune is best. Yeah, exactly. If you want me to get into like property wars, I'm going to be showing up and ruining everybody's fun. The stories of the troopers or Mandalorians or the mercenaries I adore. I mean, the Star Wars Galaxies when it first came out was amazing. Yes, I loved it. I have so many great stories about it, and in the new one I loved playing the Imperial Agent. I played mostly Bounty Hunter and Imperial Agent. Played Light Side for the People, Imperial Agent because the rebels just want a realm of chaos and we need to reform, not chaos. I really liked the Imperial Agent in Old Republic. It was really good. General Grievous was the character that stood out the most to me as a kid. That's because Grievous fucking rules. Especially if you saw the Clone Wars, the Genndy Todorovsky Clone Wars animated show before Attack of the Clones came out, or not Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith came out. Because then you got to see Grievous at like peak, like slicing people up like giga power. Like that Grievous in that show was like fucking metal as hell. It was very cool. Star Wars isn't even sci-fi, it's fantasy. That distinction is almost meaningless. It's one of those things where if you try to draw a line, you'll never be able to pull it. Like there's a lot of reasons why sci-fi fantasy is a combined like genre term now, because where one begins and the other ends is often not a meaningful distinction, or you end up getting into really weird specifics, you know? That's why the best sci-fi was Artemis Fowl. He was a fucking menace, right? I mainly did Sith Warrior. Nice, that tracks. Oh, can I bug you about that Shadowheart deck? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, I can get back on that. I completely forgot that was going on. I love the casting, technical direction, and FX in Star Wars End Trilogy, but the writing could have been pooped out by a defective LLM. Yeah, the sequel trilogy, there's a lot I like about it. There's probably more I don't like on the grand scale of things, but like I don't like hate it. I just think it's really cynical, you know? Like the sequel trilogy is very obviously a product, you know? And like that has never, it's not like Star Wars is like has ever not been a product. Like basically ever since like Empire Strikes Back, like Star Wars has at least partially existed to sell toys. Like that's where most of the money came from for even the original trilogy. So it's not like that's new, but it has become like the main thing, you know? Your boy tired, gonna tune out and wind down, have a good stream, stay gay, of course. Song, thank you so much, have a good night, sleep well. We're actually almost done with this whole stream and I'm probably not gonna switch over to a game. I think I'm just gonna keep chatting. Science is just magic you know the rules of? Yeah, for real. Yeah, no, I just throw that at people doing the Star Wars, Star Trek thing to throw off the pace of the entire argument. Amazing. There's a bunch I like about it, most of it in Last Jedi. I agree. Last Jedi is my favorite sequel movie. Now, granted, I think Last Jedi has the highest highs, and I'm not gonna say the lowest lows because Rise of Skywalker is almost all really low lows, but like the emotional spiking between like high quality shit that I love and like what the fuck did I just watch is the most intense in The Last Jedi. But I think The Last Jedi is the most interesting of all of the sequel movies, and I think that's partially because it's so fucking flawed. Like there is a movie, The Last Jedi is like a Frankenstein's monster of a movie I really like and like spite Disney slop, you know? Okay, but the blue milk though, I can't even be that mad at the blue milk. I'm gonna be honest. I am a sucker for a fallen hero. And you can make arguments about whether or not Luke would do that till the sun burns out, but like having grown up on Star Wars Legends and seeing some of the weird shit Luke got up to in like the books, I didn't have that image of Luke Skywalker of like being completely like uncorruptible. So I was just kind of like, yeah, that tracks. Like he was raised by Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Why wouldn't he do this? You can argue that that's an incorrect take, but like it is an argument we'd have to have, right? Like there's media discussion to be had there, and like I don't think there's an objective answer on how like a fictional character would behave based on like already extant content. Like you can just argue about how you think they would. I genuinely see Last Jedi Luke as a natural progression of the Luke from the OT. Yeah, I do too. I think some of the methods they used to get there were convoluted. I kind of feel like a lot of stuff in Last Jedi, I feel similarly about like the Battle of the Bastards in Game of Thrones. Like the Battle of the Bastards itself fucking rules. But everything they do to get to that point of the story in like that season and half of the season before it is contrived, convoluted bullshit that makes no sense. And so like I can say with confidence Battle of the Bastards is one of the coolest like medieval fantasy battles put to film. Like it's up there with some of the greats. But everything around it fucking sucks, you know? Like it's like all the justifications are bad. The reason everything happens in the battle is bad. Parts of the justification for why sections of the battle itself happen are bad, but the execution is so good that I'm not mad at it, you know? Like it's like this rules. Like it's like this thing fucking sucks actually, and it's like the coolest thing ever. Like I feel like that about a lot of parts of modern Star Wars, and especially The Last Jedi. I'm gonna put this away. Also, Rey Nobody was the best fucking decision for Rey's past. You don't need a grand legacy behind you to be great than The Rise of Skywalker. No, I agree. I absolutely 100% agree. When they dropped that, where it was like, hey, actually, the prophecy about you was a red herring. Like, you got here because you're you and you're doing what you think is right. I thought that fucking ruled. And then, no, it has to be the same two families fucking up the galaxy forever, you know? It's fucking awful. It was so wretched. The books were bonkers, Grackle, yeah. They were absolutely fucking unhinged. You know the rules, and so do I. Seemed kind of clear that Disney was aiming to wipe the canon clean so they could start anew with a wider range of unrelated story options, and it was really disrespectful to the OG material. I think the most disrespectful part is that they didn't actually change much, you know? Like, they just did Dark Empire as Rise of Skywalker, right? Like, they just did a worse version of the Dark Empire plotline with no setup. So, like, they wiped out all of the canon, which was a mess, admittedly. Like, if I inherited the Star Wars property, I would probably immediately cut down a lot of the expanded universe, because it was bonkers. It was fucking batshit insane. So I would probably do something similar. But to do that and then just, it would be like if in like the last act of Rise of Skywalker, like the Yuuzhan Vong showed up as a threat, destroyed 400 planets, and then were defeated immediately. It's like, okay, what? What do you mean? I've said it before, but I hate the sequel trilogy because of politics behind the scenes, and I will die on the hill that they did Finn dirty in the worst kind of way, but I maintain that for me, they could have saved the story if they had Rey fall to the dark side and Darth Snape became the protagonist. Honestly, and I hate that I have this opinion a little bit, the feminist in me is annoyed at this, because like, you know, we finally got like a woman main character of a Star Wars trilogy, but like, I genuinely feel like the trilogy is better if you look at Kylo Ren as the main character. And that's not like me being like, yeah, Kylo Ren's better because, man, I just think they butchered Rey's writing so bad. Like, she has no consistent, like, writing or, like, goal or plot line, really. Like, she kind of just gets carried around by the plot. And then you have Kylo Ren, who's off doing a Zuko arc, you know? And, it annoys me that I feel that way about it. But, like, they really took every opportunity to make Rey the least interesting person in the movie. From what I know about Star Wars, which is very little, Rey was like a Mary Sue character. I think it's worse than that song because like that's the like common internet take, right? But Rey doesn't actually solve any problems or do much, in my opinion. Rey kind of gets carried along by the plot and like just like runs away a lot and occasionally delivers a MacGuffin into like a slot, you know? Like she doesn't do much. Like the plot movers are like Poe Dameron, Finn, Kylo Ren, Princess Leia, I guess. Like that's it. Like Leia is the most like developed woman in the series, except for Admiral Holdo, who I hold to this day should have taken Leia's place into the third movie. And I had this opinion before we knew that Carrie Fisher died as well. Like they were setting Holdo up, it felt like, to have like an interesting set of like relationship dynamics with the cast for the third movie, and then they just fucking kill her at the end, you know, instead of having her take the torch from the Last Generation like every other character did. I don't know. It was a whole mess. It's a whole mess. The Star Wars sequel trilogy is a fucking mess. It's wild. I think the way they did Rey, the way they created Rey, it would have, my chat moved. The way they created Rey, it would have been more interesting if she turned to the dark side. I agree, yeah. It was a lazy purge, not well written, but I did like the actors, especially Boyega. He really nailed the traumatized guy pushing back against his training and imperial brainwashing and propaganda, split and tortured. No, I agree. A lot of the performances in those movies are good. Like there are a lot of good components in the Star Wars sequel movies. I think like the writing is generally the weakest aspect. There's a lot of really good production value. There's a lot of really cool special effects, especially the practical effects. They consistently used a lot of practical effects for a lot of the sequel movies. They're really cool to watch for the most part. Like if I was watching them like just for the visual spectacle, there would be a lot of really cool moments, you know? Like it is a very visually interesting series still, which is cool. I like that. But a lot of the writing is dog water. And the actors are really working like kind of similarly to the later seasons of Game of Thrones. Like the actors are fucking earning their paychecks. Like they're working hard to try and like sell us these characters. But they're just working with really rough material, you know? And that kind of, it comes out to their detriment. And then they did almost nothing with that except for little bits of Finn's characterization. Yeah. In my headcanon, Chewie held the moon for 1 second. Yeah, I miss that. Oh my god. The spoilers for a movie that I don't think is good, and also came out years ago, but like when they faked out Chewbacca's death in Rise of Skywalker, and then like after actually like a minute and a half of the main cast like mourning him, they cut to a shot of him captured on an Imperial spaceship because like they can't let the fucking movie have any stakes, you know? Like they have to immediately show that actually Chewbacca isn't dead and it's okay even if the rest of the cast thinks so. That way we can have our fake pathos with the main cast and like nothing else. It's wretched. It's so bad. It's not good. Man, my lighting is fucking wacky today. Hold on. Is that better? I don't know. I feel like now I'm reflective. Wait, what do I do with this? Maybe I turn this down a little bit. And I go and turn this up a little bit. Someday, I'll have decent lighting options. Someday that's not today. Still feels weird. I feel like shiny. Okay. I can imagine creating a documentary style film about the Cantina Band. Yeah, give me This Is Spinal Tap, but it's about the Cantina Band. They throw in another defecting stormtrooper at the end that does nothing, right? I'm still mad that they killed Phasma with like no ceremony or development. Like, fucking Gwendolyn Christie is like, every time, if Gwendolyn Christie is on screen, she commands the room for me. I have a huge, big, dumb gay crush on Gwendolyn Christie. Rey's just better at everything than everyone else, and Kathleen Kennedy pushed hard to make her the focus and take at the actual expense of every other character. Finn's entire subplot was buried because she wanted to make sure he never stood out ahead of her. Now, I respect wanting to bring more female presence into the story, and female troopers should have been a huge story point, but Kathleen Kennedy said fuck it all. Yeah, well that's the thing. It's like the it's the classic like cynical corporate representation, you know? It's like there's no actual like spirit behind it. It's not saying anything interesting about like or even like executing just having a female main character. Well, it's just kind of garbage, you know? It doesn't do anything. It's just there to check off a box, and that is annoying. Even if like in this is the part where like trying to talk about this in like an area where I don't get to like say everything I want is where like the anti-woke crowd comes in and it's like, see, you think that it's bad to have you think it's bad that women are in the lead role, and I'm like, no, I think it's bad to put a woman in the lead role and then use her as a fucking shield for your bad writing, and you know, like then you, after writing it poorly, using it as an excuse to not put women in main roles anymore. Like, I think that's bad. I think we have a very different takeaway from this guy. Like, I watched one prequel. It wasn't even the first prequel. That's so funny. One of the only Star Wars films I watched was the Christmas film. Amazing. Terrific actors, weak acting. Now, I may have been a Jar Jar hater back in the second trilogy days, but I loved watching Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan whoop ass in the first 10 minutes of episode 1. Oh yeah, it ruled. I need more booty shorts? You do. You can feel free to disagree with me, but as a person with PTSD, watching Finn so willingly mow down stormtroopers who he knows were also kidnapped as children and raised in the army bothers me so much. It felt like the writers didn't understand the subject matter at all. I mean, Mark, you grew up with a military family and you have a better understanding of what it's like to be marked by the military life. No, absolutely. I loved the way Finn's character arc started, and I like a lot of aspects of it up to the end of Last Jedi, but by the time we get to Rise of Skywalker, he is no longer a character. And it's really upsetting to me because I did really relate to Finn as like somebody who grew up in, you know, a military family who was like destined to be, like to enter that same military pipeline. Like that was like the expectation for me, was that I was going to join the military with all of my other redneck friends and we were all gonna go and blow up people overseas, you know? That was just my life until like my late teens when I decided that that wasn't something I wanted for myself. So, yeah, I really did. I did deeply resonate with Finn's storyline, and it really upset me that it didn't go anywhere, you know? I felt bad. I didn't love it. Wait, this still feels too bright. I don't know, like that? I can't get the lighting right today. It's not bad because of the women in the lead roles. It's just a shit movie that happens to have women in the lead roles. Yeah, exactly. Also, Yawgmoth's Bargain Bin is a fucking awesome username. Dead Domain kind of looks like Gwendolyn Christie. I couldn't unsee it once I made the connection. I get a little bit, yeah. Dead Domain does kind of look like Gwendolyn Christie. We all love Gwendolyn Christie. I don't care if it's Game of Thrones or her as Lucifer in Sandman or Phasma in Star Wars. She just pawns everything. I fucking love Gwendolyn Christie. Not bad. Okay, I already saw that. Finn was such a wasted character. Yeah, I won't let them win. Good stuff. Let's see. They should have given the whole trilogy to one project head instead of flopping between J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson with no overall plan for the trilogy. Well, that's the thing, is their plan... this is gonna drive me insane. I don't know what That's fine. Yeah, like that's the thing is that they brought in like this is all part of the corporate politics, right? They put J.J. Abrams on the project because he did Star Trek and because he's really good at setting up a bunch of mysteries that seem interesting that he has no answers for. Like, he is a bad mystery writer, but he's really good at setting up a mystery in the sense of, like, selling the illusion that there's something going on. And so they brought him in for the first movie, and then he went and ran off and did something else because it was never the plan to have him, like, make all the movies. And he set up a whole bunch of things that there was no plan for, and then somebody else came in and was like, you know, I don't even have any notes on where this is going. I'm just going to do my own thing. Whether or not that was the right move, you can take or leave. That's another whole argument to have. And then they kicked Rian Johnson out and brought J.J. Abrams back. And it was just like, the mysteries were all, every mystery box was just as bad as I was worried they were going to be, you know? I also have Spinal Tap on vinyl. Fuck yeah. Fucking hate J.J. Abrams. He ruined the new Trek films. Well, that's the thing. J.J. Abrams is really good at making visually impressive things that seem interesting on the surface. But very rarely does that translate into something that has any kind of satisfying conclusion or, like, deeper themes. He did the same thing with Lost. Like, he was... Now my camera can't decide what lighting setting it's supposed to be in. He did the same thing with Lost, which is, like, one of the things that got him super popular in the first place, where he showed up, he directed like the first couple episodes and like gave them a basic like rundown of what the start should be, and then he just like left the cast and crew to figure it out from there, you know? J.J. Abrams is a fine director, but he really needs other strong writers in the room. Agree. J.J. Abrams is basically just shaky cam Michael Bay. Hey, that's not entirely fair, okay? He also likes lens flare a lot. You couldn't even see anything because of the lens flare? See, I got you. I got you. I see you, Chris. Is that gonna fix it? I don't know. Keep changing. JJ is a great director. I don't personally like JJ Abrams as a director that much, but, you know, that's going to come down to taste probably a lot more than other things. Mission Impossible 3 is really good. It would have been less so if JJ was the only writer. I haven't seen it. Didn't watch it. He did Star Trek, which is the most Star Wars-ass Star Trek movie there is. So they're like, okay, you can do it. I've heard that, I've heard theories bandied about that his Star Trek movie was a backdoor pitch for him being picked up for Star Wars. I don't know if that's, like, true or if it's just kind of like internet shit talk, you know? But... I've seen that come up in a couple different places. And you know, I didn't hate those two Star Trek movies when they came out, Star Trek and Into Darkness, because I wasn't really a Star Trek fan and I was a teenager. So I thought they were pretty neat, but I don't think I feel any need to go back and watch them. I also like Chris Pine. He's a very handsome man. He's charismatic, you know? So, and I don't know anything about his personal life, so he hasn't been ruined for me professionally due to social faux pas or creepiness. And I'm going to keep it that way for the moment. I don't need to know everything about everyone. I'm just glad that Tarantino's Star Trek film has not been given the go-ahead. He would make a worse job than Discovery. You know, I like Tarantino movies a lot. I'm a big fan of Tarantino movies, actually. I understand the like sadistic glee that he takes in just disassembling people on camera. He's very like gratuitous and upfront about how, I guess, like carnally invested he is in the filmmaking process. Like it's like playing with Legos for him, and I find that interesting. I think it's very interesting. I don't think he's a great choice for a Star Trek movie. You know, I don't think that's really where his strengths lie. um, Why do you hate me so much? A teenager when the JJ truck came out scowls at you in mid to late 20s. Hey, you know, what can I say? Nothing. Nothing except haha, I guess. When I was bi, Chris Pine was very pretty, not interested in anymore. I've become a lesbian since then. Hey, valid, there you go. Star Trek movies have things to really like, but overall they're kind of lacking. Yeah, like I said, I watched them when I was a teenager, so I don't really have strong opinions on them. I remembered thinking they were neat. I did not hate the first movie and the third movie. I felt they did the second one a disservice by making essentially a version of an existing Star Trek movie. That's fair. The second one had Benedict Cumberbatch as Khan, and I was a big like Super Hulock girl at the time. I wasn't on Tumblr, so I would have never admitted to or said that I was a Super Hulock girl. In fact, I was very much still in my closeted not like other girlsing moment being a Super Hulock fan. So I was like, oh hey, Benedict Cumberbatch, that's Sherlock. I have a dumb little teen crush on him. Yay, I love him being in this movie. This is great. Like, so, you know. Supernatural was awesome. Yeah, I've been rewatching Supernatural slowly recently. It's fun. I like Supernatural a lot. Okay, but Henry Cavill can do whatever he wants to me. A lot of people are a little bit bi. Yeah, Dean is super hot. Jensen Ackles. Love Jensen Ackles. He is a handsome man. He's good. He's a big gruff guy. He's got a good face. He's scruffy. I like it when he sings. Seeing him as Soldier Boy in The Boys season 3. Was it season 3? I think it was season 3. Was it season 3 or season 2? Was it season 3? I don't remember. Whichever one he's Soldier Boy in, I loved him the whole time. Yeah, Jensen Ackles is, man, delicious. I know, just such a hot dude. Holy shit. Like, every time I look at myself and I'm like, I don't know, maybe I am just gay. Like, I see, like, Jensen Ackles again, and I'm like, all right. No, they're, you know, or like Henry Cavill as Geralt, and I'm like, oh, no, all right. No, I'm still, yeah, there's still a desire there. Like, fair enough. It seemed like they were actually getting around to be more Star Trek-y and Star Trek Beyond, but financials meant we didn't get a fourth. Yeah, fair. The Hateful Eight is a great movie. I still haven't finished it because it's a really slow start, but I still want to go watch that one. Unfortunately, all I did when I was a teen was like play League of Legends and wrestle with repressed gay urges. Hey, I did a lot of that too, Song, okay? My Smurf account was called Bieber Girl 117 or something along that line, and it was totally just because I liked to dunk on League of Legends players and then make fun of them with an account called Bieber Girl 117. And definitely not that I really liked it when people treated me as a girl, even if it was just to insult me in misogynistic ways, you know? My what account? Smurf account. A Smurf account is when you make a second account in a game with heavy competitive focus in order to get placed into lobbies with a lower ELO or MMR rating, matchmaking ranking than you have, so that you get to go and step on people who are not as good as you and then make fun of them for it. It's kind of or alternatively, if you're less toxic, to practice your ladder climbing, but usually there's a lot of making fun of people that are worse than you at the game. I'm old. Once a fella's over 40 and still hot, that's my strike zone. Ackles is just mouth-watering. Oh, I know, right? I'm still in the zone where he gets to be daddy for me, so I'm really into that. He's so pretty in Supernatural at the beginning, and he's such a little. He's got such a little like pretty little baby man face. He's so smooth and cute, and then I look at him in like The Boys, and he's daddy, you know? Like he's like, hey, hi. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. That man has aged like fine whiskey. Yeah, the beginning lobbies, yeah. I spent too much time watching Spinal Tap as a kid. I've seen it once and I really liked it. Over 40, you say? I smurfed in Pisslow for ego, but I was just a diamond shitter, all things considered. Little did I know I wasn't Pisslow. I never even made it to diamond. I scratched at the gates of platinum. I was like a career gold player, but I started playing back when gold was still like pretty good. Like not great, but like top 10% of players kind of good, you know? And then like as I got older and had less time to spend on the game, I kind of just stayed gold and got worse at the game. And gold became like shit elo really fast. And then they added like extra, you know, because they added like all the extra rankings and things. Because it used to just be like diamond used to be the best. You know, like when I was playing League of Legends, unless you were Challenger, which is like the top 100 people in the world or whatever it was at the time, Diamond was top tier. So I almost got into Platinum a couple times when that was like worth something. And then I just like scaled off because I hit the point where I was like, okay, I either have to like decide that, because I wanted to play League of Legends professionally for a while, and I reached the point where I realized I would have to like give up doing anything else to maybe have a chance at becoming a professional League of Legends player, or like develop a life. And I chose to develop a life. I played LoL mainly in 2011. I think I started. I remember my first ranked game was in season 1, and I made it into gold in season 2. Back when they had an elo system, like, or I think they ditched the elo system partway through, or at the beginning of season, it was season 2 or season 3. They moved out of elo and into like the matchmaking, like ladder rankings. And I remember that was great. And I immediately got gold once they ditched the elo system, because the elo system was like, it was fucked up. The elo system fucking sucked. If I ever met Henry Cavill, I would so get him to join my WoW guild just so I could say I had him in my guild. I mean, I'd love to play with him too. In game, of course. Diamond 2 was my peak when Elise was busted. That was, I think season 3, 4 maybe? I don't remember. She's been really strong a couple of times. I had an interesting journey with my sexuality, considering that my trans awakening came very late. I was not really shunned or questioned for my sexuality at all, and only more recently have I started questioning if I have bi tendencies, or maybe pan is more accurate. Honestly, this is going to depend on who you ask, obviously. Like, I just said obviously twice in the same sentence. Or did I say honestly and obviously? I don't know. This is going to maybe be controversial, but bi and pan are largely interchangeable terms. Like, if you're just talking about like people understanding what you mean, like if you get really into like 4th level like queer iceberg like cultural discourse, bi and pan have distinctions, but bi and pan, I mean, there's like people say bi/pan a lot, you know, like bi pan, like they're functionally the same thing. Even if there are like really you can argue about there being really niche differences, but for the most part, same thing. Hey Mark, I'm gonna run away. You do look spectacular today, and I really enjoyed you yapping. I'm looking forward to Nier or not, whatever. I'm super nonchalant about it. Fuck yeah, I can't wait to see it. I mean, I essentially got to come out in 2 different ways at the same time. Guess what? I'm trans and a lesbian. I'm a trans lesbian, but maybe not just. No, I feel that. That was like when I came out to my parents as trans, when I finally like had the in-person conversation with them, the first thing that my dad said was, "So you're what, like gay?" And I was like, Jesus, I feel like we have so much ground to cover and you're not going to listen to any of it. Yeah, oh God is right. And then they were like, "Oh, it's okay. We're very accepting of that. I mean, we used to have a T-slur that would jog by the house that we used to live in back when you were a kid, and we'd wave at misgendering like him all the time, and like it was totally fine." And I was like, "Yeah, you know, I don't think that conveyed the idea you were hoping it would. I think maybe you should be listening to the words I'm saying instead of trying to assure me that you're actually fine. Like, Lamau, he was supportive though? No, he wasn't. He was not supportive. There was... Are you one of them queer mo sex sickles? Yeah, precisely. No, my parents are not friendly about it. They act like they are, but in like a really condescending, like the fact that you're gay or trans or whatever, you can be purple, it doesn't matter, you're still our son kind of thing, like that kind of way. Like they're like aggressively accepting of the idea they have of me, but not the actual person I am. And they're like really aggressive about it. Fortunately, I had everyone close to me be accepting and mostly understanding. I had to clarify and reinforce some things early on, but everyone's got it now. That's how my friend group was. And is still. They're fantastic. Deeply supportive people. Really, really glad that they all like got on that wagon right away. Except for one person. Yeah. Oh no. In my step family, well, you know, having only one bad one is definitely a little bit nicer. Also, good night, Misty. I don't know if I said good night. I might have just said hell yeah and moved on, but I played Sona a lot when she first came out. Valid. Lighting. I am too pale for this light setup. All right, so definitely order another ring light and some diffusers. I think that's, I'm gonna do that. Gotta try and do this over the next 2 days. From when I end stream tonight to before I start stream on Thursday. I have a pair of shoes I still have to order that Kat got me over the 24-hour stream, so I gotta do that. I gotta get a new camera, preferably one with tracking for when I do after-hours streams. I need to get a new ring light and some diffusers, and I need an SSD, and that's where a good chunk of my subathon money is going to go. I came out to my dad as bisexual, and bro was like, okay, anyways, I need you to pick up eggs and coffee. You forgot 2 times. That's great. Honestly, I'm here for that kind of, like, that sort of, like, radically casual acceptance, where it literally, and not in like the I'm trying to performatively act like I don't care, but just like they genuinely could not give less of a shit. They're like, okay, great, you fuck dudes, whatever. Are you going to go and feed the dog? I've been asking for 2 hours. Like, I actually really like that. I think that's great. Did I also mention that I need more crop tops? Fun thing about that, Samara, you can make them yourself. This used to be a t-shirt. Just slice up t-shirts. It's good. It's good. That's the way I get all of my crop tops. I very rarely buy, some of my crop tops I purchased, but most of them I sliced up myself. Actually true, yeah. So great transition wardrobe tip, okay? Remember, all of your old clothes that you want to get rid of, you can just cut them into stuff that you like. It's not even that difficult. Just experiment. You're gonna throw it out anyway. I know I don't really wear my t-shirts, my old t-shirts anymore. I just cut them all up into crop tops and like off shoulders and stuff. Yay, slicing. My parents forced me to out myself as trans to them. The first thing my mother said was, I wish you would have told us sooner so we could have helped you, as in force the gayness out. Ooh. Yeah, my one of the first things my dad asked was if I was molested by one of his friends as a child. So like, which like I wasn't. And a lot of his friends were pretty fucked up because he was like doing a whole bunch, he was on his like alcoholism, drug bender shit. So like, a reasonable suspicion to have, but like not the time to ask me that. Like immediately after I come out as trans, like not the vibe. Like has some very uncomfortable implications. Like it's really fucked up. My coming out to my parents went about as badly as it could without them like physically aggressing on me, you know? How do you stop them from fraying? Do you hem them too? No. I don't know. They kind of just... let them fray. That's pretty punk. You know, like most like t-shirt fabrics and stuff, like if they've got any kind of stretch to them, they're gonna curl up a little bit at the end and they'll almost like just, you know, do it themselves. You don't have to worry about stopping them from fraying. And like if they fray too much, cool, punk shirt, rad. I hope it disintegrates more. Damn, sorry Merc, that's shit. It's alright, it was years ago now. I do have to go to I am gonna be going to my brother's wedding later this year, which that's gonna be weird because like my brother's been fine with me. Like we just don't really talk much. I think he's kind of got that like I literally could not care less about you and your like the fact that you like dress like a woman now, like I like whatever. Like I think he just like actually can't be bothered to worry about it, which I'm fine with. Cool, great. We recently started talking again, very briefly, just like little short exchanges. It's nice. It's fine. We'll see if that's how it stays when I go to the wedding, but don't know. I haven't talked to my dad in like 2 years, and the last thing I said to him was "fuck you, don't contact me." So you know that went well. And my mother, I have a letter that I wrote in response to her like 2-page letter she sent to me that was deeply troubling, that I just haven't got around to sending back yet, and I haven't talked to her since then. So we'll see. We'll see how that all works out. Force the gay out makes it sound like a kidney stone. Yeah, you know, if you just clench your muscles enough, they'll just, you know, it'll just kind of squeeze out. Well, months after that, I was in conversion therapy. Oh, I'm so sorry. If I had come out to my parents when I was young, like still like a teenager, or like God forbid earlier than that, like 11 or 12, like if I said that I was like, you know, I thought that like boys were pretty cute actually, or if I recognized like why I felt the way I did about like not wanting to be a boy, you know, and wishing that I was a girl, like if I knew that and I had the language and I told them I was trans, I probably would have ended up in conversion therapy too. They were very much advocates for that kind of stuff. I didn't because I, you know, didn't really sort I was so deep in the like indoctrination and like internalized transphobia that it took me a really, really long time to be willing to analyze that about myself. But yeah, it would not have been good, and I'm really sorry that you went through that. That's horrifying. She told me she also had feelings for girls and boys as a kid, but that it'll pass. Yeah, both of my parents have been like that. Yeah. Yep. No, I've got a lot of that. Like, part of the reason why it took me so long to realize I was trans is because when I told my mom I wished that I could wake up as a girl when I was like 7 or something, you know, like 6 or 7, or like, you know, anytime that I told her that I like didn't like that I had the bits that I had, you know, in child language, she'd just be like, "Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Everybody feels that way. Everybody wishes that they were the opposite, you know? Every boy wishes they were a girl sometimes, and all the girls wish that they were boys sometimes." And I was just like, okay, so that's a normal experience then, sure. And I just moved along on my merry way. Did not really feel the need to analyze it anymore because it was like they took that information in and went, no, that's normal. You just have to like, you know, you're good as God made you. You know, you just have to bury that. We all have to do that. Same thing with like talking about being gay. You know, it was the same kind of like when it was being, it's that like internalized homophobia as a bi person being like, I choose to not be gay, so everybody else can, obviously. Like, everybody finds men hot, or in my mom's case, yeah, I look at women's asses, why wouldn't I? Like, it's like, oh, okay, so like we have some self-analysis to do here. Speaking for ancient club rat, punk glam goth kids, yeah, we bought military surplus stuff in thrift finds, cut them up so they looked like we wanted, dyed them black for a couple bucks, and used generic craft store chrome studs to more personalize them. Yeah, exactly. Slice your own shit up. It's great. So glad you live your own truth now. Oh, absolutely. It was a long journey getting there. there are so many like disaster girl merc stories from like pre-transition when I was just fumbling around trying to find my way in the world. Dad wanted to send me to military school when I was 13, talked him out of it, but 8 years later, my first love told me he lived next to that military academy, and it was all gay kids that were sent there to straighten up, and all they did was fuck on the weekends when they could visit their boyfriends in town. And I said, dude, you mean I talked my dad out of sending me to gay Disneyland? Fuck, right? I feel like they're repressing a lot. They are. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't really need to go into the details of the letter my dad sent me while he was like processing, going through his like making amends stage of his 12-step program, but it was a lot of talk about like suppressing cross-dressing and like having bisexual experiences in the military and how Jesus cured him of all of it. And it's like, oh, sure, yeah, that explains why you're so well adjusted these days. Like, I had to go, which like, I don't know, it feels kind of like, part of me feels bad about like even sharing that level of like detached information from what was a very personal conversation. But on the flip side, maybe like he shouldn't be so fucking transphobic all the goddamn always while trying to use it as a shield. So, you know, if there was a little bit more mutual respect, maybe I would feel worse about talking about that. But I had to go to a wedding with the non-supportive one there. I dressed up real nice and had a bra that held its shape real good and partied and lived my best life and congratulated the bride and groom who were delighted to have me. I got kind of drunk and did some small talk with said person, but I went out there and was part of the party group. Fuck yeah. Said person can stay mad? No, exactly. Like just like ignore them as much as you can. Like, and that can get tough when they're everywhere, you know? When they're like the bulk of who you're talking to, like when you can't find any kind of community, but once you have like a core group and you can just kind of like be reminded that it's like not normal for people to be fucking weird about you in those ways, and just like disrespectful, honestly, it's a lot easier to just be like, wow, that's sad for you, sorry, I guess, and then move on and keep having fun. It's like unironically like the big like thumbs up from the group like thing, like great, oh well, anyway. And I was a racist, homophobic, sexist dick. It had magazines like Chicks with Dicks, literally the name of it. My sister once had a male friend around for the night, and my dad found out and basically kicked him out. You needn't have worried about him as he's gay. Yeah, well of course they don't care about that though, because they're all like, you know, like a lot of really like closeted, or not closeted, but like homophobic straight guys, at least the ones in really like the like masculine toxic cultures that I came from, like that sort of like evangelical area, they like, just like they think that trans people are just trans so that they can like invade women's spaces, they had the same opinions about gay people, and often maybe even still do, less so now that like being gay is so much more like distinctly mainstream and like out in the open. But they, yeah, like how many movies, like growing up, if you grew up in like the 90s or 2000s, how many movies are there that had a subplot where the straight main character pretends to be a gay best friend so that he can touch women under the guise that he's not actually sexually interested in them when he very clearly is? Like, how often did you run into that? Because I ran into it a lot. You know, like the whole transphobia thing is just recycled homophobia with a new target. It's not new, and it's not like, it's obviously baseless, and it's just the same playbook that they like scribbled the name out and like wrote, you know, T slurs instead of like F slurs on the book. Like that's it. It's like, I want to say creatively bankrupt like that, but that feels like you know, that's kind of taking the piss a bit. But it's like they can't even make up a new story. You know, they can't even come up with a new insult. It's just the same thing recycled over and over and over again. A lot, yeah, a lot. Yeah, it happened all the time. It was like the same thing with the trap storyline in like sitcoms and things in like the 90s and 2000s, where it's like every sitcom had to have at least one episode plot where somebody accidentally dates a man that's tricking them into sleeping with them by looking like a woman. Like that was like, that was it. That was trans representation, you know, in that era. Like that was all. That was what what we were in media. It was fucking awful. He hated my mom going to see her gay friends. Like, what the fuck, they're gay? Nothing was going to happen. Well, that's the thing. They're all paranoid because so much of like fascism and like bigotry and like in-group out-group dynamics like that comes from a sense of like sexual inadequacy. Like you see it a lot, like manifest a lot harder in areas with like really heavy like toxic masculinity sort of through lines, but it happens with women too, you know? Like a lot of the catty bitchiness and like the not like other girls shit and like the women hating on women comes from like a deep founded or like deep seated feeling of sexual insecurity. Like if we want to get like a little philosophical, if we want to get a little like fucking Freudian, just a smidge, we can have a little. We get a little bit of Freudian like foundational stuff as a treat. Most of it not super great, but like there's parts of it that still echo. Like there's a reason that it keeps coming back up in conversation, you know? Creatively bankrupt is a fair term. It reflects the consistent frustration and undateable dudes that are just convinced everyone else had a way to get laid except them, while the truth is they are only undateable because their personality is horrific. I mean, you know, it's a lot of complicated factors, but like that's part of it, you know? It's like the manosphere things, you know, like with people who are like the Tate bros, right? Like the deeply homoerotic like fetishization of like hyper masculinized male bodies that is coupled with a distinct hatred for women and a frustration with the inability to sleep with them because they hate them, and the women that they're around can tell that they hate them, so they don't want to sleep with them. Like it's a self-defeating thing. And so then they go back and they like, you know, jerk off in a circle while looking at each other's pecs. I don't like it. It's fucking bizarre. It is it is similar to like I brought this up the other day. I saw a video from a gay like gym bro who was like, yeah, so much of like the like incel looks maxing manosphere stuff is just like toxic gay gym bro culture, but being done by straight guys, so it can't be diffused by fucking each other at the end of the day. And like, yeah, like not entirely wrong. Many men are homoromantic and heterosexual. That actually, no, okay, so this is a really interesting thing, and the implications of this. Yeah, a lot of, and it you know, you can argue about the causes of it all day, but women are often used as a proxy for male, like male on male relationships that stray into like homoromantic. Or even just like male bonding things, you know? In like, I won't get too into like the really dark aspects of it because like we have 30 minutes left of stream and I don't need to get into like the dynamics of sexual assault. But often women are used as an object and proxy for men to interact with each other rather than to interact with women, because they are like, they're satisfying like sexual frustration in a socially acceptable way while bonding with other men who they respect and actually want to be in community with. And there's a wide range of reasons this happens. It can be socially conditioned. It can be a mismatch between your romantic and sexual desires, or even just like, you know, you may have like sexual interest in men, but it's only, you know, sexual contact with women is the only like socially acceptable way to have sexual contact. So you use it as a way to interact with other men rather than as an actual satisfaction of your self-interest, like your own sexual interests, you know? And that's not like a universal thing, but it's a recurring motif in a lot of societies and in toxic masculine culture, you know? Or it is a hallmark of what we most commonly think of as toxic masculine culture. is a true like fundamental objectification of women and their bodies, and a total disregarding of them as human beings, and rather just as a way to interact with other men who they see as human beings that they want to actually interact with. Thank you. Yes, straight culture is starved for intimacy and genuine friendship and support, and it blurs the lines deeply. Yeah. It gets confusing. Like, this is, when we talk about, like, patriarchy hurting everyone, including men, this is the kind of stuff that we're talking about. And it's why it really frustrates me when I see on the internet somebody being like, you talk about feminism all the time, but what about the men? And it's like, I talk about the men a lot. I talk about the men a lot when I'm talking about feminism. Like, most feminists do talk about the men a lot. They're an important part of talking about feminism. Like, it's like, a lot of the things that result in men hurting women hurt men too, and that is like a part of actual feminist discourse. And it's really maddening running into people that ignore that. As a Brit and someone who was born within 20 miles of where Tate is from, I must apologize for the utter shit stain that is Andrew Tate. Hey, we've all got our net negative cultural exports, you know? It happens. We've inflicted plenty of things on everyone else too. I've always liked applying the concept of latent and manifest content to Freud's own works. Take the form and leave the exact content to look for the structural argument. I think that's a good way to put it, actually. I think I do kind of similar things. Yeah. As an American, I can attest. Yeah, right? Like... Those people also in general seem to care about the act of sleeping with women, but more feel like they have to do it in order to validate a status. Yeah, it's less about actually enjoying it, right? Like it is like, again, it comes back to like sleeping with women in these like really deeply like hyper masculine, like overperforming masculine gender from where they're like how they perceive it. Like, sleeping with women is not a thing they do to enjoy themselves even. It is a thing they do to impress other guys. Like, it like the only reason the quality of the act even matters is not even about the act itself. It's about whether or not you can brag about sleeping with somebody who is good at sex or who is really hot to the homies.
Hey bro, I've slept with like 20 women. You want to see the dick that caused it?
Right, like literally, yeah. Or like,
see how hung I am. I'm a grower though, so right. I'll have to get it up for you, bro.
Yeah, it needs supports. You know, I got to get a whole other bitch just to hold up my dick while I put it in someone else. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it's like it's yeah. You want to see? You want to see? Like, it was like the fucking dude in Blacklight's band who used to just walk into rooms with his balls hanging out the zipper of his jeans to get a rise out of the other dudes in the room. Like, it's fucking wild. You know, as a girl from Alabama, I couldn't begin to apologize for them all. Hey, you know what? You don't need to. You suffer the most from like toxic people coming out of the South, all right? Like, you don't have to apologize to anyone. You're also you deal with it more than we do. It's so gay. It's pretty gay. It's pretty gay. It's a little gay, you know? What's up? Oh, yes. One sec. Thank you, baby. Woo! I need a wheelbarrow. Yeah. Okay, hold on, wait. The wheelbarrow comment just reminded me of something totally off topic. The voice actor for Zapp Brannigan in an interview once said that the way that you get Zapp Brannigan's voice right, and this genuinely helped me, like, it's actually really good advice for doing like a Zapp Brannigan style like voice, is that you need to try to sound like Captain Kirk, but Captain Kirk who has to carry his balls around in a wheelbarrow. And that conjures such a specific image for a human being that it really helps sell the vibe in a bizarre little way that I adore. Bro be like, dude, look at me and praise me, daddy. I put the pee-pee in that hottie over there. No, for real. Yeah. No, it's like, it's a lot of peacocking. This is not universal, but we're talking about like a specific kind of like a specific subculture, right? And I think it's mostly probably, at least to a decent extent, like closeted bisexual and homosexual men. That sounds insufferable. Yeah, exactly. Insufferable is what Zap Brannigan sounds like. If you haven't heard Zap Brannigan, you're right. It is insufferable. I grew up in Texas. Nothing bad ever came from Texas. Yeah, never not once. Good. It's totally fine. It is. Yeah. It's so good. Only one that needs to apologize is Trump's parents. I could get an apology out of Elon Musk's parents too, but they have to apologize for a lot of other things as well. I was at the bar not too long ago and I overheard guys talking about the chicks they banged for like 30 minutes while I was giggling with my date about it because like, why are you so loud? No, because it's a status symbol, because it's not about actually hooking up with women, you know? And there's a lot of complicated social shit going into that phenomenon, but like that's the end result, you know? A quick message to my girl. Oh, my brother texted me back. Cool. We have the same communication issue, which is like severe social anxiety that stops us from actually like having a conversation. So we have been messaging each other like paragraph long texts like 3 days apart. It's like I'll get it and I'll put it off for 3 days and then I'll send it to him and he'll put it off for 3 days and then he'll send one back and then it's like corresponding by letter but with text messages. Also, like, we have eyes and ears. Some of you motherfuckers are lying. See, all like gross? Hey, look. Look. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, okay? We have all seen someone who would be considered conventionally an 11 out of 10 bad bitch with the scrungliest looking motherfucker on planet Earth. Sometimes that's because they've got a real winning personality, and sometimes it's because they're really good at capitalizing on deeply inbuilt feminine senses of feminine insecurity in women, which we pretty much all deal with. Like, that was something that really affirming to me was I was like talking to a really good friend of mine about like all of these concerns that I had about like being able to pass and like ways that my body like stressed me out and how I was afraid like this didn't look feminine enough. And she was like, girl, like, I don't mean this to be a dick, but like, welcome in. I've been doing that since I was 13. Like, that just kind of backs up the fact that you're one of us. And I was like, all right, fair. Like, okay, fair. Yeah. Look, I've made some concerning decisions, all right? Just based off of somebody catching me during an off day. Yeah, or that's their spy. I've slept with every spectrum you can name at least one across the 35 plus years of dating and clubbing. None of it equated to manhood or even adulthood. It was fun and I made a lot of friends, but none of it was related in any way to personal worth. Right. Now I have definitely fucked for a sense of personal worth before. So I'm not even going to say that is like something I don't understand. I do. But it's something you're supposed to grow out of, you know? Like, and it does hurt other people. Like, you have to either be really honest about it, which is the path that I took for a while, was just being like, hey, if you're looking for a relationship, I'm not it. If you want to have fun for a night, I'm right here, hit me up. And that's, you know, that can have its own social complexities and stuff, but I think the thing that really gets me about like pickup artist culture and like this manosphere bullshit, the red pill or black pill, depending on who you're talking to, if you don't know what those things mean, good for you. Is that it is built on deception and dehumanization. Like the goal is to lie to people until you get fucked or until you get to fuck them. Yeah, all right, glad to know that's a verifier. Yeah, no. If you like being stressed out about whether or not you look feminine and hot enough is like a pretty universal, not entirely, but pretty broad female experience, you know, it's part of womanhood in general, you know? I come back drunk, so therefore gonna lurk. Thank you for that lurk. My friend Dave's brother is uglier than homemade sin. Wife insanely hot. Someone asked, how did he get a chick that hot? And I just said, I assume he won the right to her hand in marriage by ritually beating a water buffalo to death with nothing but his junk. Hey, you know, you run into some dudes out there, you know? They start to look a lot different once they start talking. And I mean that in both directions, you know? I have talked to some guys that I looked at initially and I was like, that is a hot fucking guy. I want that man to do terrible things to me. And then I talk to him and like 3 sentences into the conversation, I'm like, wow, suddenly you look a lot worse to me. And then I've had other people that I have had regular encounters with, like, you know, hooked up multiple times, had an awesome time. We both walked away really happy. Who on first glance, I would not have like sought out if I was like looking for somebody to hook up with, but they get a couple, get that first like paragraph or 2 out and suddenly I'm fucking wetter than the fucking Niagara Falls, you know? Like I'm in. I'm gone. Like I'm down. Like bend me over here in the bar. You know, like it's very like I think like, and this is another part of like the hypermasculinity thing playing into like being self-defeating, like the being super jacked but having like beautiful and glistening oil, like that works better on guys generally than it does on women. Like there are women out there who are into that. There's people out there who are into everything, you know? But like broadly speaking, you're a lot better off cultivating like mutual interests and decent conversational skills and like just working on yourself as a person than you are like dedicating all of your time to getting ripped and looking like a Chad meme and then being a dick to women. Like one of those is a winning strategy, and it's not the one that's being sold to you by the guy who wants to get you to like also sell you dick pills. You know, like it's not that. So real, right? See, I got both of them. How are you doing today? I'm doing great, honestly. I'm thriving. Yeah, if I talk too much, I'm gonna end up crying about how much I love my girlfriends. Oh my god, very endearing quality. Say my girlfriends are so sweet to me. Good. The oddest thing I heard was a girl in college lowly talking about how her brother doesn't choke her correctly when having sex. Whoa! She noticed my group was staring at her, so she clarified it wasn't her actual brother, but someone that was just close like one. Still odd to me. Oh, okay. No, in that case, I'm into it. Never mind. I see her. I see that woman. Fair. Nani? Oh, okay. Yeah. Your top is very pretty. Thank you. I'm the other way around. I get people wanting me to do terrible things to them when chatting with them when we'd meet, and then they take one look and they'd nope the fuck out. Yeah, you gotta ease into it, you know? It's not universal. Oh, shit. Yes. Hi, sorry. I've been holding the phone. Yep, I'm sending it right. I'm doing it right now. My bad. Oh, you're right here. I don't need a drink. Like, no comment. Much. I never sent her my Taco Bell order. Food or her brother? Both? I don't know. Some people only a few sentences. They're ugly. They're solid. It's a romance killer, but an unconventional beauty combined with personality, pure win. Yeah, right? Oh man, I'm here for it. I do need to run to the bathroom real quick. Really gotta go. So I'm gonna run off camera again. I don't know, build up questions or whatever. Danny? Okay, we cool. Crisis averted. Yeah, right. Gossip girl? Right. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Hi there. I'm back. Why not both? This is now a cannibalism stream? Always has been. Never not been a cannibalism stream. We do a little consensual cannibalizing for the bit, you know? Welcome back. Thanks. Hey. Sticks out of the shadows, sniffs chair. It's okay, Chris. I get you. I'm a scent girl. I understand it. I'm going to guilt you a little as a bit, but, you know, I see you. Are we allowed to give you compliments? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Look. You can look at me respectfully or disrespectfully. That is my explicit consent there. Just keep it within TOS. I have a different sight for the more overt compliments. You have fucking fantastic legs. Thank you. I do really like them. I think they're pretty solid quality of mine. I appreciate it. It's like that and my hair, my waist. My waist is nice. I like my waist. The chest is getting there. The ass could use a little work, but again, suitable for the moment. Praise me! Same girl, same. Yeah, praise me, degrade me. I like both. I gotta know you a little bit before the degradation is fun instead of annoying, though. You know, so ease your way into that one. Every human has their own scent. 1x of mine, or 1x of yours, rather, had the faint scent of cinnamon and smoke about them. It was incredibly alluring. That sounds great. How could I look at you respectfully and disrespectfully at the same time? I said either or, but like, you know, I don't know. I'm just not ruling out options, you know? There's probably a way you can do it. Maybe in the sense of like looking reverently at a semi-divine figure that you hold deep respect for, but also want to tear down from her throne and defile, you know? Like maybe like that. Like I think that's how you would look respectfully and disrespectfully simultaneously, you know? Like, wow, what an admirable, beautiful figure. I want to ruin it. You know? It's like cuteness aggression. Sort of the same thing. Do you also have fantastic legs? I do. You weren't talking to me. Were you? No. I had an ex who had just the right smell. Nice. I'm very smell sensitive. Sometimes like when I'm hooking up with someone, it can be like it's an upside and a downside, right? Like sometimes I'll be like super into the way somebody smells. Sometimes I will not like it, and it makes it way harder to get anything done. And unfortunately, sometimes that's just natural differences between two perfectly hygienic, clean people. You know, like. Human interaction, say it with me, chat. Human interaction is complicated. I think your tummy and legs are your equal best features. Yes, say more nice things about me. I think they're getting there as long as I keep them shaved. Honestly, I wish that I didn't hate my body hair as much as I do, because I kind of go in for like for girls that are a little fuzzy in places, you know? I'm into it, but like I'm way too autistic to let hair be on my body. Even before I knew I was trans, I like shaved most of my body hair. He was about to shower after the gym once after I offered him a PJ and grabbed his arm and was like, no, that's for later. Yep, I've been there. Tell me if this is TMI? No. Yeah, we're good. You know, as long as you don't get graphic on it, we can talk about it, you know? Same, but only because I like to be lazy. Fair. I did have an ex long ago that when sweat mix admittedly was often left us both funky and needing a shower. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't vibe, you know? Like, and this is like all exacerbated. It's much more intense if you're autistic a lot of the time, because we have some pretty strong tendencies towards like having a particular set of sensory input that we like, you know? So it's something that would get glossed over by somebody who isn't autistic or is more likely to be glossed over is just like something in the background is like all you can think about when you're in that moment if you have that like particular switch flipped, you know? See, I have the problem that I'm a bear and I attract other bears and I'm not usually attracted to bears. You know, that's fair. That is fair. That's kind of how I feel about like trying to hook up with somebody who doesn't like. I attract a lot of people who want to be topped by me. The pool of people that I can actually like hook up with or date that are fine with me exclusively being a bottom, at least like 9.5 times out of 10, very shallow, you know? Like, so like I have a lot of appeal that I can't capitalize on because of my own preferences, and I totally get that. I'm sure, however, that there are plenty of twinks out there that will find you irresistible. It's just a matter of finding them, which is, you know, difficult. I forgave a lot because his booty was magnificent. I mean, way out of proportion to the rest of him. I was 22. I could handle needing a shower if it meant hitting that all night. That's valid. It does seem like there's an overabundance of bottoms. You know, it depends on where you are. It depends on what, like, subculture you're in. My problem is that most tops that I run into that are, like, full-on just tops are insufferable. And this isn't me saying all tops are, but from the people I run into, the people who are there who just want to top, they're just there for topping. They kind of suck. It's like, it's a lot of people who are, who just want to call me slurs, you know? Not universal, but difficult. You really, finding a decent top is like, it's a treasure hunt, you know? I also want you to top while holding hands. I want bottom hand position. Valid. Thank every one of them just for existing. Yeah. I think a lot of people, especially dudes and especially chasers, don't realize that a lot of trans women on do you mean on E? Can't always get it up. That's true. And even some of us who are entirely functional just don't like topping. It gives me a bit of the dysphoria. I don't like it. There are plenty of trans women who do, but, you know, they're at my house, not looking for a chaser. So that's the problem. I'm hoarding all of the trans girl tops. It's me. I'm the problem. You'll have to peel them out of my cold, dead hands. Sorry, I meant E? No, I figured. It happens. It seems to be a trait might be somewhat recurring in top-only peeps. No. I hang out with enough gay twinks and femboys. There are plenty of insufferable bottoms, too. I think the problem is that a lot of people are just insufferable. Like you insufferable twink is like a recurring insult in like an exclamation in queer spaces, you know? The insufferable twink is a whole character. It's like the transbian bottoms dating each other, you know? Like, that's fair, that might just be a human thing. I think so. I think people are just hard to deal with, you know? I always thought I was a sub-bottom, but my trigger was flipped into soft topping doming someone recently. Yeah, I am not exclusively a sub-bottom, but I am so... The interest I have in topping and doming is so specific as to be totally inaccessible and meaningless to the majority of people that I would be with, you know? I am like if I'm doming, I am acting like a casually cruel, condescending, like self-superior bitch, probably in the facsimile of some sort of religious or political position of power, treating you like furniture and probably not even doing any kind of penetrative action and instead just demanding that you treat me in certain ways and allow me to put my like rest my feet on you, you know? Like that's the kind of doming I do. And that is not what most people are into. Oh wait, I'm into that? Hey, how you doing? It's good to see you. Are you my pathetic little furniture boy? I think you use he him pronouns, right? I think that was what was going on. Holding hands, what kind of kinky are you, right? It's disgusting. Wretched. Lamau, I have that they just want to call me slurs problem as a top finding bottoms, funnily enough. That is wild. Noted. Okay, see it is universal. Look at us go. Turns out people just suck. I feel like you need to be willing to be railed in the ass as well in order to just be a well-rounded individual. Sometimes, you know? I think there's plenty of space for people who don't want to be bottoming for anal, at least in my dating pools, because I don't want to top. I'm kind of a dom top if I frame it properly. I like to do it in a motherly way, but not a biological mother. If that makes sense. Yes. No. I'm aware of mommy and daddy kinks. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah. It is very different. Like, that's the thing with like a lot of kink. A lot of like sexual expression and like kink and all that. Like, it does not actually layer one-to-one onto real life. It's like drag, but for sex. You know, like you are doing like a hyper exaggerated, fictionalized, like dramatized version of a taboo concept. Like it does not actually like overlay into real world taste a lot of the time. I'm exclusively a bottom. I could never top. Like it just isn't possible. Just saying. No, I get you. I can be good furniture, Mark? Yeah, we'll see. See, my kink is just making out on a couch while we watch Lord of the Rings. Honestly based. Love that. More so today than yesteryear, internet has really made people bad at communicating as equals with others. Bottoms are treated disrespectfully, tops are mostly hacks with zero flair or skill or sense of appreciated, and it's a giant shit show. I feel like I just need to make TED Talk just for that. Yeah, well, you see, the thing is that, like, you don't have to, like...
There's some garbage bottoms too.
Well, that's what we were talking about. Yeah, we did touch on that. I think the issue the internet brings up is like you don't have to be able to interact with your local queer community in order to like go out and, you know, be horny on the internet. So you don't have to develop a lot of like the social skills and social skills and dynamics that come along with
6 Doritos.
Thank you. I'm going to be rating out in just a second here, but I'm going to set that down.
Do you want to play a fun little game?
What's that?
Can you guess how much 6 Doritos Locos Tacos are?
$24.
Wow, you're going to be surprised. Delightfully. 18.
Oh, that's not as bad.
About 3 per.
But yeah, you don't have to develop a lot of the like baseline social skills required to like interact with community. You can just sort of show up in a Discord server or like on a dating app and be an insufferable bottom or top or like a wannabe dom, you know, or like a sub with like a limitless sub that is just somebody who doesn't know what they're into and is going to end up getting themselves hurt. Like the boundary of like needing to learn from the people around you before you're like granted full access to those spaces is gone, and that can be a problem. I use any, my pronouns are whatever you want, but I look very he, him, so I've accepted this. All right, well, if you prefer something else, you let me know. But I'll probably alternate then. This conversation makes me feel like we're no longer talking about walking in the park together. Oh, I know. Oh, boy. Chat is very purple tonight. It is. What?
Do you want to try this?
I would love to, yeah. Oh, that's good.
Right?
I need to get those next time.
Have some of this. I'm not gonna eat all of it. I'm happy to share.
Fair. Well, when you're done with it, I'll eat some of it. But I do have 6 tacos waiting for me, so I think I'll be well taken care of for the moment. 100% true. I came out in the bar scene in 90 and 91. It was a social skill boot camp. I learned fast because I had to. Yeah, 100%. I'm glad that I'm not totally off base with that. Too many people in my kink scene are way too about protocol. I do not care about proper procedure, performative gestures, or exacting compliance. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, everybody's got different things that they're into. I'm thinking of making a profile on a dating site and just saying 5'9" bloke looking for women, preferably around 4'9", 5'1", brunette, redhead who's willing to be top, message me with preferences and I'll see what we can do. You think that would work? I think if you are including a specific height range and hair color, you're probably not going to have the kind of success you're looking for. Like, this is the same stuff that, like, men make fun of women for putting in their, like, dating profiles, you know, like, only looking for someone over 6'1" with, like, you know, makes 6 figures or whatever. Like, maybe, like, if somebody who specifically fits that and likes being a specific type for somebody happens across your profile and likes you, like, maybe that'll work. But, like, I don't think it's a winning strategy, personally.
I think it drives a lot of people away, even ones that fit the profile.
I agree. No, I agree. I think listing like distinct preferences like that is kind of self-defeating, and it cages you in. You know, I think that it is good to not hold yourself to preferences like that, and
Well,
definitely not to advertise them.
You could hold yourself to having, like, this is, like, if a girl has red hair, that turns me on the most, right?
Right.
That's fine.
That is fine.
If you want, if that's how it is for you, that's fine. Don't advertise it to people and being, I'm looking for a redhead, right?
Right.
It'll
It starts
drive
to
people away.
feel a little
Keep that
weird.
to yourself. Look for your partners with positive attributes and personalities and interests that would line up with yours, and then you'll have a wide list of people who would be interested in you, and then you can filter from there, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. That pretty much sums up how I feel. I need faith counseling. I did say preferably. Yeah, but like, it's like if I run across somebody's dating profile and it says preferably pre-op trans woman, I'm just gonna go like, I don't think I want to deal with this person. Like.
Yep.
Like, once you are stating a preference that you are specifically looking for, you're not only automatically going to filter anybody outside of that range from just, like, a self-selection thing. Like, they're going to be like, well, I don't want to talk to this guy. Because, like, he is already saying that he would want somebody that's not me more. Right. So, like, fuck that.
But if I put all this time in with him and then he finds a girl who fits these specific things, then it's pointless. I'm not going to put in the time.
Right. And then, okay, so how about bloke looking for a woman to top? I don't think you need to specify top in, like, 10 out of 10 cases. I think that if you don't include that, like, the vast majority of women you're going to run into are probably going to be expecting you to top. Just from, like, social points, right? Mm-hmm. If you're dating exclusively in queer spaces, just stating that you are a top with a, like, preference for women, like, that's fine. But, like, if you're, like, on Tinder or something and you say, like, looking to top hot broad, like, I don't know. I don't think that's gonna come across terribly great. Yeah. I would say, like, talk about your interests and, like, anything cool that you do over any of that. Like, when you're on a dating app, and I've already said, like, dating apps are pretty, like, they're rough. Like, it's rough to meet people in a genuine way on dating apps because they're designed to feed off of misery. But if you are going to go through dating apps, because sometimes they're your only option, sometimes they're the best option you have, especially if you're in, like, more rural or, like, less densely populated areas, if you're going to do that, view your dating app profile as a chance to sell yourself, like, to sell the idea of you to someone. Like, if your dating app is just, like, a list of preferences for the kind of person you want, like, why would they pick you over anyone else? Like, especially if
Sell
they
them
have
on it.
any kind of like, especially if they have any kind of like solid self-confidence, it's just gonna be, they're gonna roll up and they're gonna be like, okay, this is a dude that has like 3 pictures, nothing in his profile, and it says that he wants a redhead. It's like, all right, like you have to hook somebody, you have to get them interested, you have to like have something there to entice people, you know? Damn, has stream been entirely just chatting? Yeah, I kind of got sidetracked. I do have to raid out soon because I want to eat my food. So I'm gonna like go through a couple of comments that I can snag real quick, and then I'm gonna bounce out. That was a very dexterous toe tap on the shoulder. Yeah, the sheep is extremely dexterous. She's flexible as fuck. Would a 7-foot-tall blonde who will yap for 27 hours straight about video game development and no touching happens at any point suffice? Love that. Okay, let me see what I've got going on. I've done that and never had any responses? Well, like I said, dating apps aren't great. I don't get that many responses unless it's dudes sending me dick pics or saying that they really want me to rail them or fuck their face, you know? Dating apps suck.
I use dating apps. I have used dating apps to try to find some queer women, and 90% of my matches are dudes who somehow matched with me and want to message me, or girls who are looking for someone to fuck their boyfriend or be a unicorn for both of them. And it's like, this is not, where in my profile is that listed?
Yeah, like dating apps are bad. Like they're not good. That's why I open up every time I give any kind of like dating app advice, I open it by saying, use something other than a dating app if at all possible, because they are wretched. They're terrible experiences on everybody's part. You know, women are drowned in a bunch of messages from like the worst kind of like predatory and or disrespectful men, which then makes them unlikely to engage with like legitimate interest, because like they're so desensitized to the process of just being berated by like just the worst kind of responses and like messages. And then men who are men don't get a lot of interaction, both because of that problem and because dating apps are selling women as a product to men as a consumer. Like that is
premium, you get more matches.
That is the interaction that you have on a dating app. A dating app is not meant to get like women and women together or men and men together or men and women together, unless it's like Grindr, and then it's like pay to fuck guys on the down low and also treat trans women like feminine men for down low bisexuals or gay men. It's bad. It's not good. It's not great. And so like you are a product when you're engaging with dating apps, and like that's not gonna be easy. Unfortunately, I'm not agoraphobic. I just don't go out at all. I know. This is like the most annoying, probably like the most insufferable advice I regularly give on dating. Like, go outside, touch grass, do stuff. Like I hate motivating myself to go out and do things, but like I do it, and I usually have fun once I'm out and moving. Like, it's tough and all that. Like, it sucks, like, breaking out of your comfort zone and doing things, but, like, that's how you get interesting. That's, like, if you aren't doing anything, like, most people aren't going to be that interested in you. I struggle to get out of bed? I feel you, dog. I'm depressed and anxious as shit. I'm on fucking bipolar meds and... like, I'm getting, like, anxiety treatments. I get you. Like, I understand. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. It's not easy. It sucks sometimes, but, like, you have to go and do stuff. Like, you have to go out and do things. Even if it's not something that is, like, conventionally what you would think of as interesting in the dating market, being passionate about something and going out and doing stuff involving it is good. Like, that... It makes you, like, more interesting to other human beings. And, like, you know, maybe in some ways, like, that kind of sucks. It kind of sucks that you have to like push yourself to go and do things, but, like, self-improvement always sucks. Like, if it was super easy, it wouldn't be self-improvement. You'd already be improved. You know, you already act that way. It is hard to push yourself into these things, and it's really important. The problem is I need someone to be with me to encourage me to get up. So that's a personal mindset thing that you genuinely do need to work on getting over. Like you do need to see yourself as the person that's worth getting out of bed for. Like you like, and again, that's difficult. This isn't just like an easy thing you can just like flip like into your head. You know, you can't just flip that switch, but that is something you need to work towards cultivating, because like if you don't think that you're worth like pushing to go out and do stuff for yourself, like it's going to be really hard to sell somebody on spending time with you and like getting to know you, like on like the vague promise that you'll do things with them eventually. Like you gotta cultivate that for yourself. Like it's not fun. But that's the real, you want the real like meaty dating advice? Like become a person you would be interested in dating. Not in like the literal sense of like you need to want to fuck yourself. Some of us do, but that's not a hard rule. But become the person that you like if you put yourself in somebody else's shoes and you knew nothing about yourself except like what you could like present as like what you've been doing for the last month, you know? Make yourself a kind of person that you would like to talk to, that you would find compelling, that would be fascinating, you know? That's it. That's the video. That's the advice. I just almost knocked my hat off. Okay, it seems like we have some people. Okay, all right. I feel like I kind of landed well there, but oh my god, knowing what I'm capable of in bed, I'd date the hell out of myself. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd date myself. But, like, that's at the end of a long character development. I would not have dated myself when I was in my teenage years, you know? Like, yeah, no. Like, when I was, like, late teens, like, early 20s, like, and this was an advantage that I had. That is, you know, I get it. Like, I am speaking from a bit of a position of privilege because I was a fuckable twink when I was insufferable. I was the insufferable twink. Like, that was me. And now, you know, I'm aware of the effect I have on men and women. I'm a you know, entertainer and sex worker on the internet. You know, I get it. Like, I am coming from a slightly different perspective, but I also am coming from the perspective of being a hot woman who hooks up with people who themselves do not think that they are very hot, or who would not be necessarily seen as conventionally hot. And I am wildly attracted to them because they're fucking interesting. Like, I'm coming from the other angle, you know? Like, I'm not coming from your side. I'm telling you, like, what I would look for in somebody that I want to fuck, right? And, like, I feel like that's probably the best I can do to try and give advice to you, but like that's what I would say is like go outside, do stuff, make yourself interesting. It's hard, it sucks, it's work, but if you put the work in on yourself, people will be more interested in you. It's not a guaranteed thing, but it skyrockets your chances. Too ugly to date? That's just not true. It's just not true. It's just not true. You know, I mean, like it definitely, like it's easier the more like conventionally pretty you come across as, but we've talked about like beauty standards in passing and how contextually dependent they are, where like just being in like a different place wildly changes the way that people see you from like an attraction standpoint. And also the fact that, and being interesting and a good conversationalist or whatever else it is, can go really far towards like mitigating any other like advantages or disadvantages that you may have, you know? Oh god, no, I was a pile of gangly, awkward neurosis when I was a schoolboy, ugly duckling all the way, blossomed after 21, suddenly uber fit guy next door twunk, and it happened nearly overnight. Damn, that's crazy. If you put the responsibility for getting you out of bed on someone else, then you'll always be helpless. That is kind of how it, like you need to get like a certain level of functionality. Like you don't have to be perfect. Absolutely not. I am a fucking train wreck, dude. Like I am a nightmare. I am a mess. And you could ask Faith, I was a bigger mess when I first showed up, you know? Like, but I had that baseline, you know? I was putting in a lot of effort on myself. And I didn't always succeed. It wasn't always great. I ended up in a lot of shitty relationships. It happens. But you have to be putting in the work. or it's just not gonna land, you know? That's all. I guess that's it. That's it. I don't need to keep doing this. The masochist says hurt me. The sadist says no. Okay, let's see. It was the homelessness after coming out. I went from soft college bro to nightclub hard body in less than 90 days. That's crazy. Just want someone to stare at pigeons in a park with? Fuck yeah. See? Awesome. Bond over bird watching. Go do bird watching. Doing bird watching is a thing. That's an activity. That's a task. It's a little bit more niche of a task, but there's plenty of people who think bird watching fucking rules. And if you know the difference between like a yellow-throated warbler and like a, I don't know, common wren or whatever, somebody's gonna find that irresistible. You know? Like, case in point. If somebody starts like talking about like Crusader Kings lineages to me, I'm like instantly find them way more interesting. Or I don't know, rock climbing. Somebody who does rock climbing, for me personally, I'm in. If you can ice skate or rollerblade, fuck yeah, that is sick as hell. If you know how to tie knots in rope real good, give me a phone call. You know, like there's a lot of the human the breadth of human interaction is like really wide, but you got to be doing some of it. You got to be interacting. Personally, if you're a well-read communist, yeah. See, everybody's got their thing. I'm still in some ways a mess, but I stuck with therapy, started working on some of my own interests, and getting new ones. Spent a long time forcing myself into social situations whether or not I was comfortable in them, and trying to make do. It's rough, it sucks, but it's needed. Yeah, you need to build up the experience of interacting with people and like doing things out. I've been to many a Lego convention and am yet to meet someone. Hey, you know, that's one aspect of yourself. That is a point in your favor. You like Legos and you go out and do Lego convention stuff. I'm not saying it's gonna guarantee a thing, but that's something, you know. But you gotta just keep doing it. Keep working on yourself. Expand your human experience. That's all. You know, it's not gonna be a right away thing. It takes a lot of time. It takes effort. It takes like self-analysis and like monitoring what works and what doesn't, but like still like staying true to yourself at the core. Like it's a lot. Especially if it's a different tendency, so I can fight with you. God, it's so hot. Is that why we get along, Song? Hey, thank you, Song. Here's money, by the way. Yeah, completely unrelated. I do genuinely. I love arguing politics with people that are like parallel to my like we're in the same school of thought, but we all have different or the same academy but different schools, you know. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, Song. I really appreciate it. They're still going. I have got to fix that. I don't know how to fix that. I'll figure it out. All right, I have to raid out because my food is getting cold and it's Taco Bell, so I don't want it to get cold. Thank you for the sub. Oh, yeah. Awesome. Cool. All right, let me find where we're gonna go here. Thanks for the stream, Mercenary. Of course. Thank you for being here. Remember, the streams wouldn't be anything if all of you didn't show up. You know, we're all contributors here. We're all collaborators. I will be keeping the money, but like I can pay you in exposure. Blossom or Pure Beer on? Oh, we could raid Blossom. Hold on, let me get this in here. Gonna get this. Oh yeah, also, sorry, Maeve was here and I missed saying hi to Maeve. Hi Maeve, I'm sorry. I was like deep in the I was in the trenches, you know? I was going crazy. So if you're still here, hi. If you're not, sorry I missed you. Uh-oh. She's gonna bully me for that later. Showed up in chat and I didn't even say hello. I'm get my ass beat. Have a good one. I'm gonna go cuddle a plushie and cry. Get you, Zenny. Have a good cry. I hope it is cathartic and that you find emotional release from it. Best of luck. We're with you in spirit. Cheers for Strim. Hugs to Faith and Stormageddon, Dark Lord of all. Alright, who have we got? Where are we going? Let's get out of here. let's gotta move on. Oh, you know what? Blossom's doing. Yeah, all right. Let's check in on Blossom. Blossom's doing art. That rules. In we go. Everybody be nice. At least for a little bit. You know, let the new raid energy like diffuse and then start bullying Blossom. Wait until my name's not attached to it. Okay. I'm gonna eat like 5 tacos in a row. I'm just really gonna go to town on them. I'll catch you later. Bye.